Welcome back to the Sean Ryan Show. This is the final episode of 2020. And what a hell of a year that's been, huh? Right? Yeah, I think we can all agree on that. To kick things off, once again, thank you for the massive influx of patrons we've had coming to Patreon. If you're looking for tactical training, if you're new at the game, and you're just trying to learn how to use your new piece, that's your spot. We keep the bullshit to a minimum. There's a ton of us over there. It's not all about the bling or the most expensive bullshit that you bought. It's just about how to become proficient with whatever tool you picked. So, head over to Vigilance Elite Patreon. If that's not your thing, and you don't mind, leave us a little Christmas present. Head over to iTunes. Leave us a one-word review, even if it's just one word. It's not that hard. We'll link it below. That helps us out, gets the show out to where it needs to go so that everybody can hear it.
I mean, the shit that we saw in that deployment.
What is some of the shit that you saw?
But we're trying to recce a spot, and I look over, and they had kids' heads, little kids' heads on the spikes. There was dead bodies all over the place. We had our terp blown in half. I got pulled into the Master Chief of TRADET and said, hey, you're under investigation. They went and raided my house.
He went to fight, for our country to prevent people from terrorizing, members of the United States. And then they take him and they lock him up on American soil, and then they lay siege to his home and terrorize his wife and his children. It's pretty sick. My oldest son opens up the door. They're all screaming at him. They're pointing rifles at my children, and they're saying, put your hands up.
8 years old with a gun in your face.
Yeah. There's two other people with rifles, and they're the lasers are right on us.
So you wound up not guilty.
Yep.
And what did that I mean,
bro, the courtroom erupted.
Our next guest is a former Navy SEAL. He was a sniper. He's a medic. He's a breacher. And he was also tried for murder, only to be found innocent. He's the most controversial Navy SEAL of our times. He's all over the news. He needs no introduction. Without further ado, please welcome 008, Mr. Eddie Gallagher. Mr. Eddie Gallagher, welcome to Tennessee.
Thank you for having me. It's awesome to be here.
Yeah, man, it's a pleasure to have you. So, just a quick introduction, So you are probably, I would say it's a good chance you are the most controversial name in SEAL team history, without a doubt. And,
yeah.
You've been through hell and back. You've had teammates, betray you. You went to court, and wound up not guilty. And, another reason that I think you're so controversial is President Trump stepped in to your case not once, but twice. And that has not happened since, I think, Richard Nixon.
The Melee Massacre.
Yeah. 1968.
Mm-hmm.
And, with the election cycle and how divided the country is right now, it puts you in the limelight even more than you probably wanted to be.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about all that. But first, it is December, and I give everybody a gift.
This is the main reason I came out here.
That's what I'm saying, dude. We give some good presents.
Oh, my man. I appreciate it.
Any guesses?
Could it be squishy, soft and squishy, guys?
It might be.
I don't want to ruin the box.
Ed Calderon took the last one. He's the first guest to ever take the present box.
Oh, I'm nice. It's nice.
So we got the updated version.
Oh, sick. Heck yeah.
Brand new hat.
That's what I'm talking about.
So that, you know, Eddie, you are a sniper, you're a medic, you're a SEAL, you're a breacher, but if there's one thing you are not, it's a fucking escape artist. So, so I got you a extra handcuff key,
Dude.
a saw blade that will go through metal, and there's also a get out of jail free card in there from Monopoly. So, you know.
You know what? My wife will appreciate that for sure.
Good. You know, keep that in handy. You know, you might need to use that sometime.
It's never out of the realm of possibility. Nice. This is it right here.
That's what I'm saying.
This is what I was waiting for.
I should have sent you some of those in prison, but you know, we didn't have them yet. But
dude, I appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Yeah, I'll be rocking this hat today. For sure.
Oh. So moving on, you just wrote a book. It's not out yet. I think you said it's still under review, but
under
it should
DoD
be
review.
It should be releasing soon. The man in the arena, from fighting ISIS to fighting for your own freedom. And I can't wait to read it. I want to hit some of the topics. I'm hoping that you'll bring some stuff up that's exclusive this podcast. It's in that book. But when's the release date on that?
So right now, like you just said, it's in DoD review. It's out of our hands of when they're going to be done with it. They've had it for about 2.5 months. I'm being optimistic and saying I'm giving it about 2 more months. So I'm hoping that the release date will sometime be in first quarter of 2021, hopefully March, April. But we'll constantly put updates out. But right now it's on pre-order. You can pre-order it, and it comes with a pre-order bundle. You can go to EddieGallagherBook.com, and with the pre-order bundle, you'll get a challenge coin and a note from myself and Andrea, my wife. And then you also get the book a month early before it's actually out, before everybody else, and it'll be signed by both myself and my wife.
Awesome. Yeah, I pre-ordered one, and I can't wait to get it. If you could just tell the people over at, the Pentagon or whoever's reviewing it to hurry the fuck up, that would be great.
I'll drop your name over there. Hopefully it'll speed up the process.
Right on, man. But, your career in the SEAL teams, to be honest with you, seems like up until the very last part, like a fucking dream career. I think you did 8 deployments, shit ton of combat time, a lot of trigger time. And I don't want to spend too long on your childhood or anything. Actually, I'd rather breeze through that. You have some really good podcasts out there already. So I just want to start off with SEAL Team 7 Alpha Platoon, your last deployment. And, from what I understand, you have a handful of combat deployments before you ever even showed up there. You have multiple awards with Valor, which for you civilians, that means combat trigger time, which you were awarded for. You're a sniper, you're a breacher, you're a medic. You got Sailor of the Year, which is a very high honor. That means you're the highest or the best SEAL at the SEAL team. Was that at SEAL Team 7?
I got Sailor of the Year for Group 1, so all the West Coast.
Oh, shit.
For Group 1, yeah.
That's a huge deal. Wow. You got your own parking spot.
Yeah, I got a funny story about that too, which we can get into later. But yeah, I definitely got my own parking spot, and honestly, I don't know how I made Group 1 Sailor of the Year, but somehow I got picked for it. I had my best friend was my platoon chief at the time, so he did a good write up for me, which is how I think it got pushed through. But yeah,
oh, whatever, you got it, man. That's cool. And am I missing anything? Oh, yeah. You were rated the #1 platoon chief, Team 7, and you took the worst rated platoon and made it into the most effective, best, highest rated platoon
Yeah.
at Team 7 in what, a year and a half?
Yeah.
So, and you were only able to bring one guy with you. I remember you saying, you know, you wanted to stack the deck and you were trying to bring some friendlies over and to a team that was complaining about weak leadership.
Mm-hmm.
And you were told you were only allowed to bring one guy with you. And so let's kick it off from there. SEAL Team 7, Alpha Platoon, you're taking platoon chief, getting ready to lead these men into Mosul.
Yep.
And their prior deployment, they were bitching about weak leadership. And now they have you with a magnitude of fucking combat experience.
Yeah. So I was just coming off a rotation out at the CRE, Crisis Response Element, which was in UAE. I just picked up chief, and I was given the opportunity to do a platoon chief for the next rotation. The master chief of the team told me he was going to, I was in Charlie platoon at the time, and he was going to take me out of Charlie and put me in charge of Alpha platoon. The word around, or everybody knew, that Alpha platoon didn't do so hot the last rotation. Nobody really knew why. I mean, I didn't know any of those guys, but that was pretty much just the word that was put out, and it showed. You know, when you saw those guys perform. So once I was given the opportunity to go over to Alpha, you know, I went over there with no preconceived notions. I wasn't going to like, okay, you guys are a bunch of turds or whatever. Everyone was starting off on a clean slate, because I didn't know anybody. So I took over. I sort of, entered that platoon pretty slow, just sort of feeling it out. As you know, like, so when you come back from deployment, you're in professional development phase. So
Yeah.
That's where everybody goes off to their specialty schools. So the platoon is never really fully together until you start ULT or workup. But while during pro dev, I came up with a training schedule where we were going to work on the basics 2-3 times a week. And I didn't care if the whole platoon was there or not. I was like, well, you know, do it with what we got right now. And then as guys filter in and come back from schools, they'll just, you know, enter the training. It was nothing sexy about the training. It was all just basic stuff when, you know, patrolling, post, pre-op assault procedures, you know, 2 4-man room entries, starting at basics, going through.
Just getting used to each other, building some
Exactly.
team cohesion, and
Yeah.
seeing how everybody walks.
Yep. And the third platooners at the time, I think, thought that they were too good for, you know, that I was taking up their time by doing this basic training. And I didn't know at the time, but there was definitely a lot of grumbling from these third platooners, which is there's probably 4 of them.
So let's just take all the like stuff that you learned about them afterwards and just like first impression, how to go.
Okay. First impression.
And one question I do have is, you hit a crossroads before you took platoon chief. And if I understand correctly, and you were going to go back to green team to screen to go over to become an operator at Dev Group.
Yeah.
Or the other option was to take your platoon chief slot, and you chose your platoon chief slot. Did you know the platoon you were going to take over before you made that decision?
No.
You didn't?
No. I had called up my buddies over at Development Group, you know, told them my situation, what my options were. I still wanted to go over there. My goal was to go screen. They gave me the advice, or like, no, take the platoon chief spot. You know, I don't think there was much going on, or they weren't doing much at the time. And I was pretty long in the tooth when it came to my years in service. I think I was at 16 and a half years at that point. I had been putting off picking up chief or taking any leadership roles just because I wanted to maintain, just be a shooter and door kicker. But my time had come, and they were like, no, you're going to do, your next stop is a leadership role. So I decided to take that. But with the downfall was once you do your platoon chief, you can't screen to go over there. I mean, that's like a hard, fast rule. So that was a huge decision for me at that point. But, I made the best one, I think, and it was also good. I made a decision for my family as well. I didn't want to, my wife, Andrea would do whatever I chose to do, but I knew she did not want to move to Virginia Beach. So that was a big factor in there too.
Even after you found out which platoon you were taking over?
I had no qualms like at all about taking over that platoon. I learned early on that I'm not going to listen to rumors or whatever of people's reputations or platoon's reputation. I was like, you know what? I'll go in there. I mean, they're all team guys, and I'll see what I got. Like I said, everybody started off on a clean slate, and honestly, they were a bunch of good dudes, good operators. After we started training together, and what I came to find out is like their last leadership, and I'm not talking bad about them at all, but I mean, I think it was pretty lax. There wasn't a lot of effort put into getting better at your skill craft. It was just like go through the motions and then we'll go on deployment, which to me, that's not, we should always be striving to be better. And you start doing that by working on the basics of your craft and then go from there.
Yeah.
So that's like the mentality I came in with. I was like, hey, we're just going to start from the bottom, work our way up. And especially when we had about 4 new guys, 2 JOs, and then 2 enlisted new guys. And you're only as good as your slowest guys. So I was like, hey, we got to bring these guys up to speed as well.
There was only 4 new guys in the whole platoon.
Yeah, and that's the least amount I've had in all my other platoons.
So why were these guys rated the lowest or the worst platoon at Team 7 when you showed up?
What they told me what the platoon told me after I got to know them a little bit, because I wasn't going to pick at them and be like, why are you guys rated last? But, eventually it started coming out, and a lot of it was what they told me was due to their leadership. They blamed it on their LPO, their chief, and their OIC, saying that none of them got along and that they didn't have good command and control, and it all went downhill from there, I guess.
Were their tactics savvy?
Yeah, I mean, they weren't bad at all. That's what I came to find out. I was like, as soon as we started, working from ground up, I was like, he's good to go. I think they just needed to have somebody there that's like, this is what our job is what it entails, and we're going to work at this. And by the time we had started work up, a big example of it is we started work up. Our first block was CQC. And usually what the guys who run CQC will say is like, the first platoon to come through from a team is usually sort of a mess because they have, they're sort of figuring it out.
Real quick, CQC is close quarters combat. So CQC is when you see a team of operators kick a door in and flood a structure. So just for that.
Yep. So yeah, TRADET, they usually, and I saw too, a platoon isn't fully there yet. They're still getting used to working together. I wanted to cut that out by making sure we busted our ass during ProDev. When we showed up, we were pretty much a cohesive, tight unit at that point. And it showed, TRADET told me, they're like, you guys look like you've been working together for, 2 years. Like this is the best we've seen the platoon come for your first block.
Shit, really?
Yeah.
So
which was awesome. I mean, it was the hard work paid off. And I think the guys, whether if they were bitching about it or not, finally saw that. They're like, oh, we're actually doing awesome this time. And that continued all the way through ULT.
How long is ProDev nowadays?
Pro dev it fluctuates, but usually it's still around the 5 to 6 month mark from the time you get back from deployment to where ULT starts.
So in 6 months in ULT or pro dev, the guys aren't even all together. So
No.
you took a team who's not even all together until the actual workup started, and they're already fucking going from the worst platoon to
getting
operating at the
yeah.
highest level at that particular team.
Yeah, they're getting high remarks from TradeEd, which I don't think they were used to from their last go. So they were, they were all riding pretty high, I think, and feeling good, which they should. They put in the work. Big thing I did during Pro Dev is I took the new guys and I had them go watch a team going through CQC, and I'd have them come back. And I was like, you guys are putting us through CQC. You're in the rafters and you're going to critique all the older guys as they go through. I had them take notes of everything that TradeIt was putting out. And I think that was a huge, huge thing. I mean, some of the older guys didn't like it at first because they were like, why are these new guys critiquing us? But it built confidence in the new guys. I think that's how they got up to speed real quick. And it also humbled, which, I told them, I was like, you can critique me. The OIC, the chief, everybody down. I was like, there's no rank here. This is about our craft. So, if you see something, say something, so we'll fix it. So it humbled everybody, guys that thought they were, above it all. And then it also brought the newer guys up.
Yeah. I mean, fuck you. That's goddamn. That's good call. You just crush the egos.
Yeah. And
right at the very beginning.
And that's what, I think that's huge, is take ego out of the equation, and it's, you'll flow better for sure. Yeah. So, we went through workup, was fine. Workup's about 6 months. And we had no issues during any of that. I think, you had your kind of minor bumps. I remember one of the JOs got a safety violation, or a couple safety violations, which is not out of the norm. We pushed the envelope in training. But I started noticing, like, he'd get the safety violation and was very like, I'm not signing that. This isn't right. I shouldn't get that, which I'd never seen before. Usually you get handed something by TradeIt, you're like, roger that, sign it and move on. So that was sort of like a first indicator of, okay, the attitudes I was dealing with. But, I pulled him aside, gave him a talking to, and was like, you're sign this and move on. This has nothing to do with you as an operator. Like, as long as you don't make the same mistake, we'll be fine, And so he did reluctantly, but there was definitely a little bit of attitude there. But I didn't think anything of it. And we ended up finishing workup. We knew from the get-go, or I knew from the get-go, that I wanted to go deploy to Mosul.
When did the team find out?
The end of workup, I believe, is when they officially were like, this is where you're going. It's pre-designated beforehand. Like, this is where, this troop's going to CENTCOM, this troop's going to Guam, but that can change at any time. So if a troop is messing up or a platoon's messing up and they're like, okay, we're not sending you guys to the hot spot, like, we'll send another platoon that's got their shit wired tight. We're going to send them there instead. So, I mean, your place can go at any time.
Yeah.
It's sort of, it's competition based, which I think the way it should be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a pretty fucking good spot to go at that time.
Yeah. I had done my homework beforehand. I had one of my best friends was actually out there, in Mosul at the time, from Team 5. So I was keeping in pretty good comms with him, sort of getting a read on, like, how it was going to be, but when it was going to be our time to deploy. And it was looking good. They hadn't started clearing Mosul yet until the very end of their Team 5's deployment, and they managed to push through the east side. We were going to come in and take the whole west side, which was all urban and pretty massive.
Damn.
So it was definitely what we were, what we were wanting.
I mean, was the team, pretty fired up about it?
You mean the platoon?
Yeah.
Yeah, the platoon. I mean, everybody was on board, and I let that know as soon as I took over, that was my intention. Was like, we will go to the hotspot wherever that's at. Like, that's my goal. I plan on being the best platoon here, going to the best spot on deployment, and having a good deployment. And everybody was on board.
Yeah, I would think they'd be pretty fucking stoked to have, they have weak leadership, supposedly. And then you come in, a shit hot operator with a fucking metric shit ton of combat experience to take it over. They were ranked the worst platoon. Now they're the best platoon. And you're going to do exactly what you signed up for, which sounds like, it's another dream deployment.
Yeah. It should be, any team guy should be chomping at the bit to go on a deployment like that. So yeah, we got we got picked to go exactly where we wanted to go, which was awesome. It was ourselves and then another golf platoon, which they were from another troop. They paired us together, and we were going to fall under MARSOC because they had control at that point. So we were just going to fall under them and operate under MARSOC. So we started, before we deployed, I started, communicating with the guys over at MARSOC, just seeing how they were going to operate. And so we just have a good working relationship with them. And it turned out that the CO that was going to be out there was actually, when I was with the Marines, was one of my XO. So we knew each other.
No shit.
Yeah, it was a small world.
That definitely helped out a bit.
Oh, big time. And this guy's an awesome, probably one of the best dudes I've ever been around in the military. I pretty much idolized him when I was 20 years old, with the Marines, just a stud. But yeah, we ended up getting to go where we wanted to. Everything was fine. No issues. I think, it was the typical issues near the end of, not ULT, but with the next one, SIT. Near the end, I think you get a bunch of guys constantly working together for a year and a half. There's going to be little gripes here and there. I started noticing some of the guys bitching about on my OIC, that he talks too much during debriefs or like this, just nitpicky little stuff, which I wish I would have nipped in the butt right there. But I just took it as like guys just bitching.
Yeah.
But then we got on deployment and we hit the ground running. We landed in Erbil and ended up going to the platoon split. Went to the Mosul Dam House, and then I forget we ended up going to this mansion. I think it was in Shaykhon. And that's where Team 5 had been operating out of their whole deployment. But right when we landed, we found out that we weren't even going to be. They're like, nope, you guys are living in Mosul at a FOB and operating out of there.
Like right in the middle of Mosul?
It's right on the outskirts. Yeah, so we drove out to that FOB to sort of get our eyes on it and see what gear we needed to bring. And yeah, it was literally on the outskirts of, they were getting mortared. You could see the city, burning and getting bombed, which was, not too far away.
Yeah.
So it was pretty close. Shitty living conditions. They pretty much just took over some houses and made it into a FOB. No real security. There was some, but it was just, pretty shitty living and just no showers, we had 2 porta-johns between, 3 platoons and a whole admin unit out there. But that's what I expected. I was like, that's whatever. This is what we got to live in.
Yeah. that shit sucks unless you're fucking getting to do what you want to do, and then it doesn't matter.
Exactly. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, this is fine. We ended up moving, into the house that we were going to live in, and it was shitty. It was like some squatters had been living there for, there was feces everywhere. So we cleaned that out, and I could tell some of the guys were like, what the fuck, like pissed that we were living in conditions like that. But it was like, this is the way it is, you know? And it's not like conditions that we haven't worked in the past, you know, doing VSO and all that stuff like that. We definitely hit the ground running, but it was like a huge learning curve. We were doing AAA, which is advise, assist in a company, which I had never done before in that capacity. We got introduced to our partner force then pretty much the night before we went out.
What were they like?
They were ERD, Emergency Response Division. They were a pretty massive partner force. I don't remember the exact number.
Iraqis.
Yeah, they were Iraqis, but they were not vetted. So there was a mix mash of Iraqis with a lot of Iranian influence.
Oh shit.
So we were told, you know, to keep eyes in the back of your head the whole time. You know, you can't really trust them fully. But honestly, like, I met their leadership, and I was fine. You know, it was good to go. They were all about getting after it. They were motivated to go clear, which I wasn't used to seeing that. You know, I think a lot of times your partner forces, you sort of got to work at it to get them to work. These guys were ready to go. We were told pretty much, you know, you're going to go out with them and advise and assist in the company. And that was pretty much like it. And you're like, okay. And we were also told we were not going to be allowed within 800 meters of the front line trace of where they were.
How many of these guys were there?
ERD, probably 500-600.
500 or 600?
Mm-hmm.
And how many of you guys are there?
Well, just our platoon was 24, and then we had 2 other platoons there.
But you split them in half?
Yeah, so each platoon had their own Iraqi officer, whatever rank they wanted to give themselves. But we would coordinate with them, and then they would tell the guys in the front lines, like, who were actually the ones clearing houses and pushing through the city, of like, hey, this is where you should go, or this is what you should be doing.
Holy shit, dude. I was expecting you to say like 20, 30 guys.
Oh, no.
500 or 600 fucking.
And that's, you know, I could be like
strong,
overestimating that by a little bit, but, you know, it was hundreds of them. So you weren't really like with the actual guys themselves up on the front lines. You were back with whatever liaison they had with you. And our main mission was to go out there and support them through the air. We all carried ATACs on us, and we could, you know, the ERD, like 1 out of every 5 of them had a beacon on them that we could follow them see them on our ATACs and know their positions, you know. So we'd be like, okay, that fire team's there, this fire team's there. And not that worked all the time.
So an ATAC, can you describe that for?
An ATAC is pretty much just like a handheld device, you know, looks like an iPhone. And it pretty much gives you a clear picture of the battlefield. And you can have your position, your friendly positions on there, and also, you know, the allies or the partner force that you're with. You can track them, so that way when you're dropping bombs or making movements, you know, you're there's a clear picture.
It's like real time.
Yeah.
Real time, like drone feed looks like, right?
Yeah,
I didn't have that shit when I was on.
No, that's the first time we used it as well. But we boned up on it pretty good before we got out there. So pretty much each operator had one in the platoon, an ATAC. The first, like I said, the first couple of weeks were like a learning curve. I would brief the CO MARSOC each night, like, this is where I'm going tomorrow. They would approve it. As long as it was like 800 meters behind the front line. And then I would usually pick a secondary and tertiary spot just in case that didn't work out. But the first couple of weeks we went out there, and it was it was a crazy sight. It reminded me of like something out of Braveheart, to where we got out there, the Iraqis hadn't started clearing yet. They were like lined up in a line, vehicles, tanks, and then mortars were just like coming in from ISIS, just landing all over the place. And it was like, okay, what's the game plan here? And they were like, go. And they just started driving into the city, and IEDs going off, and you're just sort of watching it.
Holy shit.
And you're just like, okay, this is pretty legit.
Yeah.
But then what we came to find out is, we would set up in this position, and at first I had the whole platoon out, so we were going out with 6 MATVs, and we'd all set up in this position, and, there was mortars going off everywhere, and ISIS would fly drones over, and so they flew a drone over your position, they would just get your grid, and next thing you know, mortars are coming in,
Damn.
near you. So myself and my OIC, Jake Portier, we decided, we're like, you know what, this doesn't make any sense to have the whole platoon out here. We have too much of a big footprint here, and somebody's going to get, hit with a mortar one day if we just have everybody go out. So we decided to split the platoon up. I'd sent half the platoon back to the mansion and Mosul Dam House so they could just chill, rest, and refit for a week. And then I kept half the platoon out with us, and they would rotate week on, week off. So that way guys were able to go back and get a break. And, we're getting a fresh set of guys every other week that were ready to go.
Real quick, just kind of like paint the picture a little bit. Do you have an estimation of how many ISIS fighters were in Mosul at that time?
Thousands.
Thousands?
I would say. I mean, they were, yeah. I mean, so Mosul was like, I don't know, 3 or 4 times the size of San Diego.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they had years, like 3 or 4 years to fortify that place, waiting for exactly what was going on, which is us trying to come in there. So it was pretty crazy to watch. They had intricate tunnels dug all over the city that went for miles.
Holy shit.
They had, I've never seen so many IEDs in all my deployments. I mean, they had them everywhere. Every parked vehicle, you might as well, like, it was a VBID. They had it ready to blow. They had VBID staged, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of VBID staged all throughout the city. And
holy shit.
we would push through, and we usually around noon, we called it VBID Palooza. They would just start coming out of the woodwork, and you just see them blowing up left and right. And maybe like 10, 12 a day you would watch go off.
What were they targeting?
So they would target the partner forces. So as the partner forces are clearing through, ISIS has, it was like drone wars in the air. There was drones all over the place, and they would have a guy sitting in the VBID, which he is welded in there. He might have been in there for days, just waiting, and then they activate him through comms or like turn your car on. And this guy can't, half the time they can't see, everything is, looks like a Mad Max vehicle. They have plates welded onto every piece of the car. And so they're directing them through comms, back up, go forward, take a right, they're going slow. And then they'd be like, okay, put your foot on the gas and now blow yourself up. And they'd, target, they'd be guiding them into wherever the partner forces were, or us if they saw us. We came pretty close to one. Had one go off about 20 yards from us.
Damn, these guys got pretty high tech.
Yeah,
Since
it was definitely a new environment for me, because it was definitely like a 360, and you're looking up in the air, and not only down at the ground for IEDs, but you're looking up in the air for drones, because as soon as a drone flies over, you're like, okay, here come the mortars, or they have our position. So it was different.
Yeah.
but it was something that we just adapted to along the way. And that's when, after about 2 weeks of doing the rigmarole of going out there, picking a spot, getting mortared, drone would fly over. We would take mortars until we're like, okay, this isn't safe anymore. We're going back. It became pretty frustrating because it didn't feel like we were making that big of a dent or having that big of an impact. At that time, all we were doing was just launching a Puma and reporting enemy movement. And, so me and the OIC talked, and I was like, hey, I'm pretty frustrated with the way things are going. He was too. I was like, let's take more of an offensive posture here. I was like, let's split the group up when we go out. I was like, we'll go pick our spot. And then we'll go recce a good building that we can get into and that we were able to engage from. And so he was like, yep, that sounds like a good idea.
How were you recceing?
So we would go out to our designated spot, and then I would take myself, probably 3 other dudes from the platoon, along with maybe 3 or 4 partner force guys that I thought were good to go. And we would go on a little patrol, not too far from, the spot where we're at. We'd probably, 200-300 meters
on
away.
Foot?
Yeah.
Were you guys garmed up like the locals, or
No,
were you
there was no
kitted
reason.
out?
No, we were kitted out, patrolling just like, you're in the open. It was daylight. But we were pretty far like behind the front lines. So we're still 800 meters. So it's not, we weren't going into enemy territory, but there's always that chance because the front lines would fluctuate, ISIS might take a huge step forward one night and we'd show up the next day and be like, holy shit, we just lost all this ground overnight.
Yeah.
So
and there's fucking thousands of them throughout the city. So it'll be nothing for, somebody to fucking skate by.
Exactly. I mean, and that's the other thing is when we drove in every day, there was, hordes of women and children and men fleeing the city. So we're literally driving through hundreds and hundreds of people. You don't know who's ISIS and who's not. It was chaos. But yeah, so we started splitting up the elements. So I would take a recce element up, pick a good spot that had good vantage point of the battlefield. Come back, grab all the weapons, Gustavs, javelins, what else we needed, and then we would just set up an OP in there for the day. And it ended up working out really well. We started seeing really good effects from doing that. The partner forces were loving it because we were actually engaging with them with our organic weapons and not just the air. And what I came to realize is the partner forces would clear to a certain point and if they were taking, gunfire, then they would just stop. And they're like, we're not moving until they would just be like, blow this whole block up, drop bombs on it, which we're not, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
But they're like, well, then we're not moving. And so what I found out is I'd go up, like, okay, where are you taking sniper fire from? And they're like, oh, that building, I'm like, okay, cool. Look at it and be like, all right, third level. I'm like, yeah, shoot a javelin at it. We jav it and they would all start cheering and start clearing.
Right on. So javelin's it's a missile launcher for those of you that don't know.
Yeah.
So your partner force, your men are they're getting engaged, they're getting shot at, they're getting fucking blown up. They're asking you to blow up a city block and you say no, so you're showing restraint there. So for somebody that's accused of being a merciless killer, your guys are getting fucking killed and you're telling them that you can't do what they want you to do because innocent people are going to fucking die.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, yeah.
But once we were able to engage with the javelins, which are, pretty precise and accurate, they loved it and they would just start moving forward. So that's how we sort of kept them going every day. And the command, the MARSOC command was like, loving it. And, we'd come back and they're like, "You guys are kicking ass. Like, this is great," And the fact that we were requesting to go out, not requesting, but we were like, we're going out every day. We could have taken, so we had 3 platoons and we could have worked in shifts to where we'll go out one day, 2 days off. But me and my OIC were like, no, we want to go out every day. This is the golden egg of a deployment. We want to get every little bit out of it we can.
So you were tight with your OIC.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Me and him had a really, really good relationship. Just an awesome dude. Really good officer, but also he was not, how to say this politely, like not like every other O where he thinks, like I'm the officer and I'm in charge. Like he really we bounced stuff off each other and he listened to me on a lot of things and was like, okay,
He's receptive.
Yes, big time. And so, yeah, that was, thank God me and him got along. And I think that's what really helped us move forward to that deployment, because we were on the same page the whole time. So we started implementing those tactics, breaking up and doing the recce piece. And we started getting deeper into the city. And it got a little more hairier the deeper we got in. The front line, like I talked about earlier, started really getting skewed a lot, because the closer we got to Old Mosul, which is the little city inside of Mosul, which is the oldest city there is there. It's from biblical times.
Yeah.
They had that place locked down. Like that was their ISIS's call it the beehive, And so when we started bumping up against that, that's when the partner forces were they were getting swacked left and right.
Fuck.
So it got a little hairy for us sometimes too. We had our terp was blown in half or by some kind of rocket that was shot at us, and it started getting a little too dangerous, I guess. And the command made the call. Marsoc was like, okay, we're going to switch fobs and we're going to go all the way to the north end of Mosul and start clearing from that way. Because either the partner forces they're not going any farther.
Yeah.
So
was it just Team 7 Alpha Platoon and a Marsoc element?
And Team 7 Golf Platoon.
So that's what, maybe 50 fucking people?
Well, you also
Americans?
You also had other partner forces out there. Dude, it was a hodgepodge of. So you had ERD, which we were partnered up with. You had I forget the name of the other one. It was I forget their name, but they were actually a vetted group, which NSW was in charge of. So there was another platoon, Bravo platoon, but they were working under they were working under NSW. So they were taking a whole different section of Mosul. So you got to think there's the whole west side of Mosul. I mean, it's massive. So you had Bravo platoon working with their partner force here, us on the other side working with ours. And then you had a contingent of other random Iraqi forces like FedPol, which is their police unit, I guess. They're also clearing. So what ended up happening is we were clearing through and we just started converging on each other. And
how was the communication?
It was good. With Bravo, we would, talk to them while we're out there and we're like, hey, this is where we are. This is where you guys are. Cool. There was never any problem between American forces. Now with the partner forces like FedPol, ERD, and whoever Bravo was with, I forget their name, that got super hairy. Our golf platoon got lit up pretty bad by FedPol, just driving in one day, all their Humvees started getting shot at. We'd have green on blues almost every other day, like not actual green on blue, like they weren't shooting us, but they would shoot at us because it was hard. You could try to mitigate it as much as you can, but eventually, once we started conversing on each other, it got real, pretty hairy. So I think the decision to move to the north was a good one, because it sort of opened it back up again. So we packed up within 48 hours and moved to the north side of Mosul and started clearing from there. That is actually the first day. The first day we started clearing from there is the day of the incident that became so famous. As SOP, we had a pre-designated spot. We went out, and we were actually a lot closer that day to the enemy than we had been. We were probably like 300, 400 yards from them, from this village that there was this little village or a town or whatever you want to call it right before you get into the main urban part of Mosul that we had to go through. And we were told that the ISIS was, they've been using that village, and they were all in there. And sure enough, we showed up that morning, probably around 6:37 in the morning. Picked a pretty good spot behind some walls where the MATVs, the turrets could see right over the wall. And yeah, it was like a turkey shoot. They were all out in the open, just walking back and forth between huts. Armed.
Shit.
Yeah. We waited. We sat there and watched them probably for about 10, 15 minutes, waiting for our partner force to start actually clearing through, which, typical Iraqi fashion, they were just taking their time.
Yeah.
So we decided, like, all right, we're just going to start engaging. And we probably engaged these guys for an hour. It was awesome. Everybody, 50s were going off, snipers, jabs. And we pretty much decimated most of the guys in there, that village, before ERD started clearing.
No shit.
Yeah.
How many guys do you think there were in there?
In that village total, probably 60, maybe.
60 guys, and how many of you?
There
Americans?
was, at the time, probably like 13 or 14 of us.
And the partner force was
was
lollygagging ass around.
Yeah, they were just back there waiting, as we're engaging.
How much do you think you thinned them out before they got there?
Oh, big time. We thinned out most of them before they even started clearing, and we let them know. I think that's what they were waiting for. We finally were like, "Hey,
wanted you guys to do all the dirty work."
Yeah, which is fine. We were like, "Yeah,
fuck it, we'll do it."
Yeah, this is thanks.
Yeah,
but they started clearing through. Really had no issues, because everybody was pretty much dead.
Do you think you guys killed, what, 75% of them, 80%? 50%?
I'd probably say 80% or even higher, maybe 90% of them, because they really had they went through that village pretty quick. We had hellfired a couple buildings, and actually one of the buildings that we hellfired is where they dragged this ISIS fighter out of. The partner force, as they cleared through, dragged him out and brought him back to us. And that's where the whole debacle happened.
Yeah, I know I said we weren't going to talk about the controversy, but, I don't understand. I watched this documentary called The Gallagher Effect, and put out by somebody on the New York Times. And they basically paint this fucking ISIS fighter like some little innocent little fucking kid.
Yeah.
And, one thing, I just don't understand how half of the nation can be so up in arms, even if you did stab the fucking kid, to death. Here's a journalist ripping you apart when 2014, they've got journalists on
getting
world
beheaded.
TV getting their heads like literally sawed off on fucking television. And then they paint this fucking kid like he's some little innocent, the poor little ISIS kid.
Yeah, it's pretty
You know,
disgusting.
They put people in cages and burn them alive.
Oh yeah.
You know,
I mean, the shit that we saw in that deployment too, not to like whatever sidetrack, but dude, I haven't seen anything like that in any of my other deployments. You know, you always see like the atrocities of war and stuff, you know, innocent people get killed. It's just, that's war. You know, civilian casualties on both sides.
what is some of the shit that you saw that these guys were doing?
I think one of the first things I saw going through, we ended up pushing into this neighborhood, and we were driving through, and they had like a playground in the middle of these like apartments, and they had like this fence going around it. And I remember getting out and like walking up, trying to recce a spot, and I look over and they had little kids' heads on the spikes, just sitting there, and women too. There was dead bodies all over the place. So I don't like, it's hard to even put, like, I tell people that and they're like, oh yeah, but like, no, nobody was cleaning up the dead as we were pushing through. So there was, you were just like walking over either piles of bodies that they just pile up, or they were just scattered through the streets.
Fuck, man. So they were cutting little kids' heads off and sticking them on a fucking pole.
Yeah. And then at certain points, we would be in certain areas where there was like a field or some kind of open space between us and ISIS, you know, and they'd probably be like 800,000 meters away. And they would send hordes of women and kids running through the field towards us, and then just mow them down about halfway, because they were trying to draw us out or our partner force out to the open to come help them, which a couple times they succeeded. You know, the partner forces, they would try and run out and help these, you know, women and kids, and then they ended up getting smoked too.
But yet again, you held restraint.
Yeah, there's nothing. I mean,
Yeah.
And it's, you know, it's one thing to like talk about it, or, you know, like, you know, it's funny to see like reports on Mosul now, or they do like these documentaries, and they do like, oh, there was horrific stuff that happened, but they don't go into detail about like what actual horrific things they were doing. And, you know, it's another thing to actually be there and see it going on.
Yeah.
And
that's tough, man. I mean,
it does. It emotion gets involved. You know, you're just like, how can people be doing this to?
And you can't fucking do anything.
Yeah, you can't. You just sit there and you're like, okay, well, we'll wait until we can push forward. They were using our ROEs against us. They would chain civilians into buildings, you know, chain them along the walls inside, and then they would put silhouettes on the roof of like with weapons. So then ISR would see it and be like, oh, there's two dudes down there, and we'd end up dropping on the building, and then they would come out and use that as propaganda against us. Like, oh, you see what they just did? You know, it was one big like evil game they were playing.
That's hard to do, man, to watch people get mowed down. I mean,
yeah, it sucks. So yeah, it's crazy to think, you know, after this whole thing, and like how much the media, you know, half the media, or most of it, tried to empathize with this ISIS fighter. And, you know, I think NPR just recently they sent a team out to Iraq, and they interviewed this ISIS fighter's family. They found him, and they were like, you know, trying to be sympathetic. And even the ISIS fighter's dad in the interview, which I was watching, it was like, yeah, he joined ISIS. I told him not to. Like, that's it. You know, it's pretty black and white. You know? Yeah. But yeah, to see, like you were talking about, see the media just try and twist it.
Well, I'm just trying to show, like, you want to talk about fucking restraint. You know, that's hard to watch. And I mean, I can relate to it. One of my biggest regrets is I was sitting in a sniper hide, and we were supposed to be killing anybody that blew up a fucking convoy, and I was set up in front of a school with my partner, and we were all gillied up, and these kids fucking came down and got out of school. They were probably about 10, 12 fucking years old, and pulled out a cell phone, and, you know, we fucking called it in.
Yeah.
And they were like, don't fucking do anything. And, you know, that sounds weird, like, oh, who gives a shit? They had a cell phone. Well, back in 04, 05, nobody had fucking cell phones unless they were getting ready to call something that was going to detonate a bomb. And sure as shit, you know, I saw a fucking convoy get blown up and didn't do anything about it.
And that's what I don't think people get, is like, they think civilians maybe think war is black and white. I'm like, it's gray. It's all gray. That's where you have to live. And you got to make decisions in that gray. You know, it's nothing, you know, like you'd see guys like, you know, on this deployment, or even Afghanistan, guys with ICOM or whatever. I mean, that's considered a weapon.
Yeah.
You know, because they're communicating, but then it's on you as a shooter to make that choice. Like, okay, is this guy actually doing something on that ICOM, or is he just somebody else? And sometimes that decision, you know, it can be right or wrong, but as long as you can live with it, I think, and you do it bed at night knowing that you did the right thing, then you should be fine. Yeah. So yeah, the going back to this, they brought the ISIS fighter in.
They brought him to you, or you went to him?
No, they brought him to us.
Okay.
And it was very like confusing and chaotic when they brought him back. I was actually in another spot, so I had moved once they had cleared through that village. I had moved my vehicle and another one to the flank, sort of set up like an L to cover them as they went through. So I was probably like 400 yards away from the main element, and there came over the radio that, hey, I think they have an ISIS fighter here. I was like, all right, check. I was like, well, they're done clearing. I was like, we'll come back there. Went back and, you know, walked up. There was a crowd around him. A lot of guys from my platoon and a lot of Iraqis were around this guy. I walked up and he looked like he was on death's door, just out of it. And I was like, hey, get the med bag and we'll start treating this dude. And I wasn't, to be clear, like, I didn't give a shit whether this guy lived or died.
Yeah.
It was more of like, this guy's here. What are we doing? You know, I can't just execute this guy. That's not the right. I mean, you know, I would have.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have mattered to me, but I was like, get the med bag and we'll work on him until he dies. And that's pretty much it.
Did you come over comms and say, everybody stand off, he's mine?
No. You
didn't?
No. I said something to the effect of like, yeah, just keep him there and we'll come back.
Okay.
That whole thing, they somehow coordinated 2-3 of them and came up with that same line. But then it was just whatever. They're ridiculous. It was like 2 or 3 of the guys in trial said, you know, like, oh, he said this, but then even their buddies were like, oh, I didn't hear him say that. So it's all convoluted. But I did say, you know, hold him there. We're coming back. Because I wanted to see what we had. But the guy was pretty much on death's door. So I got a med bag, walked up, and I started assessing him. The Iraqi general was actually putting him back they brought him on a hood of a Humvee, and they were throwing him back on the hood of the Humvee, just like willy-nilly. I was like, hey, we'll treat him. We'll take care of him. And he's like, okay. Left him there. I assessed him. He had either a shrapnel or gunshot wound to the left leg, and he wasn't breathing properly. So I did a crike. Criked him. Crike had no issues. Got misting in the tube, and then by that point, 2 of the other medics in my platoon had come over and started assisting.
Real quick, just for the audience and the listeners, a crike is when you cut a hole in somebody's neck so that they can breathe.
Yeah.
And, and when I was kind of doing my research, and they said that you had stabbed this kid to death, this poor little ISIS young boy, they said you stabbed him to death. And then I found out that you criked him, and I was wondering if they spun that, because it would technically
they didn't use that. No, they legitimately Craig Miller, who was my LPO, lied and said I legitimately took my knife out and started just going to town on this guy's neck in front of everybody, which is a complete lie. I criked him, and then the 2 other medics were there. I just got up, and at that point, the Iraqi partner force was like all circled around us. And I looked up and they had phones. So I went and got the general, and I was like, hey, back these guys up and get them out of here and tell them to stop taking pictures of us, because they were infamous for, they would take pictures of everything over there. And we were like, hey, we didn't want to be in any of the pictures. So he did. So he was like, back off, clear everybody out. I went back, and at that point they had already done 2 chest tubes on him. One was jacked up on the right side. They messed that one up, but on the left, they got a chest tube in them. And they just started doing other procedures on him. So at this point, he was pretty much like a live tissue lab. And so guys who were interested in becoming a medic, one of the new guys came up and were like, yeah, go ahead and do an IO. Like, it's pretty much like a pig lab at this point. And no, there's no issues on what was going on. Like, nobody was like, hey, this is, I'm bothered by this. Everyone was on board. And one of the new guys started giving him a interosseous in the chest plate to try and get some fluids in him. They tried to give him an IV. He had no veins, so they went IO. And at that point, I had walked away again, went and talked to the OIC. He was just like, what's going on with that guy? I'm like, he's done. He'll be dead here, or he is dead already. He's like, okay. He was, busy talking to the JTAC at that point, and there was nothing going on at this point. So I think that's another thing. There was no firefight. It was pretty much, they had cleared through that village, and they were done for the day. So I had walked back, and Corey Scott, who was at the head of the patient, or the ISIS fighter, not the patient, but he was like, yeah, he's done. He's dead. I was like, okay, are you sure? He's like, yeah. I was like, okay. I got on my knees. I flicked him in the eye. No response. I think I gave him like a sternal or a side rub. Nothing. And then this is where the story becomes what it became, is I took my knife out. I just like poked him in the side. Didn't break any skin. Jabbed him. No response. Put it back. And that was it.
So the reason he's doing that for the listeners is you're just confirming that he's dead.
Yeah.
A sternum rub, they're going to move. An eye tap, you're going to see fucking their eyeball move, and same with a knife. You're going to get some kind of a reaction.
Yeah, some kind of response. So yeah, I did, 3 different things, and I just wanted to make sure this dude was dead and we're not like leaving this guy barely breathing.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was done. And that was pretty much it. We, all got up, and we actually requested to go back to base because we were sitting around doing nothing. We were told to stay out there for the remainder to like a couple more hours just to see if the partner force would clear anymore. But we knew the partner force enough by then that we were like, they're not moving the rest of the day. They're done. But we stayed out there. And that's when, board team guys were all sitting around. They started messing with the body, it was nobody was thinking anything of it at the time.
Yeah.
My OIC came up and was like, hey, since we have time, we're not doing anything, do you want to re-enlist? Because I was planning on re-enlisting that deployment at some point. And I had just like other deployments I've been on, I'd re-enlisted out in the field. So I was like, yeah, we do it now. We got time. So we did a short little reenlistment ceremony, not over the body, not like the body wasn't even part of it. It was in the vicinity along with 3 other bodies that were off to the left. We were at.
I mean, that sounds like there's fucking bodies everywhere in the entire city. So where the hell are you even going to have re-enlist out there where there's not a fucking body?
Yeah, it wasn't like, the body wasn't even an issue or a thought in the re-enlistment thing. So I re-enlisted and got done with that. And guys started coming down and they were taking pictures. They were doing stupid pictures with the body. Onesie, twosies coming down, just pretty much fucking off.
Yeah.
Didn't think anything of it at the time. And then I even went over there and took a couple pictures with them, just fucking around. A couple of guys started flying the drone. They were playing games, like seeing how low they could get, the drone to the body and bounce it up and down. And all this saying it right now sounds pretty fucked up, but at the time it's like nobody, we were just like, whatever, we're just waiting here.
I think what people don't fucking understand is no human is supposed to experience this kind of shit.
Yeah.
And when that shit becomes the fucking daily norm,
yeah, you don't think anything of it. It's hard to explain to people, like, you're in a completely different mindset over there,
Well, what people don't understand too is the fucking comedy. Like, and I'm, that's how go to a firehouse, go to a police station, go to a fucking SEAL team, go to a Marine base. And when humans deal with tragedy on a regular basis, the only fucking coping mechanism that you have is humor.
Yeah.
And that humor gets fucking dark. But the important thing is, you're finding something, you know what I mean, to kind of keep your fucking mind going.
Exactly. Yeah. If you can't laugh about it, then, or have fun while you're in chaos, then you're going to be pretty miserable. Guys were fucking off, and then it was time to go home. We went back to base. I came back, debriefed the day. The body wasn't brought up during the debrief, and then I went and got a workout, did a little workout, and after the workout, I walked into a meeting that was going on with the LPO and everybody below. And everybody got, real quiet when I walked in, and I was like, what's going on? What's up? Nothing was said. Everyone sort of like dispersed. Well, then Corey Scott came up to me after I'd walked out, and he was like, hey, there's guys have some issues with the pictures that we're all taking today. And I was like, okay, what's the problem? They're like, well, some of the guys are scared that they're going to get in trouble for taking pictures, or that they're going to be, out there. And I was like, all right, well then just delete them. I'm like, it's a pretty simple solution. He was like, all right. So he walked off. Then Craig Miller, my LPO, came to my room and pretty much emphasized the same thing to me. Like, hey, some of the guys have issues with the pictures. And I was like, all right. I was like, bring all the senior E6s in. I brought them in, and I was like, what's the issue here? Same thing was brought up, but the pictures. And there was a TC Byrne, who was one of the medics, had a helmet cam on, during the whole thing. And I was like, okay. I was like, so I don't understand what you guys are stressing about. I was like, don't, show the pictures anywhere or delete them. We came to an agreement, and it was like, just delete. I was like, if you guys have issues, then delete it. Delete everything, and we'll move on. I'm like, nothing was done wrong, but like, if you guys think you're gonna get in trouble or stressing about it, then delete everything. They're like, okay. The problem is some of the other guys didn't want to delete them. They were like, I don't have a problem with this at all. But I thought the issue was resolved. It was, everyone was like, went on their merry way, and we're like, okay, it wasn't brought up ever again.
Did you think anything of it?
No.
With the team cohesion, or that these guys didn't like you, or?
I already knew at that point. I was pretty well aware that 2 of the guys didn't like me, Dylan DeLay and Dalton Tolbert. I could just tell from body language and the way they like, interacted with me, that they didn't like me. But in all honesty, I didn't really like them too much. But this was a job. I'm like, we have a job to do. I'm not going to let personal things get in the way here. But I could tell, that they didn't. There's something about me they didn't like. You could just, you walk into a room, you're like, all right, what's going on here? But I think at that point, because I don't know if that was what fractured or whatever, but the pictures or anything that was never brought up again. The rest of the deployment. I think what started happening is, we kept working and it got busier. We were going out all the time, and I had one of the guys in my platoon come up to me and was like, "Hey, I think we're working too much. We're tired." And I was like, "Okay, let's have another meeting, and I want to hear it." And I pulled the senior sixes again in, and the complaints I heard from that meeting were, "I don't have time to work out. The workload's too much." Or it was sort of petty complaints to me, where I'm like, dude, this is a deployment. And not only that, I have you guys on a week on, week off rotation. I'm like, you're getting a whole week back R&R. I'm like, myself, the OIC, are staying here the whole time, and we're not complaining or whatever. I'm like, the workload's not going to change. And I just let them know that. It's like, we're going to be going out. I'm like, you guys have a week to go back and rest and refit and come back out. There should be no excuses. They didn't take that, I don't think, too well. Didn't say anything to my face, but I could tell they were like, okay, our complaints didn't get us anywhere. Dalton Tolbert was screening to go to green team when we got back. So he came up to me and was like, I'm pissed because I don't have enough time to work out to get ready for green team. I was like, okay. I literally was like, I understand, because I completely understood. I was like, that's a big thing. I was like, I'll take you off some of the ops so you have time. He's like, okay. So I took him off, the next 2 days of ops, and was just like, hey, you can chill and work out. And I came back the next day, and then he was pissed that I took him off the ops and that I was saying I was punishing him. And at that point, I didn't know what to say to him. I'm like, dude, you just told me that you didn't want to go out. I'm trying to help you out to go work out, and now you're saying I'm punishing you. I was like, I can't. Where's the when are you going to be content?
Yeah.
That's just the kind of attitude I was sort of trying to deal with. And honestly, like, as a leader, I was having a hard time with it, as far as I've never been around guys who were complaining about going out into combat or like actually getting to do the job. So, I mean, I don't know if I dealt with it in the right way. I didn't know how to deal with it. I was just like, we're going to keep going, the mission first, and
I mean, what the fuck are you supposed to do? Tell the United States of America, hey, we're not going to take Mosul because we need to fucking work out, guys.
Yeah.
My butt's starting to sag a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, but honestly, that was like the dilemma I was in, to where I didn't know, what to do as far as, I had called my SEA. I'm like, dude, these guys are fucking bitching, about this. And he was just like, tell them to stop being a bunch of pussies. I was like, all right, exactly. So I'm doing the right thing then. But yeah, I think from that meeting on, it just started, fracturing. Like, I think these guys that were saying they were tired and didn't want to go out, they started really being a toxic group and started trying to get the rest of the platoon, to go against me. But this was all done behind the scenes. I had no idea like any of this was really going on until after the fact.
How early was this in the deployment? And
this was probably 4 months in.
Well, was it a 6-month deployment?
7
month deployment?
It was 6 months of straight work, and then the last month we had nothing because Mosul was clear. So which was good. It was like, to me, I took that as a month of like decompression before you go home, which I told the guys, I'm like, dude, take this month to like work on yourself, get ready to go home. You know, it was a busy deployment. But yeah, it was 6 months of straight work. So around the 4th month, I think, is when the guys really started. Not the whole platoon.
That's when you start picking up the signs.
These 4 guys were really working to, you know, turn the platoon against me.
Were they all on the same team? You said you'd broken the team up into 2.
So these guys were all in the same team, same group. All lived together in the same room.
So they had plenty of time to conspire,
commiserate.
You know,
you know,
you
the
were in
hate
the
train
field
that
working.
goes on.
Yeah.
You know, and it was probably around the 5th month is when I really, the end of the 5th month is when I really like found out just how bad it had gotten. I was living with, I roomed with the OIC and one of the JOs.
Mm-hmm.
I asked to use the JO's phone one day to call back to the Shake-On house to have them bring up some gear or whatever when they came and rotated out. He was like, threw me his phone. And I looked at it, you know, pulled up who I was going to call, and a text thread came up. And I saw my name like all through it. So naturally I was like, what's this? Started reading it, and this guy was like, we're fucking sick of working for Eddie. He's going to get one of us killed. Like, he's making us go out too much. He's too aggressive. Like, just a list of complaints. This guy was, you know, and just talking shit. So I read that, and I was like, what the fuck is this? I mean, it sort of took me by surprise.
Yeah.
I pulled the JO in. I was like, dude, what is this? And he, you know, pretty much got white. It's like, oh, I don't have anything to do with it. And I was like, well, obviously they're texting you these things. I'm like, so you knew this was like, there's some discontent going on. I'm like, why don't you just bring it to me? And he completely was, you know, I don't want anything to do with it. So I decided to, I didn't know what to do. I was pretty pissed. So I, you know, went and worked out and thought about it. And I was like, you know what? I'll just remove this guy, send him to another platoon, and, you know, rotate him out with another guy that wants to be here. And I had guys the whole deployment calling me, knocking down the door, trying to get, you know, augment us because we were doing the most work. So I called back and let them know. I'm like, hey man, pack your shit. You know, I'm going to send you over to Delta. I'm going to get somebody else over here, take your spot. That didn't go over well. That ended up being like, he was pissed. So I had one final meeting with the E6s the next day. My OIC calmed me down. Was like, dude, I know you're pissed. Just let's all go talk and hash this out, which was the right call. So we drove. We actually called off an op, or like going out, so we could settle this drama. And we drove up to the Shake-On house, and I pull up there, and it's all the accusers. So it's Craig Miller, DeLay, Dalton, Corey Scott, and this other guy who I won't mention because he's still active duty and he actually did the right thing. I went and talked to him. I walked in the house. They were all standing there looking at me, and I was like, called the guy into a room and sat him down and was like, hey, let's emotions off the table or try. And I was like, let's just talk and hash this out. What's going on? Like, so I was like, I don't understand why, you know, your complaints or like what the issue is here. And we had a good conversation for about 10, 15 minutes. And what it came down to was, you know, what he was telling me is the guys were rotating back for rest and refit for a week. And then they were commiserating and creating this hate circle. And it was all, you know, everything was my fault.
It was all directed at you?
Yeah. Which I completely understood. I was like, dude, that's not my first rodeo. I'm like, usually when guys get tired or whatever, leadership gets blamed for something, you know, they want to point the finger or bitch about something, which is completely normal. So we talked about it, and he came, you know, he was like, dude, I realize what, you know, we're working ourselves up here. I explained some tactical things I was doing to him, and he was like, no, that does make sense. And I'm like, this is why we're doing this. He was like, no, I got it. And that was the end of it. I was like, dude, let's just finish this deployment out. I did tell him, I was like, dude, you are going to like do some shit duty for a week because you're texting the JO here, talking shit about your chief. I was like, so I had him doing like supply runs for a week, you know, but that was it.
Were they pissed at the OIC at all?
So while I was in this meeting with this guy, my OIC was out with the rest of the guys, and I guess they were all trying to get him to turn on me. They were like, you know, they told him I was manipulating him, that he's not really in charge, that I am. I mean, this is coming from E5, E6 is to, you know, an officer. Jake immediately chewed all them out, told him, you know, shut the fuck up. That, you know, we had a good working relationship, that and that he was pretty pissed that they were pulling this like mutinous type crap, you know, and he put them in their place. I wasn't there to witness it, but I heard about it, which is, I mean, I respect Jake for doing that, you know, for standing up. And so I came out after that meeting and pretty much pulled the rest of the guys in. I told them to go ahead and get everything out. I was like, get it off your chest. I was like, what else? I'm like, why are you guys so fucking angry? And then it came out. DeLay was like, we heard you called us a bunch of pussies and you called us cowards. And I was like, yeah, I did say that. They're like, yeah, well, we're fucking pissed about it. And this is where they told me, they're like, we've all been together for this is our third platoon. You're the new guy. Like, whatever we're together. And they said that straight to my face. So as a chief, I was pretty worn out by this point, dealing with the drama, dealing with this petty shit that I didn't think I'd have to deal with on a deployment. I just looked at him and I was like, you know what, man? I was like, I apologize. I'm like, I apologize for calling you guys pussies and cowards. All right. I was like, let's just get over this crap and move. I was like, if that's what you guys are really mad about, then let's just move on and finish this deployment out strong. You know, we'd had a good deployment. We're being very successful. I was like, this is doing is just dragging us down. This little petty thing we got going on. They all agreed. They're like, yeah, you're right. Okay. We shook hands. I'm like, all right, we'll move on. Unfortunately, I moved on, or tried to, and they kept their little circle going, which culminated to when we came back from deployment. And that's when I found out that they were still spreading little rumors about me. I had gone home on the first flight on deployment as well, which wasn't an easy call. There was, you know, you usually rotate out 3 different flights, and then usually the chief is supposed to stay to the end, do turnover, go out on the last flight. I had some personal problems at home with my kids. Andrea was having a rough time. And to be honest, I was fucking over being around some of these guys. So Andrea had never asked me to come home once early from a deployment, no matter what was going on. But she was like, I'd really appreciate it if you got home, you know, quicker or sooner. And so I made the call. I called my mass chief and was like, dude, this is what's going on. He was like, yeah, no worries. Go home on the first flight. He's, you know, everything's good to go. So when I left on that first flight, these guys really turned it on because I was no longer there and started going to the OIC and like really trying to hammer home, like, dude, fuck him. Like, you know, he was manipulating you the whole time, the whole thing all over again.
Yeah. How did you find that out?
My OIC told me. He came back on the third flight and he was like, hey man, and he pulled me aside, or we just talked, and he was like, dude, this is what these guys were doing. He was like, they were even, so my wife had taken a picture of me and my kids, like, you know, reuniting, whatever, you know, hugging each other, and posted it. I mean, they were using those pictures like, look, he's home with his family and we're not, like, he shouldn't be home, like using all this crap to stir things up. Luckily, my OIC, he told me, he was like, they had me going for a second, but he's like, this isn't right, you know, none of this, it's all bullshit. So that's when, and I had also heard, I got back on the first flight, and nobody was really back at the team just yet. You know, guys were still coming in from everywhere they were deployed. So there was like handfuls of guys back, and I had a couple guys come up to me and they were like, hey man, like there's a couple dudes in your platoon who were saying some shit about you. And I was like, well, what are they saying? You know, and he's like, well, they said that you're tactically unsound, you're too aggressive, that you're dangerous, and all that. I was like, okay, you know,
yeah,
I've heard that.
You've already been fucking proven time and time again.
Yeah, but then they were like, they also said you're a thief, and that's when I was like, what? And they're like, oh yeah, they said you were stealing from everybody. That set me off to where I was like, I've never been called a thief before, nor did I steal from anybody. I was like, so this needs to be addressed. And I'd heard it from probably 2 or 3 people, different people at that point. So once the whole platoon was back, I called them in for a meeting. And you know, myself, OIC, everybody. And I was like, dude, came in. And you got to think, like, more than half the platoon has no clue that any of this drama is going on. Maybe if they do, they don't think it's as bad as it is. So, you know, if the whole platoon's in there sort of like, what's this meeting about? I was like, hey, ranks are off. I was like, I want to know, like, what's going on here. Like, what? I was like, I've been called, you know, told them everything that I'd heard. And I was like, I've been called a thief. I was like, I want to know right now what I stole from somebody. I was like, because I've never stolen anything from anybody. And I was like, so if I somehow did, I want to either fix it, or if it's rumors that you guys are starting, I want to squash it. Nobody said a word for about 2 minutes. And I told them, I was like, listen, I've already heard it enough times. Let's just get it out. Dalton Tolbert was like, okay, well, you stole a Red Bull out of a refrigerator 6 months ago. And I looked at him and I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, you stole somebody's Red Bull. And it was 6 months ago.
A Red Bull?
Yeah. I was like, out of the platoon fridge. And I didn't know what to say to that. And I was like, dude, I don't know if I took somebody's Red Bull or not 6 months ago out of the platoon fridge where everybody goes in and just grabs whatever. But I was like, tell me that's not why you guys are calling me a thief. He's like, well, that caused a huge issue. I was like, okay. Well, I was like, I can't either confirm nor deny if I took a Red Bull or not. I don't remember. I was like, please tell me there's something else. You have something more concrete that you guys are calling me a thief on. Tom McNeil, who was the JO that I lived with the whole deployment. He didn't say anything, but Dalton Tolbert again was like, you didn't pay somebody for a haircut. You didn't pay somebody back for a haircut that they paid for. I got one haircut that deployment near the end, and Tom McNeil paid for it because me and him went together. So I looked at Tom and I was like, hey, he's right. I didn't pay you back for the haircut. I was like, I'll go get the money out of the ATM. Tom's like, no, it's not a big deal. I don't care. I was like, well, obviously you do. If this guy's talking for you, you know, this has been talked about before. It must be an issue. I was like, tell me there's something else. And there was nothing. Craig Miller said he stated that I stole his sunglasses, and I was like, I don't have them. And he's like, well, I have them back now. So I was like, well, how did I steal them? And he's like, well, I wrote it on the board that somebody stole them, and all of a sudden they appeared the next day. And I was like, so you're putting that on me? And he was like, yeah. I was like, well, I didn't steal them, man. You know, and that was pretty much the end of that meeting where I was like, dude, you guys need to cut this shit out. Like, stop spreading this. I was like, I don't know what's gotten into you. And I told them, I was like, you guys need to decompress. I'm like, it was a hectic deployment. You guys need to go chill out, take whatever this 2 weeks of leave, block leave you have, and just, you know, I was like, if you need to talk to somebody. But I was like, this isn't gonna help anybody. You guys keep spreading this hate. They all were like, the rest of the platoon, I think, was confused on what was going on. They were just like, what the fuck? But these guys, some of them nodded their head like, okay, we get it. But Dalton Tolbert, he was like staring daggers at me when I said this. And so I looked at him and I was like, we can go to the fight room, which is that trade at. And I was like, and let's just fight it out. I was like, you guys don't like me. I don't fucking like you personally. I was like, ranks are off. I was like, we can just go get it out that way and then go on our merry way if that's where you guys want to go. I was like, I'll fight every one of you, one after the other. And I was like, and you'll kick my ass. But I was like, I think we'll feel better at the end. Nobody said a word. Dalton just like looked down at the ground. I was like, all right, then I don't want to hear shit. And I was like, I'm still your chief. And if you guys need help with anything, and I did help them out with the next duty stations, I was like, I'm not holding anything personal here. I was like, but I did tell Craig and them, I was like, dude, I'm not like your buddy. I was like, especially after this, you guys accuse me of all this shit and spread lies about me. Like, we're not hanging out or anything, but I will help you out in your career. Like, if you need help going to your next station or assignment. They went from that meeting and went to the command and told them, like Dalton and Craig, that I had threatened to assault them, that I was threatening their lives because I invited them to go to the fight room and settle it that way. And that's where, they started from there, and then the escalation of allegations started. It went from that I was too dangerous, blah, 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 all the other crap with the tactics. Then, he's a thief. And then it escalated to now he's like trying to come after us, which wasn't far from the truth. I wasn't even thinking about them. Yeah. The command actually, when Craig and them came up to them and started giving them these complaints, they were like, hey, he's too dangerous, his tactics are this and this. Like, so the command's like, okay, well, give me some of the tactics he was doing. I think this was my TU commander. I was like, all right, what was he doing that was so dangerous? Like, give me an example. They're like, oh, he used us as bait. He was trying to get us killed. So I was like, okay, well then give me an example. And this is the example they gave me. Like, well, we were on a roof getting shot at by a sniper, and he had one of us put our helmet on a stick and put it, up over the wall so we could see where the fire was coming from. And they were like, yeah, that's been a tactic that's been used.
Yeah, forever.
So did they make you put your own grape up there, like your own head? And he's like, no. And he was like, well, what's the issue? So they really had they were coming with these complaints with nothing to back them up. Mm-hmm. They were just, the more they tried to explain it, the dumber they sounded. And the command just told them the same thing I did. Like, it sounds like you guys need to go decompress. Like, it sounds like, you guys need to go chill. They were like, well, he's a thief. And then my TU commander's like, what was he stealing? And they're like, oh, he took power bars out of a care package that wasn't his. And I think my TU commander's like, dude, this all seems pretty petty. And if you take that up with the chief's mess, then like if you, which they never did because it was all BS. But they came back 3 different times to my TU commander with the same complaints. And I think my TU commander got fed up and was like, listen, is there something valid here? Why do you guys keep coming back and saying stuff like, did he do any LOAC violations or anything like that? No, they denied it 3 different times. They're like, no, nothing like that. And he's like, well, then if there's nothing like that, then go fucking decompress. Like, he got number 1 chief out of the team. He's, doing, Marsoc had nothing but good things to say about him. Like, we don't understand why you guys are coming with this BS unless there's something valid. And they got pretty frustrated at that, I guess. And they, about 4 months later is when they came back and they're like, oh, we have something. Like
4 fucking months?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And and what we came to find out is, afterwards they were conspiring over text messages, like figuring out a plan. Like, I mean, you could see it in all their text messages. Like, we need to make sure our story's watertight so no one could poke holes in it. Like this and this. They would be having little meetings, and that's when, about 4 months later, Craig Miller went to the TU commander again, he was at a different command.
So everybody was probably scattered around.
Yeah,
by
everyone
this
was
point.
scattered off, to different commands. And that's when, he came to them and was like, okay, we have something. And he was like, what is it? And he's like, oh, he stabbed a prisoner. And my TU commander was like, okay, well, we're going to route this up. You sure, like, yeah. And that's where it skyrocketed from there. It's like they went and reported it to, these guys went and reported to NCIS, called NCIS themselves and told them that I had murdered an ISIS prisoner. And that's when it just went off the rails. NCIS got involved. This guy, Agent Warpinski, who was the lead agent, you couldn't have put a worse actor in this whole situation. I mean, he pretty much came, just to give you like an example or context, the first interview he did, like hadn't even started investigating the case. He brings in Craig Miller, and the first thing he says is, this is a black and white open and shut case. We already know we got him. So go ahead and say whatever. And you guys aren't going to get in trouble for anything that you did. So it was like, gave these guys carte blanche to just spew out whatever they wanted.
Shit.
So basically what Warpinski did is he formed a prosecution and then did the investigation. Did it completely backwards.
Before we go on with that, just heading back.
Yeah.
When you took that platoon over, you had one guy that you brought in, which sounded like he was your boy, your right-hand man, your LPO, and he got transferred to another platoon because that chief got shot in the chest, correct?
Yes.
Did he live?
He did. Yeah, dude. That guy's an animal that got shot in the chest. Yeah, big old Indian.
Is that when you started to see maybe the wheels fall off?
And that's a good point, man. I'm glad you brought that up. So I did have Craig Miller was not my LPO during workup or any of that. I had this other guy who was my right hand man. Awesome guy, awesome operator. And he picked up Chief right before we deployed. But he, the team or the command was like, he's going to stay with your platoon. Because usually, like, if someone picks up Chief, they're not going to have two Chiefs in the same platoon. They'll move him somewhere else. At least that's the way they did it on the West Coast for a little bit. But they were like, yeah, he's going to stay as your LPO the whole deployment, which I was thankful for. I mean, that guy, he was an awesome LPO. Just had a good read on the dudes. And he would also come to me if there was anything, like, right away, like, hey, man, guys are bitching about this or they're wondering about this, and we would address it, But yeah, about a month and a half into deployment, Bravo platoon, their chief got shot in the chest. And they were needing a chief, so I sent my LPO over there.
Were they in Mosul too?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So my LPO went over there, and that's when Craig Miller had stepped up as LPO. And that is actually where I think
things started
going down, because Craig was really good buddies with all the other senior E6s. And I think he found it difficult to detach himself as an LPO and not just like a friend peer, Yeah. So it was, the guys were coming to him with complaints and whether they were petty or not. And he was, instead of like coming to me and being like, hey, he was keeping it to himself and sort of just encouraging it,
Yeah.
And all that was, after the fact, obviously, that I found most of this out, or I had, an idea some of it was going on, but not to the extent.
No confirmation.
No.
Yeah.
And I wasn't really worried about digging into it. I was focused on just going out. I mean, and that's the one of the downfalls, I'll say, like, that happened. Me and my OIC both admitted it to the platoon. Like, we were too mission focused, and just like worried about going out every day. And we apologize if we weren't like focused on how you guys were doing, I guess. It was, we could have done a better job at that. But that's just where my mindset was at the time.
So we're getting ready to take a break before we head into the NCIS investigation and the courts and everything. But I do have 2 questions. And one is, do you get personal satisfaction out of killing the enemy? And 2, do you respect the enemy?
I respect the enemy for sure. I mean, I respect especially ISIS going through that. I mean, I respected their will. I respect their will to fight. I respect how you want to talk about loyalty.
Yeah.
That's a fucking loyal bunch right there. And they're willing to die for their ideology, however fucked up it is. To me, it's impressive to watch guys blow themselves up on a daily basis off an idea,
Yeah.
Do I get personal satisfaction? I don't know how to answer that without sounding like a psychopath, but or however I was painted, because now I find it hard nowadays to answer questions like that because of just how I was painted. But yes, I get personal satisfaction of taking evil off this earth.
I would say that's a valid answer.
Yeah, I do.
I don't know anybody that I've worked with or myself that doesn't.
Yeah.
And, I respect the shit out of them too. I hate them. I fucking hate them. But, when you get down to it, it's fucking another man that's standing up for what he fucking believes in, which, to be honest with you, is more than you can say about 99% of the people that live in this fucking country.
That's the truth right there. Yeah. And that's where that level of respect comes in for them, because at least they're standing up for something. Whether they might be on the wrong side, but at least they're doing it. And, if you would ask me that question before all this mess, I would have probably been like, fuck yeah. Like, I get complete satisfaction out of it, which I do. But I think just because of the rigmarole, everything I went through, now it's like,
now you have to be political.
Yeah, not even like political, but also like just the judgment, like I've been painted as this war criminal psychopath. So therefore I'm always like, well, if I answer it truthfully, then people are like, oh, you are a fucking crazy bastard. Where it's like, I'm not, but yeah, I do get personal satisfaction out of taking evil off this earth and killing the enemy. Just like a firefighter gets personal satisfaction about putting out fires,
Yeah.
It's my job.
Well, thanks for the honesty. On that note, let's take a fucking break.
All right.
Well, my fires kind of suck. But my gummy bears don't. Head over to VigilanceElite.com. Buy yourself a bag of gummy bears. And if your fires suck too, get yourself a Vigilance Elite beanie. Keep those grapes warm. Enjoy the show.
All right, so we're back from the break, and you just had a hellacious deployment, and your task unit commander told the boys to get a hold of NCIS. So just rewind them real quick. This shit is just blowing my mind that from the era that I was in and every other guy that sat in that fucking chair across from me, this would have been a dream deployment. So it's you know, for whatever it's worth, I would have loved to have been in a fucking platoon like that, doing that mission. And everyone that I know, from what you're saying in your account, would have given anything to been a part of that.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, that was some shit, man.
Yeah, it was an awesome deployment. Probably one of my better ones for sure. Like just action wise and work wise. And you know, that's what I had. I had told these guys, you know, that same pretty much speech. I was like, you know, guys will give their right nut right now to be where you're at. You know, and you guys are sitting here bitching and complaining about going out too much.
Yeah.
It's like, that's ridiculous.
That's interesting. Is that SEAL team wide now? Is that like how the community is?
No.
Okay.
Heck no. No.
Well, that's good to know.
No. And that's, I want, you know, I made sure I try to get that point across, like the first interview I did. Like the actions of these 4 to 5 individuals do not in any way like replicate what the feelings are in the community as a whole. I mean, most of the guys that are out there, just like you and I, were banging down the door trying to get on that deployment. Everybody wants to get in the fight. Everyone wants to go on the hot deployments or the good ones. I just think these 4 individuals, you know, it's just a different breed of, you know, and I'll tell you this, like, I've tried to wrap my head around it. Like, how did these guys like get to this point, and why did they go to this, you know, level to like come at me? And I'll never be able to figure it out. And honestly, like I can try and come up with as many excuses as possible for them, or like, oh, maybe it's because they were tired or they were this or that. And everything that they did, nothing justifies their actions at all. And it's not in my DNA, or I'm sure it's not in your DNA to ever pull some shit like this where you're like, oh, I don't like this person, so therefore I'm just going to do stuff to take him down and possibly send him away for life. Especially another teammate, you know.
Well, moving on, what happens when they tell the boys contact NCIS?
So they were pulled. I think they were pulled into a little meeting, and they were pretty much told, like, if you guys want to move forward with this, here's the number to NCIS. And so these guys contacted NCIS. My TU commander went and reported it up the chain of command that this was told to him. The head shed above him, which was at Group 1, I think it was a Group 1 JAG, told him, is there anybody willing to come forward and say they saw this? He said, yeah, I don't know. Went back and he was like, are you guys willing to come forward? And at that time, not all of them were. They weren't all on board. Craig Miller was like, oh, I'll come forward and say it. But they were like, we need, you know, if this really happened, we need more people to come forward. They got, I think, so at that same time, when the command JAG was telling them to come forward, they were already talking to NCIS as well. So it was like this discombobulated, who reported what, you know, and I think that became a whole another piece of drama later on, which they tried to charge my TU commander with obstruction of justice or hiding it, whatever, not reporting it, which is he did. But once they called NCIS themselves and were like, you know, we have this case or whatever, that's when it went off the rails. I was pulled in around that time and told that I was under investigation officially. It came out on the command, whatever you call it, the blotter, whatever. It goes out to all of NSW, and it said that I was being investigated for laws of armed conflict.
Is that how you found out?
I was pulled into the Master Chief's office. This is actually, I got pulled into the Master Chief of TRADET. He's out now, but he pulled me in and said, hey, you're under investigation for LOAC violations. I asked him, what is it? Like, what's the LOAC violation? He told me he couldn't tell me. He couldn't talk to me about it. wasn't allowed, he's like, I'm not going to talk to you about it. I asked him what I should do. I was like, I've never been in a situation like this. And he was like, nothing, I can't tell you anything, which was pretty disappointing. But then one thing I'll remember he said to me before I left his office is he looked me straight in the eye and he said, if you did what they're saying you did, you need to come out and fess up to it now and own up to it. And I was like, I don't even know what they're saying I did. He's like, you know what it is and you need to fess up to it. And that's when I shut the door to his office and told him, I was like, dude, I knew this Master Chief. I'd been on ops with him before. I'd seen him pull some Sway shit. And I was like, I've never judged you or anybody else for their actions. And I appreciate if you didn't judge me, especially when I don't even know what's going on right now. And I'd appreciate some help, but if you don't have anything helpful to say, then just shut the fuck up. Like, don't talk to me then, So I walked out of there, and that's when I went to my buddy, another operator, and asked him what I should do. And he gave me the name of his lawyer, who I contacted. He told me I should contact him just in case this thing went off the rails, which it did. But yeah, I called him and just sort of had them set up on the side, waiting to see if anything happened.
Damn.
Yeah. Once I got told I was put under investigation, I was immediately started. I got pulled out of, I was the SCA senior enlisted advisor over at SAUC, Urban Combat Trade. I got pulled from that position, thrown into an office with no job, no responsibility, just told to come report each day. That lasted for about a month. Then they pulled me from there and sent me to supply, across the street, where there's no SEALs. There's a one SEAL Master Chief in charge, but the rest are, support, and admin guys. And that's when I had already known it was like, this isn't going well. But then once you sort of get pulled away from the teams in general and thrown in supply, you're like, okay, this is where they send the shitbirds. So from there, I went to talk to the Group 1 Master Chief. I want to know what was going on, which was Steve Ward at the time. He refused to talk to me, but I went over there on my own, and sort of forced a meeting with him. Was like, hey, he said the same line to me. I'm not going to talk to you about anything. Don't bring up anything to me. And all I told him was like, the stuff that's being said isn't true. That I suggest they did some internal investigation of their own before they further this. And I told him this will be the biggest black eye in the community if he keeps progressing this way.
Are these guys, did you have personal relationships with all these guys, or?
I knew, you talking about the Master Chiefs?
Yeah.
I knew them. Yeah. Like I hadn't done platoons with them or anything, but small community, like, them. They knew who I was too. There was nothing personal, like where they would have something against me or I had something against them. Like, not that I know of anyways. But it was definitely weird the way that everybody sort of, hands off, like you're on your own. I got told by another Master Chief that I was pretty much, I had to look at it as I was on an island all by myself, and I had to swim my way back if I wanted to come back, and no one was going to help me. And that's, after I heard that was like the honest truth. And I was like, okay. And I was like, I'll swim my way back then.
Damn.
Yeah. So it was pretty disheartening.
You knew it was NCIS at this point?
Oh, I dealt with NCIS in the past. I mean, and this is what's funny is like, I was brought up in the teams. Obviously, it was like day one shit, like don't trust NCIS. They're always out to bag a SEAL. They're always trying to find something to take a SEAL down. And they actually, my first platoon, when I was a new guy, they took my platoon chief off of deployment. Just came up, swooped him halfway through, and he was gone. For some, I don't even know, some BS that didn't even happen. But I had dealt with them like very minimally, just like in that case, and then nothing like this though. But so when I knew they were involved, I didn't know, I had no no idea just how fucked up those guys were.
Yeah.
Like what a clown show they were, and I pretty much, got firsthand experience just seeing how they operated. And when they, well, I'll get to the point where they raided my house, but yeah, they pretty much, they started the investigation, I think in late April of 2018. And I had no idea just how extensive they were investigating. Like, all I was told was an investigation. No one had ever come and talked to me.
This is like a year after the actual...
Yeah.
After the
deployment.
The kid.
Yeah, the kid.
That was May of 2017, correct?
Mm-hmm. So this is about a year later. I obviously was told I was under investigation, but no one was saying a word to me. And I was sitting in supply for however long, a month and a half. No job. I'd show up and there was nothing for me to do. So I took it upon myself at that point. I was like, okay, well, I'll just start prepping for retirement, or like maybe I'll get out. I don't know. So I started taking classes on transition. I went to the Honor Foundation, which is like a transition type program to just see what's like out there in the civilian world and prep you. I started putting in for Intrepid Spear, which is like a branch off of NICO for TBI and everything else like that. I had been recommended to go after that deployment. I'd been, taking enough blasts at that point that they were like, hey, just get checked out. And that's pretty much protocol now. Like, before you retire, it's like, I want to go get checked out and not, get NICO full head to body scan or head to toe scan, because as we know, during our career, I don't report anything. I didn't, you suck everything up, and my medical record was pretty thin. So I started all that process while I was in supply, and it was still nobody was blocking me from doing that. But nobody was saying it to me either. And around in June, I get a phone call at home from somebody at supply, one of the chiefs that worked there, and he had told me that the XO wanted to speak to me the following morning. XO was a SEAL, and that I hadn't met with him yet, and he just wanted to have a face-to-face with me since I was attached there, which made sense to me. I was like, okay, whatever. Got up the next morning, went there, showed up, at his office 15 minutes prior in uniform, and knocked on his door, and he cracked it open, looked at me, told me to wait a second, shut the door, and then about a minute later he opened it, and there was probably 5 to 6 NCIS agents in there. I walked in, and they were, flashed their badge, told me that they were going to take me for some interrogation, question me, and they started, pulling everything out of my pockets. At the time, I didn't, I played it cool. I was just like, I was pretty pissed, but I knew if I had reacted in any negative way, it wasn't going to look good. So I was like, okay, just like compliant. But what pissed me off is they handcuffed me for nothing. I was like, why do I need to be handcuffed? I'm going. They're like, oh, it's protocol. It's not protocol. They handcuffed me and paraded me around in front of the whole supply command.
Damn.
For a shame factor, because once somebody sees you in handcuffs, they're like, oh, this guy did something.
Had you done any research on what you should be doing to prepare for what might happen with the investigation?
Yeah. All I knew was, what I had been told since day one, like, I want my lawyer. I'm like, I'm not talking to him one bit. But other than that, no, I hadn't done anything else. The lawyers that I had on standby, there was nothing was being told to me at the time. So there was really nothing to go on. It was like, I just know I'm under investigation. And they were like, okay, well, we'll just see where this leads. It could go nowhere, or, you know, it could go the way it went. And once they pulled me, they drove me across to 32nd Street, which is another Navy base there, across the bay from Coronado, which is where the NCIS little headquarters is. And they brought me in there and put me in
That's the major base in San Diego, right?
Yeah. They put me in an interrogation room, just like something you see out of the movies. You know, had the little see-through glass thing there. And they sat me down, tried to be all buddy with me, like, hey, man, like, we're just, you know, we've heard some things, and you're being, you know, just accused. This was the first time I heard you're being accused of murder. And I knew better than to, I wasn't even going to start having a conversation with them. I just was, and I was polite to them. I wasn't a dick. I was like, hey, I even said that. I was like, I don't want to be a dick to you guys, but I want my lawyer, like, before I say anything. And they were like, oh, okay. And I was like, you know, can I call him? You know, can I call him? They had my phone. They were like, yeah, just give us his number and we'll call him. I gave it to them. They both walked out, shut the door, and that was it for 7 hours. No one came back. I think twice somebody knocked it, cracked it open to see if I needed a piss. But
7 hours?
7 hours from, well, I say like, yeah, 8:30 in the morning till 4 or 5 in the afternoon. I can't remember exactly when they let me out.
And they told you were being charged for murder?
They didn't tell me I was being charged with anything. They just said that I had been accused.
Accused of murder?
Of murder.
For, did you have any idea what for?
They said it was on the prior deployment, that Mosul deployment. And that's it. That's all they really said to me. And then once I told them I wanted my lawyer, they left.
When they told you that, and they told you it was the last deployment, did you have, I mean, it sounds like you guys got a shit ton of trigger time.
Yeah.
Is there any specific
incident
and
that was sort
came
of like
to mind?
the scary part of it was, you know, I think you kill enough individuals, you know, on employment, you can be like, well, this could be any one thing. And not saying that we murdered anybody, but, you know, you don't know. You don't know what's being said. I had heard enough rumors up to that point. And I heard some, I mean, the teams is like one big sewing circle. So I had guys obviously coming up to me like, oh, these guys we heard this. I mean, they heard I was stomping babies out. It was like, it went from like the most craziest rumors to the most like mundane. I mean, that's why, you know, Andrea coined the term. I think it was like from Red Bulls to war crimes, you know, it was everything, that and everything in between. And so I had no real concept of like, or idea what they were actually saying I did, you know, or what scenario that I was supposedly involved in. So once they locked me in that, they kept me in that room. You know, I had no idea what was going on. But while I was in that room, they went and raided my house. They raided my cage, my car, which was at the team. They went to everything. And they sent a, 20 to 30 man SWAT team to my house. This is the crazy thing, is when they were taking me over to that interrogation room, I asked them, I was in the back of the car, handcuffed. I'm like, how long is this going to take? And they were like, why? And I'm like, because my wife's not home. She's at lunch or like a brunch with a friend. And I was like, my oldest son is leaving and I need to be back by, I think it was like 1 o'clock because my youngest son's there. I specifically remember this as those two looked at each other like, and they're like, oh no, yeah, we'll get you out. You'll be done by then. I was like, okay. Well, as I'm being, you know, I'm in that office with no phone, wondering like what my kids are going to do. They were actually raiding my house during that time. My youngest son was downstairs watching TV. My oldest was still in bed.
How old?
He had just turned 18.
And your youngest?
8 years old. at the time. The way they both like have described to me what happened is, my youngest was watching TV. We have a big window that looks out into the street in our living room. He looked out the window and saw guys with automatic weapons coming up to the house in like a train. He had said he saw a guy in the window, I think, with a gun, which he's 8 years old. He ran upstairs, got my oldest son, woke him up, and was like, there's guys with guns outside. My oldest son told him to get the fuck out of his room, or, was like, whatever, thought he was just being kooky. And he started crying and was like, no, there's guys with guns. Like, you need to go look. So my oldest son walked downstairs, and he said he could see somebody out of the window. And when he opened the door, there was a guy on his knees with a gun to him, pointed at him, and then two guys with other guns pointing at his head.
The 8-year-old?
No, this is my 18-year-old, and my 8-year-old standing behind him, crying. They're yelling at my oldest son to get his hands up, which he did. And then they were like, we need to come outside now. This is all, my oldest son is like, doesn't know what's going on. And he calmly was like, well, can I put my hands down to open the door? And they didn't know what to do. He said they just sat there, like, trying to figure out how to actually conduct a fucking raid. Or
so these guys,
no, they were,
this is the first house they ever raided.
Yeah. And the crazy part is these are all NCIS agents. They had an FBI agent somewhere in the mix, because they would not be able to conduct that raid without an adult there present. So that's what they used. Like, they had an FBI guy there, like, being like, oh, I'm overseeing this. But that goes to show you anything. These guys can't even conduct raids without an adult present, so they don't do anything stupid. They ended up pulling my kids out in the middle of the street in their underwear. By this time, the neighbors, are all looking out, seeing this go on. They have my whole street, every avenue to my street barricaded off. It looked like I was a cartel member.
So they yanked an 8-year-old kid out of your house at gunpoint and threw his ass in the front yard in his underwear for everybody to see.
Yeah. And left him there for a while. And just they started to lay siege to my house. Now, my wife is Andrea. She's down the street, probably like 2 miles, at a breakfast place having brunch with a friend. She gets a phone call from my daughter, who my daughter was in Ohio at the time, with her biological dad. And so one of the neighbors had called my daughter, a girl that was our neighbor, and was like, your brothers are outside with guns pointed at their heads in their underwear. Like, and there's people all over the streets with guns.
Holy shit. So
my daughter was like, calls my wife, and she's like, I just got a call from so-and-so, and this is what's going on. And, all this is probably like crazy. And they're just like, what? And so my wife gets up, and she's like, I got to go. Races home. And she said that she tried to pull up in our neighborhood and everything was blocked off. She somehow got a call from one of the NCIS agents, and she was like, I'm coming home. And they opened it up and let her through. She parked, and then they immediately started interrogating my wife. They brought her into a van, I think. And just started asking her all sorts of questions, And
you had no idea this shit was going on?
No idea that any of this was going on. I think it was my youngest son asked one of the NCIS agents why they were there. And they pretty much said, your dad's a murderer, or he's being, like, told the kids that I'm being, like, charged with murders. Pretty much telling my kids I'm a murderer, which is insane to me. Why you would tell somebody's kids that when you don't have anything, at that point. And then, my wife pretty much told him to screw off in some form or fashion and was just like, I have nothing to say to you. And then she went in and watched them pretty much take everything out of my house. Took all my kids' electronic equipment, took anything they could.
Damn.
They found, going through my garage, just like any other team guy's garage, I have all my kit bags and shit in there. So they were pulling out, magazines that are high capacity magazines for California and pretty much being like, oh, got them on this. I had this is actually pretty funny. I had a dummy grenade, the blue body, in one of my kit bags.
Yeah.
They called EOD and said I had a live grenade in my house. So EOD, I guess, rolls up to my house and come to find out it's literally a dummy grenade. And they were like, this is, just to give you an idea how incompetent these fucking guys are. The best thing I think I heard my wife say is when they were, they'd been there for hours and she's just like watching them go through all of our shit and take it. And she told me, she's like, they all look like it was just a bunch of beta male, like dudes, like just, you could tell like these fucking guys have no idea what they're doing. And one of them came up to her and I don't know if he put his hand on her shoulder or like did something. It was like, this must be really hard for you. What's going on right now? And I guess she told me, she looked at him and she's like, you have no fucking clue what we go through in this community. She's like, you think this is fucking hard? She's like, you're out of your mind. Like, hurry, get your shit, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
So they, dispersed. I have no clue that this is going on. They come back in the interrogation room finally, and they're like, hey, all right, you can go. At this point, I'm like just fucking worn out just from sitting there for so long, wondering what's going on. I come out. They had my phone, and they're like, we're keeping your phone. I was like, all right. And they're like, I said, can I call my lawyer? Or I think it was either my lawyer or my wife. And they're like, oh, yeah. They gave me my phone. I put the code in, and then they yanked it out of my hand. And they're like, you can't have it. And that's how they got into my phone. And right before I left the NCIS office, one of the agents, this little turd, Brian Frank, he actually testified at my trial. He's in there all kitted up. It looks like he's like this little kid playing airsoft. He looks right at me and he's like, hey, when I was walking out, he's like, I saw your wife today. And I turned and looked at him like, what? And he's like, yeah, I saw her. And I was like, okay, like, what the fuck are you talking about? I just walked out. Like, little did I know, until I got home, that they had pretty much laid siege to my house.
So they're fucking taunting you.
Yeah. Everything they did was to taunt me and try and get me to do something so they could be like, we got him. I mean, it was, at that point I had no idea, but it became more evident as this whole nightmare went on. But I got home and that's when, my wife and kids were in the living room just like, what the fuck? And yeah, that's when we knew. I was like, dude, this has gotten real. Like, what is going on? I went into the command the next day, furious. Demanded to talk to the Group 1 Mass Chief again.
Usually we take phone calls on the show, but this time we happen to have your son and your wife here. And so I'm going to bring them on and we're going to get their firsthand account of the raid. So, Ryan.
Yeah.
Do you remember when the police came to your house?
I did. It was, I forgot what day it was. It was on a weekend. It was like a Saturday. And my dad was gone at work, and my mom was at a photo shoot, and my sister was in Ohio. I was with my brother, and I was watching TV, and I heard a pounding on the door, and someone was like yelling, get out. So I opened the curtain, and there's a ton of people with guns outside.
How many people?
There was about 15 people.
15 people?
And there was like cars blocking the entrance to the, because it was a through street and they were blocking the entrance. Like, it was our house that was blocked. Like, we couldn't get out. And I went upstairs and I was telling my brother, like, I was crying, that there's people outside with guns. And it was funny because he was like, if it's your friends with Nerf guns, I'm going to hit you so hard. So he goes outside, and we're both in our underwear, and there's guys with guns, and...
How old were you?
I was 8 or 7, and so I walk outside, and there's people, like, there's a guy camped with a shotgun, like, by the side, and then there's, like, 2 other people with rifles, and they're, like, the lasers are, like, right on us.
They had their lasers shining on you?
Like, and they were, like, decked out with armor and stuff, and there's, like, a guy with a thing, like, to knock down our door, and, these people made us go in a car, and we waited for, like, 30 minutes, and they were in our house, like, taking everything, and, like, there's people everywhere.
What did they do when you opened the door, or they opened the door?
My brother did.
And what happened when the door opened?
There was, like, 5, everyone's yelling, like, get out of the house, and, yeah.
Were they pointing their guns?
Yes.
At you?
Mm-hmm.
Where were they
people
pointed?
Behind their cars and stuff.
What about the guys in the door?
They were, like, less than a foot away, and, like, the gun was, like, right at my head. So it was really close.
So you're 8 years old, and you had a whole team pointing a gun at your face in your underwear?
Yes.
And they made you go outside in your underwear?
Yeah.
Did they hold a gun on you while you were in the front yard in your underwear?
There was a couple people that were, but most of them went inside to go inspect the house and, like, they were moving, like, all the furniture, and, like, they didn't, like, it was dumb.
Were they asking you questions?
No. I think they were asking my brother questions, and then, like, yeah, we sat in the car for about 30 minutes, and since my sister was in Ohio, her friend, she was calling her and texting her that, like, there's a SWAT team at my house, like, and we're in a car, and my mom didn't know what was going on. My dad, he was, like he was somewhere, and he wasn't able to contact us or anything, so.
Do you think they knew that your dad wasn't home?
No, they knew.
They did know?
Yeah. They knew that. Like, I don't know what was happening, but all I knew was they knew he wasn't home, and they were trying to scare us. And they wanted him to do something. I don't know. But
did they scare you?
Yeah, I was scared.
I'll bet. 8 years old with a gun in your face.
Yeah.
In your underwear. Well, thanks for sharing, Ryan. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thanks for coming on, Andrea. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So we just got your son's account of the NCIS raid, and I just wanted to get kind of where you were, what it felt like, what it was like when you showed up at home to see your 8-year-old son and your 18-year-old son in the front lawn with their underwear on at gunpoint by the NCIS.
Yeah. So it was June 20th, 2018. And unbeknownst to us, our house had been being cased for weeks by NCIS. And we actually had a neighbor that was working in tandem with NCIS. I think he thought he was some type of Matt Damon informant type character from the movie. So he had started to report our movements and report different things. And he had also informed them that we were going to be moving. So NCIS had been watching us, watching our movements. And so that day, I had left the house. I was leaving to go to meetings, and I had work meetings. Eddie had already left to go to work. And it just seemed like a normal day. We left the boys at home. Trevin was still asleep, who was our 18-year-old at the time. Ryan would have been 8. And so he was at home. He was up. He was just like watching cartoons. And I went to my first meeting, and it was actually with a girlfriend. Since we were leaving, we were kind of having one last little get-together. And I was at the table, and my daughter had called me. But my daughter was not home. My daughter was actually in Ohio. And she called me asking where I was. And I was like, I'm with my friend, like, what's going on? And she sounded very worried. And she's like, Mom, she's like, the neighbor girl just called me. there's police everywhere, and the boys are outside of the house, like they're in their underwear. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So I just like got up, left the table, jumped in my car. And as I'm driving, I'm trying to like call my neighbor, and it just kept on going to voicemail and voicemail and voicemail. And finally, by the fourth time I think I called, she picked up the phone screaming. And so my next door neighbor is on the phone screaming. And she's like, they've got your kids, they've got your dogs, they're everywhere. And I'm like, who is this? Who is it?
Damn.
And she's like screaming on the phone saying, this is their mother, this is their mother. And I'm hearing someone screaming back at her saying, get off the phone, get back in your house. So I'm in full like, what is going on? Freaking out.
What did you think? Do you have any idea?
No, I had
it was
no
what
idea.
It was, or?
Well, we lived in Point Loma, which is kind of like Point Loma military housing. We lived at the Village at NTC. So it's kind of like a thoroughfare between like Rosecrans, which is a very busy street, and also Harbor. And we have a lot of homeless. So in my mind, I'm like, is there like a homeless person or a bum like in my, garage or something? Like, what are they doing? I didn't know it was even NCIS. I had no clue. Once I found out what was going on, I got another call from a blocked number, and the woman was like, we are from NCIS. We're at your home. Tell us what kind of car you're driving. They had the streets barricaded. They had people in full militia riot gear. They had people staged and set up like they're going to war. And so when I come through, there's like 7 to 8 black, armored vehicles in front of my home. And there's people just like spurting out everywhere, out of my garage, out of my front door. And my son had only turned 18 2 to 3 weeks prior, which they also knew. And so they took advantage of the fact that Eddie was gone, I was not there, and they gained entry through an 18-year-old that just woke up. So when I got to the home, they actually pulled me into a vehicle and started to question me. But what I found out later was Eddie had already been apprehended. He was at work. They came, they got him, and they threw him in a room for 7 hours. They denied him legal counsel. So there was no Navy SEAL threat there. So you didn't need to lay siege to my house with 2 children in it in that fashion.
Why do you think they showed so much force for an 8-year-old?
To terrorize us and intimidate us and to convince people that, we did something wrong. And that's exactly what happened. It worked because you don't go to that level. And then people just were like, oh my gosh, you guys had to have done something.
Yeah.
And so it worked. So they had Eddie. He did not know the whole day what was going on. He did not know that our home was being raided. So if you think of the psychological warfare that they started at that moment to entrap him in an office building, and then basically did not tell him all day what they were doing, it was just a form of psychological warfare on him because he went to fight, for our country to prevent people from terrorizing, members of the United States. And then they take him and they lock him up on American soil, and then they lay siege to his home and terrorize his wife and his children on his own land. I mean, it's pretty sick, what they did. So that was Eddie's story, what was happening to him while this was happening to us. But what I found out later from the boys was that Ryan was actually sitting kind of in a chair like this watching TV, and looks out the window and sees people with guns and like battering rams lining up at our door. And you can imagine an 8-year-old. He starts freaking out. He runs upstairs. He tells my son, who's in bed, asleep at this point, that there's people with guns at the door. And so my oldest is just like, dude, what are you talking about? He's thinking it's maybe neighborhood kids with Nerf guns or something, and Ryan's being Ryan. But then Ryan starts to break down in tears. And so my son gets up, obviously, and is like, okay. They walk downstairs. My oldest son opens up the door. And so there's a main door and there's a screen door. And they're all screaming at him. They're pointing rifles at my children. And they're saying, put your hands up. And they're also simultaneously saying, open up the door. So if you can imagine the level of Bush League that this operation is. So my son's like, do you want me to put my hands up or do you want me to open the door? And they're like, do you give us permission to enter, put your hands up? And so he basically gets pulled out into the street along with my son in their underwear. and they're just paraded right into the, middle of our housing complex. And then they all just rush in. And that was the start of a 7-hour raid on our home.
I just want to, I'm sorry that you and your family had to go through that. And I just want to tell you, you are a strong, motivated, effective, and just amazing human being. And I mean, the campaign that you started from scratch and what it turned into, I mean, if it wasn't, for you, then you'd still be in there. So, I mean, what an example you've set, and hell of a job. So
thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. All right, so you're going to talk to the Master Chief of the command after your house just got raided.
Yep. So I went in, demanded to talk to him. He came over to supply, sat down with me and another Master Chief that was in charge of supply, and I was like, I was pissed. I was like, my house just got raided. My kids were pulled out at gunpoint yesterday. What the hell's going on? Why aren't you guys, at this point, I was beyond frustrated because nobody had been talking to me at this point. Now my family was they involved my family and started, they're putting my family to shit, which I have a line that everybody knows.
Yeah.
You can mess with me all you want. I might fight back, I might not, I don't know, but you mess with my family, that's it, and that was pretty much well known through everybody that knew me in the community. That's when my family's what mattered to me the most. So I was definitely beyond pissed off. The Group 1 Master Chief, Steve Ward, told me that he's denied knowing anything about it, which is bullshit. And then he told me that if I had any issues with it, that I should go talk to a chaplain. And that was the only advice he gave. I was like, that's what you have to say to me right now, is that I can go talk to a chaplain about what's going on. And he was like, yeah. And he's like, oh, and one more thing. And he slid a piece of paper across the table. I had picked up E8 or got selected for E8. And he was like, you're not going to pick up E8. We're going to hold it off until this whole investigation is over with. And they're like, he had me sign it. And I wish at this point I didn't sign that, but I didn't give a shit at that point. I was like, I don't care. I was like, here.
Yeah.
And that was it. He left. And I think, as you can expect, that raid spread like wildfire through the community.
Oh, yeah.
And of course the dummy grenade they found in my garage got spread until they found 5 hand grenades and blah, blah, blah. It just escalates as the telephone game passes through the teams.
Did you have any friends at this point?
Yeah. I mean, I had my brothers, my teammates that I was talking to, but it's very hard. What can they do?
Yeah.
They're almost like, dude, this is fucked up. And anybody that I talked to what I was going through automatically got scared themselves. And they were like, dude, what are they going to do to me? If I, step in and say something, it's, that's how they drive fear into you, especially with raiding your house like that. I mean, what that does is there was no reason they could have easily walked up, knocked on the door and got the same job done. They did it for that reason, because they want to put shame onto you. And it worked. Our neighbors were like, because we went and asked them afterwards, like, hey, did you happen to videotape any of that? And they're like, we're not, they don't come and do that to you unless you did something.
Yeah.
And it worked. And then it also, they do it to drive your family apart too. They hope that, they cause enough stress onto your wife or onto yourself that you guys start going at each other, and then one of you flips on each other, starts, doesn't help out. But, obviously that didn't work with us, but I've seen that happen enough, heard enough stories of that happen enough times when I was in the brig that, it's all for a purpose of why they do those things. But yeah, at that point, I had talked to my buddies about it, and they were all just like, dude, they had no advice or anything. They were just like, dude, this is fucked up. Just like, we were thinking. But that was pretty much the deciding point for me that I was getting out. I'm like, I'm getting out, I felt at that point betrayed, just sort of just left, hung out to dry. I had a couple of buddies that were Master Chiefs at that point that were told me the exact thing. They're like, they are railroading you. Like, this is what's happening. They're just hanging you out to dry.
Why do you think they're...
I think it was to protect what it comes down to is they're protecting the institution, right? The NSW. Anything that's brought out in the public arena or in the media that is bad against NSW, they would rather just dispose of whatever that problem is than actually put up with it and fight back. They're like, because they don't want any stains at all. And that's due to the fact of how big NSW has gotten over the years with all the success that we've had. I think they've, along with success comes public scrutiny.
Yeah.
So any little thing that happens, anything that says SEAL on it gets pointed back to NSW, and they're like, oh, what's this? So obviously if there's a murder, they're like, we're just going to fucking hang this guy out to dry instead of actually looking into this because this looks bad on the institution.
Damn.
That's the sad part. I mean, it's a sad reality of what I found out. There's a difference between expendable and disposable. I know I'm expendable. Like, that's part of the job, but I'm not fucking disposable. Like, you can't just throw me away because you feel like this might look bad on you or your career, picking up 3 stars. So I think that was a big driving force of why the head shed, like Group 1 or the Admiral, really didn't look like they never talked to me once. Still haven't. Never talked to those guys, and why they came down on me so hard. They were just like, we're just going to make an example out of this guy, and that's it. At that point, I was getting, I decided to get out. We had already bought a house in Florida. So I moved my family down there, I think like 2 weeks after the raid. Drove across country, moved them in, and then the plan was I was going to come back to San Diego and geobatch until my retirement date and just fly back and forth and just finish out my career. NCIS waited until I came back from Florida, got back to San Diego, and I got accepted into the TBI treatment center, which is Intrepid Spear. Started going to that. I was in about the beginning of September, and was going through that. Nothing was being said to me still. Just doing my thing, and then on September 11th, my old SEA, Brian Alzawi, and 2 MAs showed up to the Intrepid Center and told me that they were going to take me away, that they were ordered to take me away to the brig.
Shit. I
was like in shock, and I was like, why? They couldn't tell me why. They're like, we don't know. They're like, the Admiral Green and Commodore Rosenblum just signed off on it, and they want us to take you there. And at that point, I remember I was in the room with 3 of them, and I did think first, I was like, I'm about to start fighting right now. Like, this is, I was going through all sorts of scenarios in my head. But I decided again to remain calm. I was like, doing anything stupid is not going to help the situation. I let them handcuff me and put me in a van. And the 2 MAs drove me to the brig. I had no idea where the brig was. I thought it was something on a ship still. I was like, where are you guys taking me? It was to Miramar, Marine Corps Air Station. Those 2 guys had a pretty good idea of, what they were telling me was, they're like, oh, you'll be out in a week. You'll be out of the brig in a week. And I was like, well, how am I going to get out in a week? And they're like, oh, they have a hearing for everybody that goes in there their first week, and that decides whether or not you should stay in there or be let out. And I was like, okay. But either way, I was like I was like in survival mode at that point. I was like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. They took me first before we went to the brig. We went to a medical place on Miramar to make sure I was healthy enough to get put in the brig. They did like a full checkup on me. So I'm sitting in handcuffs in the medical place with families, everyone staring at me. And they did the full checkup and then took me to the brig. And as soon as I got in the brig is when I was like, dude, what the fuck? Like, there was probably 8 to 10 guards who met me, just me, for intake. They all treated me like I was Jason Bourne. Each of them were like posted up. Like every time I moved, like I was about to do something. Yeah. The first thing I got checked when I was getting checked in, they ask you, do you know what you're in here for, or why you're here? And at the time I was like, sort of jokingly, I was like, killing ISIS. And they're like, yeah. And I was like, okay, like I was joking, but they're like, no, that's why you're here. And that was all that was said to me. I got told, the CO of the brig came down, told me that, you know, she saw my service record or whatever, and she's like, it doesn't matter in here. You're not technically a prisoner, but you will be treated you will be treated as good as you treat the guards. I'm like, okay. I told her, I was like, ma'am, I'm not here to cause any trouble. I should be getting out of here in like 3 days. Like, this is a big mistake. Like, whatever's going on here. They threw me in solitary confinement right off the bat for 3 days.
Why? Just to get in your fucking head?
Yeah. Put me in there. I wasn't allowed out of that cell for 3 days. Not even, I think they let me shower once. But every time they moved me, at that point, they shackled my arms and legs. So it was like, even from my solitary cell to the shower was probably 10 feet. And they'd have to shackle me arm, like take me down there, put me in there. It was,
you're a SEAL.
Yeah. And that's all what it came down to. Yeah. I finally got that little hearing that they were talking about 6 days in. And that's when I knew that I was fucked. Because I really had at this point, I have no clue what's going on. I'm just sort of trying to figure it out as I go. They have this hearing. My lawyer, the lawyer that I had on standby, showed up. And that's when I first saw the prosecution. And they had the NCIS agent come. Warpinski. And literally I went in there and they have it's not a judge. They just appoint some officer on base to come in and act as the judge. And he just decides whether you stay or you can get out. The prosecution got up and pretty much let loose a flurry of just crazy allegations for about 10 minutes. They called me everything from a murderer, a drug mule, that I said I beat my wife, that I'm a danger to my kids. I'm a fake Christian.
A fake Christian?
Yep. They said that, he goes to church, but he really doesn't practice what making crazy statements like that. Like
that's
and I'm telling you, I sat there listening to this.
How the fuck is that even relevant?
They brought up all sorts of like shit because all they were trying to do was like taint who I am as a person, I guess. Which that was probably one of the craziest moments, just hearing them say this shit, and I can't not allowed to say anything back. The lawyer that I had at the time wasn't stopping them from saying it. He was just like it's like he'd heard this all before, you know. Then the NCIS agent got up and said his whole piece, was like pretty much just regurgitated whatever this, the prosecution said that I, murdered, this ISIS fighter. They had the picture at that time. They're like, here it is. Look at him, and then the main reason why they kept me in is because the second prosecutor got up and pretty much went over every qualification I had, every school that I'd been to, everything I'd done in my career, but used it as like, it's a bad, like against me. It's a bad thing. And that was why they could not in good conscience let me out, because at any moment I could do anything. I could escape to somewhere and disappear.
At what point did Andrea find out that you were in prison?
Probably the second day, or maybe that night. You're allowed 1 5-minute phone call, which they weren't even going to give me, but luckily I remembered it in my cell, and I was like, hey, I want to call. I called my lawyer, told him what happened, and I told him to call my wife and let her know. So I think they might have called her that first night, that second day. But my lawyer told me right off the bat, he was like, there's no bail system in the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So he's like, you're not, unless they let you out, you're not getting out. And that's pretty much after that hearing that we had, they deemed that I was too dangerous to let out. Oh, and one other thing. So one of the guys in my platoon, Josh Brenz, one of the accusers was my neighbor. He lived 4 houses down from me. Had no idea this guy was even like really involved with the other accusers in my platoon. I didn't even give him any thought, and I even saw him all the time and just give him like a head nod, like, what's up? He was staking my house out for NCIS the whole time.
For NCIS?
Yeah. So he was pretty much a volunteer NCIS agent. So he was feeding them information, letting them know my whereabouts, when I worked out, when I did what. And he also, so they got him to write a letter, which they read off at that hearing, saying that I was stalking him, and that I walked my dogs past his house every day and was scaring his family. So that was like a huge factor. They were like, oh, and he's stalking one of the guys in his platoon, which was complete. Like when I read that letter, when we were in that hearing, I'm like, that was like another punch in the face. Like, what? Like, this dude's, I'm stalking him. Like, I had no idea this guy was involved. But yeah, that was it. They're like, you're not leaving, until your court date.
Which was
undetermined at the time. I hadn't even been charged with anything yet. So I just sat in the brig for about 2 months at that point. When you're in the brig, you can't, all the phone calls are recorded. They have 2 prison phones there that you split between 60 people. You're not allowed on the phones until after 5 p.m. to like 9 p.m. If you want to use a phone, it costs a butt ton of money. It's some ridiculous, like every minute, some ridiculous charge. And all the phone calls are recorded. And NCIS comes in weekly and takes all my calls, or whoever they're investigating, and listens to them. So, I was told right away, don't say anything over the phone. When you talk to your family, don't talk about the case, because they'll pick apart any little thing you say and try to use it. So, phone calls were pretty rough, like back and forth, just because at that point, there's only so much you could talk about without it like coming back to like the nightmare. So it was tough to be able to sort of communicate what was going on, because Andrea started fighting back right when they threw me in there, is when she pretty much was like, fuck this. And she started a grassroots campaign to like put the truth out about what was going on.
Yeah.
She wrote a letter to the community, asking for help from everybody.
Did she get any?
She did. She got well behind the scenes, like people that were like, dude, we want to help. But when it came down to like help from foundations,
Nothing.
Nothing. They were like, nope.
How were people helping?
People, I mean, it was all my boys that I'd, from prior platoons, whatever, reached out, and they're like, dude, we'll write character witness, whatever you need, character witness statements, this and this. What else can I do? But at that point, I mean, there wasn't a lot guys could do except write character witness statement go around and trying to advocate in some way, which is difficult to do. But she was just more calling it out, like they threw him away in prison for nothing. Like he wasn't doing anything, which is the truth. Like I wasn't a threat to anybody. And she was just like, let him out so he can be with his family and defend himself against this. And they just ignored her completely. The command did. So she started the grassroots campaign on her own. Decided she has a background in marketing and business and stuff, doing stuff with helping spouses get businesses off the ground. And she just took the tools of what she knew from that and was like, I'm applying it to this, and pretty much started an Instagram page and all that to like get the word out about what's going on. And throughout the process, I mean, she gained quite a following. A lot of people, it was amazing to see. But I had no real idea that all that was going on. Like I knew she was doing certain things, but certain things couldn't be said over the phone.
Damn, I guess, I remember when that was all going on, and damn, to think that you had no fucking clue in there, how big it had gotten and all the news stories and everything. I mean,
yeah, it was a shock when I got out. Like I knew she went on the news eventually. And we had one TV in there in the pod, and you're only allowed to watch CNN in there. I think they do that for like torture purposes, but it's, if you had a cool guard, you could get him to change the channel. So I think once I knew she was going to be on, so like I begged one of the guards, I'm like, dude, and so he turned it, and I got to watch her on Fox News. But I had no real idea. Like, I don't think I could grasp how big it had gotten until I got out.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy shit.
She did a hell of a job.
Yeah, dude.
She's a hell of a job.
Yeah, she's the hero. Her and my brother both. My brother is also another one that's, dude, both of them, the dynamic duo, are two heroes in my book. They dropped everything and just worked their asses off to get the truth out. But yeah, like, so when I was about 2 months in is when I finally got the charges.
So these are your charges right here, the first three of them. Specification, premeditated murder. And that Chief Special Warfare Operator Edward R. Gallagher, U.S. Navy, Naval Special Warfare Group 1, on active duty, did at or near Mosul, Iraq, on about 3 May 2017, with premeditation, murdered a wounded male under the care of the said SOC Gallagher by means of stabbing him in the neck and body with a knife. When you showed up and that ISIS fighter was laying there, did you have any fucking idea this shit was going to come out like this?
No, not in a million years. Not one bit.
And then basically it goes on to, you murdered an old man, you murdered a young girl. But there was one that was in Afghanistan, if I remember correctly.
That wasn't a charge. Okay. They were looking to charge me with, throw that on there. But that was all on hearsay from the accusers, who weren't even in the teams at the time that went down.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then there's actually, I think, 8 pages of this. And everything from murder to a little bottle of tramadol that they found.
Yeah.
But
yeah, they throw, so pretty much the way it works, for which we found out, the military judicial system is they have the main charge, which is premeditated murder, and then they can get just a laundry list of other charges, and it's like spaghetti. They just throw it all at the wall, and they'll just see what sticks. None of it has to have any merit. They'll just charge you with it and be like, okay, we'll see which ones we can get them. So the more charges they have on you, then when you go to court, the more likely they are to get you on something.
Did all the charges come at once, or did they just keep adding more and more and more?
They added the 2 murder charges, the extra ones, the old man and the little girl, at my Article 32. So to explain that, the Article 32 is like a civilian equivalent of a grand jury, just with the military. So you go up there, the prosecution presents their case or what they have at the time, and then the judge rules whether to proceed with those to court-martial or not, or some other form of, punishment or whatever else. While at that Article 32, they were, presenting all the other charges or trying to, get them to go to court-martial. They had the NCIS agent take the stand again and just regurgitate everything. We requested that the accusers come and take the stand in my Article 32, because we're like, we want to hear it from them. Because as I said then, and I said the whole time, I'm like, these guys are lying.
Did you know how many people?
At that point, yeah, I knew who the I had already read. I got a binder full of evidence.
Okay.
So I got to read all of their NCIS interviews. I got to watch their NCIS videos. I knew everything that they had said. And I was like, they're fucking lying, and they have lied. You could tell that they had tried to like get a story together, but then once they got separated into little interrogation rooms with NCIS, they couldn't keep their stories the same. So there were so many discrepancies, and big ones, that's why I was like, I want them to take the stand right now, which the judge and the prosecution denied. They're like, oh, there's no need for them to come up here and say anything. The NCIS agent is just regurgitating what they said, so that's good enough.
Interesting. Going back to the old man and the girl, so was that just hearsay? Because I couldn't find a whole lot of
So this
information.
This is what happened with the old man and the girl. And you got to like bear with me on this because it sounds as stupid as it sounds. Josh Brenz, during his NCIS interview, told Agent Warpinski that he had seen a little girl get shot, which we all saw, kids get shot at deployment, and that he thought ISIS had done it, but now he thinks that I did it. And so Agent Warpinski was like, well, did you see him do it? And he's like, no, I wasn't in the same building as him, but so-and-so, another guy in my platoon, told me he saw Eddie do it. And so they called that person in, and that person's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I never said that once, and I never saw Eddie shoot any little kids. So what they did is they took so-and-so's testimony and just hit it. And they were like, just gave him Josh Brenz's.
Straight up
hit it.
Didn't fit the agenda.
Nope. And they did. That's the common theme throughout my whole thing is they hit every piece of evidence that would have been like, this is all bullshit. They just, if it didn't fit their agenda or the prosecution, they just tried to bury it somewhere. So that the little girl got thrown on. Oh, this is the other thing that's just going to blow your mind. So it was the old man has some truth to it. But look, a guy from my platoon came and testified at my trial and was like, I was with him, and that was an actual shithead that he shot, not an old man. and it was a justified shooting. And he even said he had an argument afterwards with one of the accusers that day when that accuser tried to be like, oh, I think that guy was unarmed. And he was like, no, he was armed. I was there with him, watched the whole thing. And that's, got pretty much thrown out. But the judge at my Article 32 ruled that the 2 murder charges, the little girl and the old man, should not go to court-martial. He was like, and he even said, he's like, there's not enough evidence here. This is all off hearsay. Little did I know that the judge really has no control of what goes to court-martial. The command, Commodore Rosenblum, overturned the judge's ruling and was like, no, you keep those charges on there.
Holy shit. Yeah.
So my own command was like, even though there's no evidence here, just keep them on there. And so that's how I went to court-martial with those three murder charges.
Now, are these videos of these guys, their interviews with NCIS, are these the same ones that the New York Times got their hands on?
Yeah, but they spliced them up.
How did they get their hands on those?
Because...
I mean, it sounds like it's, such a sensitive investigation. Mm-hmm. So who the fuck released that to the New York Times?
The prosecution and Warcom.
Why did they do that?
To paint me in a bad light, to help win over. I mean, for exactly the reason that we're here talking about it.
So this doesn't fucking make sense to me, because you have what sounds like almost an entire fucking community saying that you're guilty of murdering an ISIS fighter, which makes no fucking sense to me. And a little girl and an old man, and then a whole list of, basic misdemeanor bullshit charges. It sounds like. I don't understand and you say that they were coming at you hard because they wanted to protect the institution.
Yeah.
So they wanted to protect the institution, but yet they leak the fucking videos to the New York Times, which now the entire fucking world knows.
Yeah. Because at that time, so they didn't leak all that information out at first. It wasn't until my wife started really fighting back and getting a bunch of people, behind us, that now I think the command felt like, okay, we're losing this battle. Let's pull this number right here. And the prosecution was leaking stuff to the media from the get-go. We tried to call them out on it 2 to 3 times during our motions hearings. Like, it was so blatant and so bad that the media was putting out evidence, or like before we even got it.
No shit.
Yeah. So we would be like, how is it that this is being printed in the newspaper last night and we haven't gotten this evidence yet? And this is how they investigate things in the judicial system there with the military. The judge will be like, okay, yeah, that is disheartening to hear that this is happening. Prosecution, we want you to look into this and see who's doing it. Prosecution comes back the next day like, we looked into it. We don't know who's doing it. It's not us. And that's it. It's
that's it?
Move on. Yeah. And so that was happening over and over. They, they leaked everything to do exactly what was done, to slander me in the media, because it'll drive, when they go to the court-martial, the jury will be tainted already. Yeah. Everyone's going to have a preconceived notion, that I'm guilty, and that just helps them win their case. So yeah, I mean, that was going on pretty much the whole time. But I'm locked up. I'm not seeing any of these crazy articles that are coming out. I'm just hearing about them from my brother or my wife over the phone, or like people that came and visited me, would say, there's pretty shitty articles coming out about you, and it's not good.
Yeah.
I had no idea like what really was being said. But yeah, you got to think too, man, like they added those. So they didn't have the old man and the woman on there at first.
Okay.
But they had the NCIS interviews where all that shit was said. They added those two on because they were getting the same reaction out of everybody that you just gave. Like, he murdered an ISIS fighter. Like, who fucking cares?
Yeah.
They're like, okay, we're not winning people over like that. What are the two most, controversial things we can get him? He murdered an old man, and this is the best thing. I murdered an old man on Father's Day. That's what they were putting out. It was Father's Day when I murdered this old man, and then I murdered a little girl. That right there drives some emotion. I mean, even if I heard like somebody kill a little kid, I'd be like, dude, what the fuck? That's messed up. So they knew like that would drive people to be like, this dude is a monster. This dude is crazy. And it just went from there. And they just continued to smear me, every chance they got. And it was all just like false misinformation that was being put out. I try to explain it to people. Like, my case is sort of like, almost like a false rape case, to where it's like a girl comes in and is like, oh, I got raped last night. But when really she just had sex with a dude that made a mistake. That dude is screwed no matter what. Just that one allegation is like, even if he's found innocent at the end.
I mean, it sounds like throughout NSW, throughout the entire community, I've heard you say that, they were counseling guys for wearing
the Free Eddie
shirts. Anybody that talked about it was going to get counseled. I mean, it was an active campaign.
Big time. Like, straight up legitimate active campaign. The Commodore. This is another story. My mom and dad flew from Maryland out to see me, to visit me when I was locked up. I think like the first month I was in there. Came in and saw me. I had visitation on the weekend. They didn't know what to do. They were like distraught. My dad is a retired lieutenant colonel. He was like, well, I want to go talk to your command and find out what the fuck's going on. And I was like, yeah, go ahead. They went to Group 1, waited there for, they got there at 6 a.m, waited until the Commodore came in. The Commodore refused to speak to them. And Master Chief Ward and the Command JAG talked to them. And this is the exact words that were told to them. They told my mom and dad, if you knew what we knew about your son, you'd want him locked up for life. And they just left him with that. Didn't tell him anything else. Like, who the fuck would say that to somebody's parents? Even if you had all the evidence and you knew like he's guilty, why would you put somebody's parent, like, say a statement like that to somebody's parents? But they had nothing, and they were just actively trying to screw me. And this is where, this is the other crazy thing, is the Commodore went around to each team while I was locked up and had all calls with every SEAL at each command. And I was told this by multiple SEALs from each team. It's the same speech he gave, that I was guilty, that nobody should better support me. Nobody should support me. And this is the worst. This is the kicker, that he'd seen the video of me doing said act and that it showed I was guilty.
No shit.
He said that to each command. So now you got to think, man, like, I mean, that's not only is that unlawful command influence, but you are straight lying to everybody. And, there was this video, the rumor of the video was what really made everybody question, like, oh, is there a video? Like, does it show it? No, there was no.
This is the video where
I come up and I
just
pull my
roll a guy
open.
over.
That's it. Like, that's the only video. But he lied. So that video was not allowed to be shown to anybody at the time because it was part of evidence, right? There was, I forget what the word is for it, where you can't show the evidence.
Did the video really shut off? Had you ever seen that video?
I saw it was part of TC Burns' helmet cam. I mean, I saw the video once the evidence was presented to me.
You never saw it before then? You didn't have
no, not really. I never paid really any attention to it. I knew TC had his helmet cam on, and that was like the big discussion where it was like, hey, just if it bothers you, delete it or whatever, the pictures. But this is what's funny is there is a full-length video of everything that happened that whole day. I mean, he had his helmet cam on the whole day. It just so happened to show just me coming up and then shutting off. And it doesn't show anybody else. Now, TC's he was one of the, got in with the accusers. And he pretty much gave up everything to NCIS. Like, oh, here's everything right here. So they either spliced it up or like cut it off at certain points so it didn't show anybody else, doing any medical treatment or anything like that. I mean, and that's the big question. Everyone's like, well, why does the video shut off or stop? I'm like, ask the accusers that. Ask NCIS that. I wish it would show the whole thing. I'm like, it would vindicate me even more. But they deleted it. And there is actual deleted files of that video, which we brought up in trial. Like, why are these? I mean, they're there, but why are they gone? Why can't we watch them?
Well, what did happen after you were there? Obviously, because you're in the video. Mm-hmm. What happened after that camera shut off? Is that when you correct them?
Yeah, I was starting to. So that camera shut off right when I was doing my initial assessment of him. And then I pretty much corrected him after that. And then all the other treatments that were done, which TC did the chest tube and everything else that was done to him. It would have just shown that we pretty much medically treated him to death.
There are some pretty controversial texts that you sent, and I'm just going to read them. I've got a cool story for you. When I get back, I got my knife skills on. And then another text thread that says, good story behind this. Got him with my hunting knife.
Yep.
Now, I did listen to you say that there was a whole nother thread that they basically cherry picked a couple of things out. What else was in that thread?
So the knife skills and just the knife thing. So the one was like, got him a cool story behind this, got him a hunting knife. That was to one of my best friends, another team guy. He would, text. We could text back and forth while we were on deployment the whole time. And he would, check in periodically, like, how's deployment going? What's going on there? Is it, and I was like, dude, this deployment's awesome. Like, giving him updates. Just like, this is a pretty epic one. And that day was, I figure it was like 2 or 3 days after the incident. My dog guy who was in the platoon sent me that picture of me with posing with the body and the knife as like I'm talking to my best friend, and I was like, oh shit. And that's why I just sent him that, like, cool story behind this one, got him like a joke, and he was like,
it's
a joking thing, which to this, I mean, that right there was the worst and best piece of evidence the prosecution had.
Really?
It was obviously the worst because it doesn't look good. It's like, well, here it is right here. But if you go ahead and zoom in and really inspect that picture, there's no blood anywhere on me. There's no blood on the knife. They did a DNA test, everything on that knife. Nothing came back, except that it had been touched at some Iraqi, like it had been touched by an Iraqi at some point, which is like, we were in Iraq for 7 months.
Yeah.
So like when it came down to it, they were like, dude, there's, that text was stupid to send.
They tested the shit out of the knife.
Dude, nonstop. And they came, it was nothing.
Why was the knife out? Did you cut his clothes off or?
That was the one I jabbed him with to see if he had any stimuli left in him or was alive. And then it was just I posed for a stupid picture, It was like just being whatever.
The person you sent that to, did they bring him in?
No, didn't even talk to him once.
They didn't even talk to him?
No, never called him. Never. I mean, that's because they knew, like, if you follow the, and my one of my lawyers went through this in the trial. Like, if you go ahead and look at the rest of the text thread, like, it's not, there's no admitting to a murder here or being like, oh, I did. It's just a series of bullshit jokes, you know, of just dark humor.
I get it.
Yeah.
We talked about it earlier, you know, but, and you don't have to answer this, but who'd you send the text to?
Oh, he's active duty.
Roger that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so that shit got thrown out then.
Yeah. The, which one's the
text?
It got read. I mean, they got read in my trial.
Yeah.
It was, I mean, it's definitely doesn't look good. It doesn't make me look good. So yeah, they kept that, and they would keep reading those in the trial and like, you know, look what he said. But it's like like, dude, you could go through, you take any team guy's phone, go through every text message he sent, and you can charge anybody with, you know, with anything. You know, not making excuses for.
You can take anybody's fucking phone in the whole world and they'll find something to charge your ass
exactly. So yeah, those, I mean, like I said, those were the best and worst piece of evidence that the prosecution had the whole time. And believe me, I was shitting my pants. I was like, dude,
I'll bet.
I was like, why did I send, like, if I could just go back in time and just not, you know, do that, but it happened. And, you know, it actually ended up being good for us because it was like, dude, look at the picture and this is where Craig Miller's lies like got the best of him. Is he, during his NCIS interviews, had said that I had, you know, stabbed him it was either by the collarbone or the neck, maybe like once or twice. Never mentioned seeing any blood or anything like that. It was just like, oh, you just stabbed him. Well, when he gets to trial, he goes on the stand and completely changes. Like, he's like, no, I saw him. He knelt over him, started jamming the knife into his neck, and the knife started pumping out of the prisoner's blood or prisoner's neck. Like, he called it baby vomit. It looked like baby vomit coming out of his neck. When he said that, and I was just sitting there listening to him, I was like, you're done. Like, you just fucked yourself, because not only is that not true, but now I mean, you can go ahead and look at my clothes on the pictures. Like, if it was really pumping out and I'm sitting there, I'd have blood all over me. Yeah. And, you know, because I already, you know, none of that was true. I think that really, he fucked himself pretty good on that one. But he, you know, that's what those guys, they got up there, a lot of them got up there and tried to either overemphasize their story or change it up a little bit, you know, and it just.
Did the fighter even have that much blood on him?
He had a pool of blood like right over his right shoulder, right here. And that's what they were saying, is that came from the neck wound or whatever. But in reality, if you look at it, the messed up chest tube that was done, you can see, I think this is what I think where it came from, is that it was bleeding out and was just going under his armpit and pulling up there.
Because they had a failed attempt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they went to the other side?
Yeah.
All right.
Because it wasn't, that blood's not there from the crike. It was a clean crike.
Yeah.
So that's the only way I can see that blood being pulled up there. But of course, you know, they were trying to say it was from me stabbing him in the neck. But this is the other thing. So there's 3 guys that only said they saw me stab him at first. So one said I stabbed him in the neck. One said I stabbed him in the ribs. And then the other one said I stabbed him both. Like, but they all had different versions of where I had stabbed him or not. And in the end, only one of those, Craig Miller, was the only one who went up there, and the other 2 were like, no, this isn't true. And they refused to testify.
Jesus.
I had one of the guys, when I was in prison, came and visited me, one of the accusers, and I sat down with him, and he straight up told me, was like, this is all a lie. This got out of our hands, and we don't know what to do. And I'm sorry this happened to you. And
one of the accusers came to visit you in prison and
Yeah.
fucking told you that this was all a lie, and he was sorry.
Yeah.
What the fuck was your reaction to that?
At that point, I looked at him and was like, I was like, dude, at that point, I was like, dude, I appreciate you, like, coming in here and letting, being a man and telling the truth. I was like, and he straight up told me, he was like, dude, the NCIS has entrapped everybody that's involved. And like, well, if you go back on your story, we're going to throw you in prison. So he was like, I don't know what to do. And I told him, I was like, dude, I can't tell you what to do because I'm in here. But I was like, I'm going to be going away for life. If it's like, this is fucked up. But I stood up and I looked at him and I was like, I forgive you. And I hugged him and went back to my cell. And then he left. And then
You hugged him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I didn't know, like, you got to think, man, like, at that point, I already knew these guys were lying. And I had I had a moment when I was in the break we can go over to where I just got levity and like I was good. But after he came in, I hugged him I was like, I forgive you. And then about 2.5 weeks later, another one showed up. Same. Like, I don't know what to do. This has all gotten out of hand. I did the same thing, man. Just like, dude, I hugged him. I was like, dude, I forgive you guys, man. But I told him, I was like, just think about my family, what they're going through. And they were like, we're going to try and make this right. But I was like, at that point, I was like, don't tell me any, like, I don't want to hear what you're going to do or not do. I was like, I'm already in enough shit as it is. I don't need to hear anything or what you guys are doing with, you guys started this mess. So, but that was, those were two crucial moments for me. Cause I was like, fuck.
Did it feel good?
It did. It's so when I was locked up, man, like the first probably 2 months, I was fucking having, like, it was bad. I was just losing my mind. I wasn't like out in the open losing my mind so everybody could see it, but I would sit in my cell and just like, I was like in my own head, freaking out. I couldn't control the situation. Just like any operator, you want to be able to have control and like be able to fix any problem or deal with it. And there was nothing I could do, man. Like, I was literally helpless. I wasn't in control of anything. And then I had a pretty eye-opening conversation with my wife on the phone, where at that point I still thought there was some hope that the command was like going to come through for me. Like, dude, this is how brainwashed I was. Or you can call it, loyalty to a fault, where I was like, there's no fucking way they're doing this to me. Like, I couldn't process it. And my wife, she was like, I want you to listen to me real closely. She's like, I sat there and waited for you the past however many years while you deployed over and over. You left us over and over. You constantly told us you were doing a righteous thing, and we believed in you, and that's why we stuck around and waited for you every time to come back. We put up with everything the team has thrown at us because you told us it was the right thing to do, and we believe in you. She's like, no, I want you to listen to me. She's like, the command is against you. She's like, no one's coming to get you. You don't have any control. You are, you're on, all you have is me, your brother, and whoever, a couple other people that are here fighting for you. She's like, you need to get that out of your head right now that anybody's coming to help you from the command. And after that conversation, it was hard to hear, and I went back to my cell and sat there for a little bit, and I got down on my hands and knees, man, and I talked to God out loud and was just like, take this from me. I can't deal with it. No, I just you're in control, and whatever happens, happens. This is in your hands. I pretty much was just like, that's it. And I'll tell you what, man, I got up, walked out of my cell, and I felt like the weight of the world was off my shoulders. I was like, and that's not to say it was on easy street the rest of the time, but that right there, I mean, and I would talk to God every night and just be like, dude, help me to get through tomorrow, and he did. It's I physically felt it. It was pretty insane. So I think by the time those guys had come, and I think that was God, they came and they were straight up, we lied. At that point I was like, dude, I can't sit here and get angry anymore. Yeah. I was fucking wore out. But I was like, dude, thank God.
Yeah.
That they've come to their senses,
You were in prison for 9 months, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did I'm assuming you told your attorneys or you told Andrea, that you had two of the accusers come out and,
yeah,
come clean. What did the attorneys say?
I think I had my old attorneys at that point, and they were like, whoa, you shouldn't trust them. This is how I was being told that they were still working for NCIS and they were just really just trying to get stuff out of me, which I didn't believe. I was like, that doesn't, I just didn't believe that that's what they were doing. But that's what my old set of lawyers were trying to tell me. But then once my new set of lawyers came on, they were like, what the fuck? Okay. And they ended up talking to them, talking to those two. And one of them was Corey Scott, who went and fessed up to the murder. So,
if I remember correctly, you did say that a lot of the prison guards were kind of coached by NCIS to try to get you to snap. What kind of shit were they doing?
So, yeah, they were told. So I didn't know it was happening at first, but anytime somebody visited me, anytime I had any kind of interaction where I had to speak through somebody through a glass or whatever, I would get strip searched, butt naked, lift up your nutsack, do all this crap. And I thought that was okay, they don't do that to everybody. So they were doing that to me a bunch at first. And then they would I'd be sitting down. They just randomly get up, search me, then go toss my cell. They were constantly fucking with me with my visitation. They wouldn't let me have visitation sometimes, or tell me certain people weren't allowed to visit me. And it became pretty evident the other prisoners were actually dude, we haven't seen this. They're messing with you. And I was like, all right. Well, one of the guards finally came up to me. There's a couple cool, there were some cool guards in there that were definitely this is bullshit that you're in here. But they were like, hey man, you're NCIS. They were some enlisted guy from your command was in here, and they're having meeting. The guards have a meeting every morning before they go on shift, and they're like, make him snap today. Keep fucking with him until he does something. And once he told me that, I was like, I was laughing. There's nothing in that brig is scary.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of fucking putsy E5, kids. So I was like, dude, all right. And I just treated it as a game. I was like, every time they would do something, I had this one time, this gunny sergeant who was an MA, he stripped me naked and then was having me do stupid shit pick up your boots, now do this, now bend over and do this as I'm naked. And I'm looking at him like, bro, like, I know what you're doing, man. Like, let's just give it a rest. And he was like, you know, he got all up in my face, like, what the fuck do you mean what I'm doing? And like, oh, you getting smart? And I was like, dude, I just smiled and was just like, hey, man, thanks for your service, bud. You know, great job on the War on Terror, your contribution. And just walked out. It's like, it's all you could really do.
Yeah.
Just keep it to yourself, because that's what they wanted. They wanted me to do something. They even had, the prosecution was getting other prisoners to try and befriend me, or, you know, get me to say stuff and to take lesser sentences for them. So like, if you get Eddie to say something, we'll cut your sentence in half, or we'll do this. I mean, it was pretty rampant. And, you know, the other prisoners were coming up and telling me these things. And all of it is like, you would think like this shit's illegal.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I brought it up to my lawyers. My lawyers brought it up in court, and it's like, yeah, okay, move on.
How did you wind up getting the new lawyers?
That's another like act of God is, you know, Bernie Carrick.
Yeah.
So Bernie Carrick, who I didn't know, read one of those smear articles about me, and literally was like, something doesn't seem right here. He made some phone calls down to, I think the Pentagon, some SEALs that were working there, and was like, what do you know about this guy, Eddie? What's going on with this? And they told him that, they hadn't worked with me personally, but that I had a very good reputation from what they've heard, and that this doesn't seem right either. And that there's something fishy going, like, they just were like, there's something's not right about this. So he ended up connecting with my wife, reached out and was like, if there's anything you need, let me know. And he started asking questions about the legal team that we had at the time. And he was like, what are they doing for you? Tell me what their, you know, what's their plan of action, which they had none. It wasn't probably until a couple months down the road from when Bernie initially had contacted my wife that we were finding, like, Andrea was like, we got to get rid of these guys. And Bernie's like, I have my lawyer standing by, ready to like help you guys out. Tim Parlatore. And that's who, it's so nutty because I didn't know Tim.
Yeah.
At that point, all I was doing was just listening to Andrea. She was like, if she was like, this is the best route, I'm like, then do it. Done. You know? So she's like, I talked to this guy, Tim. He seems like a legit lawyer. She's like, I think we should hire him. I was like, okay. I talked to him on the phone for 5 minutes, and he was like, I'm coming up there to see you. He's from New York. After I had fired I fired Colby first, and I kept Phil Stackhouse on just for some continuity because he had already been on the case. Tim flew out, and first time I saw him, it was definitely not what I was expecting. He was, you hear a New York lawyer, like, I'm expecting like this high power suit, high power tie walking in, but Tim is like just this big old, looks like a football player, just massive dude. He used to be in the Navy. He was an officer in the Navy. That was it, man. It was like a 180. Like as soon as he took over, he knew more about the case after taking it in 48 hours than my two other lawyers did, and they'd been on it for 5 months.
Holy shit.
Oh, dude, it was insane to watch. And then to go to the courtroom with him, like the first courtroom appearance I had with him was like, holy shit, I have a lawyer. Like he was fighting back, like calling the prosecution out and everything. I mean, it was awesome. That was definitely like some divine intervention. And then Mark Mukasey was my another lawyer I had, and that he was he is one of the President Trump's lawyers, but he had nothing to do with anything. He knew Bernie Carrick. I grew up knowing Bernie and was just talking to him one night and was like, dude, I saw this what's up with this Navy SEAL thing? Like, this looks fucked up. And Bernie's like, dude, I'm helping them. And he said, he's like, well, tell them I'll offer my services, like, if they need help, because this is jacked up. And of course, once that was like told to me, like, hey, this guy Mark B. Casey said he'd help you, and he's one of Trump's lawyers. I'm like, well, yeah, like, why wouldn't I want, that? So ended up hiring him as well. And dude, it was definitely like an awesome dream team that I had.
At what point did Trump get involved for the first time?
The first time he got involved was when I was locked up. My wife and brother had hooked up with Congressman Duncan Hunter and Congressman Ralph Norman. And they, obviously my wife had been on Fox and Friends a couple times at that point, or once, and she knew that that's the president watches that religiously every day. So she was pretty much got on there and was like, this is what's going on. I think that got his attention. And then, he didn't do anything at first, but then we got over 50 congressmen to sign a petition or whatever saying to let me out of pretrial confinement so I could properly defend myself.
Well, goddamn, I'm glad he didn't label that portion fake news.
Yeah. So like all he did is, which that was a crazy day. Like I got told, and by this point we had a lot of people promise stuff that just wasn't coming through, It was definitely an emotional roller coaster of like, oh, this person's getting involved. We'd been told the president was going to get involved like 4 times at that point. It was always like a crapshoot, and I wasn't putting, I knew my wife was doing a lot of work, but I wasn't getting my hopes up to just be like,
the president of the United States has your back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seems far-fetched.
Yeah. And so like I was walking to Chow lunch, and one of the female guards walked by me, and she was like giving me a weird look. And I was like, what's up? And she's like, you're getting out today? And I was like, no. And she's like, well, the president just tweeted about you on TV and said that you're leaving. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, are you serious? She's like, yeah. So by the end of that day, man, they fucking came in. They were like, Prisoner Gallagher, stand up. I'm like, you're out of here. And so this is the crazy part. All he tweeted was to get me out. He's like, get him out of confinement so he can properly defend himself for trial. Didn't say like he's guilty or not guilty. He just said because of his prior service, he
has the right to a fair trial.
He has the right to a fair trial. The command, Rosenblum, I get let out of the brig, like not even let out. I'm like checking out. They sent an MA down there, and pretty much took me from the brig and then threw me in a barracks room with like restriction on steroids. I wasn't allowed out of the room. I wasn't allowed a TV. I wasn't allowed anything. I was still in the brig, still had to be in the same uniform, and I had to get escorted if I wanted to go eat.
Cuffed and everything?
No cuffs. That was the one, like, I just sat in that room for an extra month and a half.
So it was 9 months in prison?
It was 7.5 months in prison, and then a month and a half in this room. But the judge ended up adding that on to he was like, you guys, he pretty much told the command, he was like, what you guys are doing to him is confinement, just like the brig. Like, so he just added that on to he's like, he's pretty much served 9 months in the brig because it was ridiculous. I mean, the command, my family would try and come visit me. This is when I was in the barracks. Command would deny them, like my wife and kids, be like, no, you can't see him unless we say you can during these hours. So it was pretty much like I was still locked up. Just now it was almost, I don't want to say worse, but it was like I was by myself in a room. Now I wasn't seeing anybody, They had a guard on post outside my door at all times. Yeah, it was just stupid.
Talk about the phone call.
From the president?
No, they brought you a phone to make a call that had no service.
Oh yeah. So, we had to put together a complaint when we went back to court saying that what the Commodore and the Admiral were doing to me was tantamount to confinement, and that I basically they weren't following the president's orders. I still wasn't allowed to talk to my legal team. I had no communication with anybody, so therefore, how could I properly defend myself? So the judge told the prosecution, like, he said, I'm not ordering you to do this because I can't, but I suggest you guys get him a phone so he can contact his lawyers. And so the command shows up about a week later, took their time, and they're like, here's your phone. It was like some, 1994, like, Samsung that had no service. They locked. I could only call my lawyer and my wife and I think my brother. I wasn't allowed to dial anything else out, which didn't matter because the phone had no service. So they gave that the command JAG gave that to me, and then they gave me a laptop with no internet, no nothing. And they're like, you can't have this laptop in your room. They locked it in another room in the barracks. So if I wanted to go use it, to go look at any evidence, I had to have whoever they had from the command watching me, standing over me watching, or like watching me do this, which is a violation in itself. I'm looking at my own trial stuff. Like,
yeah.
We brought that up to them after they gave me the phone. I brought it up to the command, actually the JAG that gave it to me. I was like, hey, my phone doesn't have any service. And she just looked at me and she's like, too bad, and walked off. I mean, they knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
They were just they were blocking me from being able to defend myself at every turn. And it wasn't until the prosecution finally got caught cheating and spying is where I was let out of confinement. That was the judge's remedy. So as soon as Tim and Mark and all them got together as a legal team, the prosecution sent them an email. This is Chaz Plack was the prosecutor. And on that email, it was just some random email too. It wasn't nothing of like significant importance, but on there was a tracking beacon at the bottom. It's like an embedded virus. And luckily my lawyer caught it because he had a case 2 cases ago that dealt with the same thing, and he saw it and he emailed back and was like, tell me this isn't what I think it is, and got no response from the prosecutor. He was like, dude, they looked into it, found out it was spyware, like they sent them spyware. So that became a whole nother like side issue of my trial. So then we had to bring that up, like this is violating I don't know how many of my rights.
So that beacon, was that an attempted breach, or did they breach?
No, they didn't. So if he would have clicked on that beacon, it would have been a full breach.
What did the beacon look like?
It was the symbol for the RSL, the pretty much the command that the prosecution falls under. It's their symbol. But there's something like about it that Tim was like, this isn't right. And yeah, it turned out the prosecutor sent that beacon to my whole legal team, including all, my civilian lawyers, the lawyers that were representing my OIC, the Navy Times, because the Navy Times had just started writing articles that were actually looking good for me, because the Navy Times was, his name is Carl Prine, who was writing all the articles. He started doing some digging of his own into what was going on and started finding out the truth. Like, these dudes are fucking lying. And he started writing articles that, insinuating or saying like, hey man, maybe this isn't what we think it is. And the prosecution didn't like that. So they sent them a tracking beacon as well. So that's to the media. Now we're violating the media's rights. So it became a real big deal. And we thought it was a good chance the case was going to be thrown out over that, because in a civilian court, it would have been thrown out hands down. But their remedy was and this was a complete surprise. This was pretty much an awesome day. We went in just to talk about the spying caper and all that stuff. And at the end of that day, the judge, like, so nonchalantly was just like, all right, due to the fact that I think you violated some of his rights, I'm letting Eddie Gallagher go free or out of confinement. And it was like, I was like, what the fuck? And my wife was like, she like jumped up screaming, like, and that was it. I got to go be with my family until trial, which trial was like, I think at that point, a month off. But that was a big day, like, just to be able to go see my wife and kids. I went and flew home, for like 2 days, and then came back, and all we did was prep for trial from that point on.
So you go to trial, and you need to explain to all of America how an entire fucking SEAL team, or actually an entire SEAL community, is turned against you, and you need to prove your innocence. Mm-hmm. I mean, were you ready to do that at that point? Were you confident that
Yeah, I had confidence in my legal team. I knew they had done their due diligence. I mean, they worked their asses off all the way up till trial preparing for it. And I knew I had the truth on my side. I mean, that's what I was like, dude, I have God and the truth on my side, and I'm going into it with that mindset. And because at that point, so much corrupt shit had happened. I was like, I definitely wasn't putting any faith in the justice system, or like that they were going to do right by me. So I just had to have faith, in God, that it was going to work out. And then I trusted my legal team. I had full trust in them. And so we went into it with that attitude. I mean, it was like every day I went to trial was like going into like almost like an op,
How many days was the trial?
Oh, it was like 2.5 weeks.
2.5 weeks every day?
Yeah. It was nuts. It's not like anything you see out of A Few Good Men or Rules of Engagement. Like the courtroom's not, made of rich mahogany wood, and like it's a piece of shit courtroom. Like shitty carpeting, like nothing. There's barely any room for people in the back, and they fill those seats with media. Those are the first people that fled in. And then any supporters I had were told to like wait outside, or, they put like an extra room for them somewhere else. I mean, thank God they let my mom and dad and wife in there, and my brother. But, dude, it's a circus. The media was there. It was, I'd pull in every morning, with Andrea and my brother, and they're like little vultures, man. They're waiting, and they come up to the car, and they're all around you, and you just gotta like open the door, and I just would walk into the courtroom. They're shouting all sorts of questions at you. But once you're in the courtroom, it's like game on. And I just kept a straight face the whole time. I wouldn't look at the jury. We started off the first day with jury selection, which is a whole process. I had no idea how like intricate it was. They have like 20 jurors showed up at first. And so in the military justice system, there's no like, not everybody has to vote the same. Mm-hmm. Like in the civilian world, like everyone has to be not guilty or guilty. It's not that way in the military justice system. It can be like, 5 people voted guilty, 4 people voted not guilty, therefore he's guilty.
Shit. There was a SEAL on the jury.
Yep.
Did you know him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's, yeah. So he was one of the jury. So it was 3 SEALs originally on the jury. But one of them who I knew, he was smart enough to be like, get me the fuck out of here. He came up with some excuse saying, I'm doing something classified. So he got off. The other two were from Warcom. One of them said right away, like they had to fill out answers on a paper that he thought I was guilty. And that's what he would find me. So they were like, all right, you're gone. Straight up lied. They asked him if he knew me. He said nope. He'd been to my house 5 times. I know him. I know his wife or his ex-wife. And he lied and said that he had never talked to me. He said I think he said that he saw me in the gym one time or whatever, and that was it.
Is this fucking?
Yeah, I mean, the dude's been at my house. It was crazy, dude. He like straight up lied and was like, "No, I don't know." So when he did that, we had to go back, and so we had to deliberate on who to pick. Like who we're going to kick off, and that was like a big point of contention because I went back and like, the dude's fucking lying. But then they were like, "Oh, is he lying to like help you?" And I was like, "It doesn't." And we came up with we're like, it doesn't matter. Like, we have to have integrity, and
yeah,
we got to kick him off. But the problem was, we went back, and the number of the jurors that we wanted was 7. That's like, my lawyers were like, we have to have 7 jurors. It's whatever lawyer math they have. And we started kicking. So I kicked all the officers off. I was like, get rid of them, except that we kept one Navy officer. And by the time we got down to like, we were at 7 jurors, and my legal team was like, just leave them on. And we were like, dude, what the fuck? And they're like, we're not going to 6. Like, he's staying. So we left him. And then come to find out, he was actively trying to get everybody to find me guilty. So I had 6 Marines on the jury, and they were all like, this is all bullshit. Like, because I guess after the trial, my lawyers and the prosecution go back there and talk to the jury to get like, what were you guys thinking? And the Marines were just like, dude, everybody was lying. Like, there's no way. And it was like, no, like, I think he's, he said something to where my lawyer's like, dude, I think that guy tried to find you guilty. And I didn't believe it at first either. I was like, no fucking way, until this idiot did a whole post on Facebook the next day, like a fucking rant on Facebook about how I was really guilty, but this and this and this, and posted it on, yep.
Posted that shit on.
That right there, I was like, first off, dude, like, you have to be a complete fucking moron you're on the jury and now you're posting shit on social media, like. And second, I'm like, dude, you lied. And I didn't say anything about it, but now I'm like, dude, and I've had enough people talk to him after the fact, and I've had 2 guys who were like good buddies with him. They're like, dude, fuck that guy. Like, after I talked to him, he was at Warcom and he'd been tainted. I mean, they were like, he's guilty. They were telling everybody that. And
God damn.
Yeah. Dude, it's nasty. It's like, and that's the crazy part. Yeah. It's
holy shit. So God damn. That's wow.
Yeah, it's wild. It gets the level of like corruption and like just nasty, the stuff that people that were tainted, I would never believe it unless.
Fucking A, man. So what was the turning point in court? I mean, I know it, but
yeah, I think the turning point in court for the media and everybody else was, obviously Corey Scott, who was one of the prosecutor's main witnesses, that, he was going to get up there and, what the prosecution thought was like, he was going to get up there and be like, oh, Eddie stabbed him. And he got up there and completely was like, no, I'm the one who killed him. But you know, that was like the big oh shit moment that, you know, everybody talks about. But to me, that wasn't the whole trial was a turning point for me.
What? Well, I mean,
It was
you didn't know he was going to do that.
No.
So, I mean, I would love to see your facial expression when he gets on the stand and says, "I'm the one that fucking killed him."
I can tell you, it looked just like this.
You didn't.
Didn't make a freaking move because at that point, there had been so much shit that had gone on in this case, like ups and downs and twists. And like, to me, when he said that, I mean, I was like, oh shit. But I was like, here's another monkey wrench. Like, where's this going to go? You know? And it went exactly the way I thought. Like, they didn't care that he said that. They were like, we're still charging him with like, it was like, yep, we'll just dismiss him. You know, after he got it, when he said that, the prosecution got up and just straight attacked him and was like, you're a liar. You lied. And then all they did was attack him with every other witness, like, Corey Scott's a liar. And so it's like, dude, that was your main witness.
Yeah.
You know, that definitely was a turning point in the case for the prosecution. And I'm sure the jury, they were probably like, dude, these prosecutors are so fucked up. But to me, it was like watching every one of those dudes get up on the stand. It couldn't have gone any better.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew they were fucked up. Like, I knew they had told so many lies, but dude, it was even worse than I thought watching them get up there. Craig Miller to me was a big turning point. He just a complete moron. Got like I talked about before, changed the whole story about blood spurting out. Then he was making up lies that didn't even happen. Like, it was not about that day. He was talking about blowing down a wall, which that never didn't even exist. He even said that he had put hands on the ISIS dude and was kicking him down. That never happened. I mean, it was really odd, the shit that they were lying about. They really had no relevance to charging me.
Yeah.
But I think they had told so many lies at that point that either they thought some of it was the truth or they just couldn't keep up. And it showed. I mean, even the media, they were sitting in the back, especially when Craig Miller was testifying, and they were like, how is this guy a Navy SEAL? Like, he's an idiot. And they're like, how do the prosecutors even call this guy up? It was that bad.
Wow.
You know, he got flustered. Finally, my lawyer was asking him enough questions. He all of a sudden got a case of amnesia, and then all of a sudden couldn't remember anything. You know, and it's the same with every other dude. DeLay and Tolbert. There are two stories about shooting the old man. They didn't match up at all. They were talking about the same guy, but there was one guy said they fired warning shots. One said they didn't. It was just this discombobulated mess.
On your mini documentary that your buddy at the New York Times made, he said, for starters, was Andrea and Ryan and your other sons, did they go every day to court?
No.
Did they really just show up the one day? Was that just a coincidence?
That was, yeah. And that's, yeah, I mean, I'll give it to the New York Times and them for trying to put that together. But yeah, so I had all three of my kids were there at the Airbnb that we were using when the trial went on. And, we were coming back every day. And of course, that's all that was being talked about back there. My family was staying there. And so my two older kids, Trevor and Ava, they were like, hey, can we go? And I was like, I have no problem with you going. Me and Andrew both were like, if you guys want to go. So that's how they showed up that day. Had nothing to do with Corey Scott or what was said that day. It just happened to fall on that day.
All right.
But I mean, that's the first question the media asked when we came walking out of court that day. Andy Dyer from the San Diego Union Tribune, instead of the big bombshell that somebody else just admitted to the murder. His question was, how could we in good conscience take our 2 kids to a trial that shows dead bodies? Like, there's pictures of dead bodies in there, and you're going to let your kids watch that? And I wasn't allowed to talk, but dude, Andrea lit him up. Like, it was awesome. She was just like, we don't hide our kids from evil. We don't hide them from what their dad does. And, that's the question you have.
Yeah.
It was, they would try and pick at anything.
Yeah.
Try and demonize you.
So you wound up not guilty.
Yep.
And what did that? I mean,
that.
You still have the stone cold stare when you heard that?
No, I think. Well, dude, it's hard to explain that moment. Because it was just it was crazy.
Yeah.
We closed our case. Prosecution went, closed our case, defense went, closed our case, and they were like, all right, jury's going to deliberate. It took them about a day and a half. That was a crazy day, like just waiting for them to come back. And when they finally did, it was like, hey, the jury's got their decision, and it was real quick. Got into the courtroom. They really didn't. Yeah, it didn't hit me until like I was like sitting there waiting for them to come out. I was like, this is it. Like, oh shit.
Yeah, I bet, man. Fuck.
Yeah, they called him in, and then you stand up at attention as they come in. I'm just staring straight ahead. And it's like no time wasted. They're like, read them off. And the crazy part is they weren't reading the charges like, for premeditated murder, for this. It was like charge 1, specification 2. So I had no idea like which ones they were talking about. So they were like, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. So there was that one. And I remember like, as they were reading them off, I wasn't even hearing it. I mean, my heart was like, felt like it was coming out of my chest, and it was just like, ringing in my ears. And once they got done reading them, I was like, fuck, like, which one was like guilty of? And Tim, my lawyer, grabbed me and he was like, it's the picture, and like hugged me. And dude, it was like, bro, the courtroom erupted. I mean, everybody was crying. It was pretty nuts. It was, you saw team guys flowing in, just bawling, like grabbing me. It was pretty epic. Like I think I was just like in shock, people just like grabbed me, like hugging me. And, my wife was crying. Everybody was bawling. All my lawyers were crying. I think everybody was so happy, cause like everybody had put so much like time and effort, and just, people believed in that case. Like it meant a lot to them.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was nuts. And then, I went right from there, went and got sleeved up. I drove right to the tattoo parlor. It was, and of course the media turned that one into a heyday. Said something like Navy SEAL gets acquitted and goes right to getting alcohol and tattoos or something. It was like some crazy article they wrote. But
what'd you get?
I had no tattoos at all through my whole career. So the first one I got was, first one I got, Mike Martin.
Yeah.
So he passed away during my whole thing, but he snuck in when I was in the barracks room. They had me confined. He came in on a Saturday and snuck in with a silencer tattoo gun and tattooed the my bone frog on my back, and then my wife's name right there. And then after my trial,
shit,
yeah,
it's fucking badass.
Oh yeah, he's such an awesome guy. After the tattoo, the first thing I got was my wife's eyes with like the flag wrapped around it. And then pretty much this whole arm is dedicated to my wife and then my kids.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah. It was, I never like thought about getting tattoos, or like, I was like, there's gotta be something, that has to have like real meaning behind it, and that was it for me. I'm like, dude, if this isn't it, then I don't know what is. So yeah, went and did that. You know, I had to go back for my sentencing for the picture, which they threw the book at me big time. I think I'm the first person ever to get sentenced to a court martial for taking a picture. But yeah, they pretty much turned that into, you know, they tried to turn that into a war crime.
Yeah.
Which it's not. You know, it's not, I don't think it's in good taste, but it's not a war crime. Other than that, if that's the case, then there's been tons of war criminals in the military since the beginning of the, you know, camera.
Yeah.
You know, but whatever, you know, they wanted to get their pound of flesh out of me. I think the Navy was they were pissed, embarrassed.
And then they came at you again.
Then did not stop. Yeah. After the trial, I went back to work thinking just like I talked about that Master Chief had said, you swim your way back. And I thought that's what I had done. I went through the gauntlet. It was like, I'm back, showed up. I was like, I'm ready to go back to work. They were like, you're banned. They banned me from all the teams, the bases, and they stuck me in supply down at another base again. And they said, you know, it was the same deal, like report there every morning. I wasn't allowed to put in for my retirement because the punishment for my court martial hadn't been officially gone through yet. I had to wait for some admiral's signature, which they said could take months. So I just had to, you know, show up and not do anything. And so all I did at that point, I was like, I had so much leave. I never took it. So I was like, I'm just going on. I would go back to Florida, and spend time with my family, and then come back, you know, every 2 weeks, come back and be like, okay, what's going on? They were completely blocking me from getting anything done. I was not allowed to go to, I still belonged to TRADET, but I wasn't allowed to go there. Mm-hmm. So all of my paperwork, everything I needed was there, but I wasn't allowed to access it. So it was just a stupid game that they were playing with me. The command would toy with me, like the Group 1 Master Chief would be like, oh, we need you to move all your stuff out of your cage into this Connex box. And then next week, I'll move it out of that Connex box over here. It was just stupid stuff. And, you know, I was pissed, but my lawyer and a couple other people would advise me. They were like, do not do anything. If they're fucking with you, just let them fuck with you. Don't give them any reason to come after you anymore. So I played it cool the whole time. And then that's when I got the phone call from the president. I was coming back from Florida back to San Diego, and I landed in San Diego, and I got a call from my lawyer saying, hey, if there's a weird phone number that comes up, pick it up. And I was like, why? And he's like, just do it. And it's like, all right. And sure enough, it was one. I think it said it was from Egypt. And so I picked it up, and yeah, it was the President of the United States and the Vice President on the phone. And he called and was like, listen, I'm calling to tell you that I'm going to let you retire, or you're going to retire as a chief with everything that you've earned over the past 20 years. Because the punishment they had tried to give me is I was going to retire as a E1.
In E1?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's what I don't think anybody really knows, is because they had thrown the book at me and they sentenced me to 4 months in the brig, which I'd already served almost triple that, or over twice that. But because you get that 4 months, that's automatic reduction to E1. And so it would have been like 20 years never existed.
Yeah.
So he was like, that's not happening. I'm letting you retire as a chief, and with everything that you've earned. you know, and then he talked to me about, I mean, he knew more about my case than I think most people. Like, he knew all the intricacies of everything that had happened, all the crap the prosecution had pulled. I mean, he was disgusted by it. He was like, you know, he's like, we don't treat our war fighters like this. He's like, this is not while I'm president, you know. He's like, we don't throw away our war fighters. And he's like, so I'm going to, you know, thank you for your service, and I'm going to let you get out with everything that you earned. And then he, you know, really made a bunch of remarks about my wife, how amazing she is, and how why she's the reason that he was even involved. That he was like, she's a remarkable person to watch fight, you know. He's like, I forget what he said. He said, you know, she's a good salesman. She stands by her product, and she's like, that product is you know. And so talked to him and both the vice president. Just, I was, you know, in shock. You know, what are you going to say?
Yeah.
Both on the phone. I just sat there and listened to them and thanked them over and over. And, yeah. So
they were going to pull your SEAL Trident too.
Well, so after I get off the phone with them, I go into work the next day, and I go right to TRADET, where I'm banned from. I drive right on. I'm like, dude, fuck this. I walk in, and I'm like, hey, I want my paper. Like, all I wanted was my paperwork to put my retirement in, which they were not giving me. I go up to the third deck, walk into the admin, and you would have thought I walked in with a shotgun. I mean, it was all admin people in there, and they all like stop what they're doing. And they're like, oh my gosh. And I literally was like, hey, I just need this, and this, and I'll be out of here, you know. And they were like, oh, you know, they're all helpful. They're like, definitely. And the Master Chief of TRADET comes walking out, sees me, and it was so awkward. He was like, oh, what's up? And I was like, hey, how's it going? And he's like, oh. And then he walks back in his office and shuts the door. And I'm like, okay. Comes out about 30 seconds later, completely different demeanor, like bowed up, gets in my face, and is like, who gave you authority to even come in here? Like, you're not, like, just being a complete douchebag. And he's like, you're not allowed in here. I don't know what you think you know, what makes you think you can walk up in here? And I just turned and looked at him and was like, you know, because he said, who gave you the authority to come here? And I looked at him and was like, the President of the United States, when he called me yesterday. I was like, get the fuck out of my face. And his face was like, he like walked back into his office, and I had it at that point. I was like, dude,
yeah,
fuck you, fuck all of you guys. I was like, in my paperwork. I mean, the admin people were cool. I had no problem with them, but just him, and then the CO of TRADET comes walking out. This happened. He comes walking out of his office, looks at me, and then goes back in his office and shuts the door. Like, these are grown-ass Navy SEALs that we're talking about here. Yeah. And I'm like, dude, are we, like, really? You know, but either way, I left there. I didn't go back. I just got everything I needed. And I go back to supply to put in for retirement, and I get notified by Group 1. They call me. They're like, oh, yeah, you can't put that in because now we're going to take you to Trident Review Board, and we're pulling your bird.
Man, they just wouldn't fucking let it go.
You couldn't make it up. I literally sat down with the Group 1 Master Chief and had to I tried to have like this heart-to-heart talk with him. I'm like, dude, I get it. You guys are coming after me. Like, I'm public enemy number 1. I was like, but do you know what this looks like? Like, the president just said I could retire and just let me go. And now you're coming after me again. I was like, this looks like you're giving the middle finger to the president of the United States. And I was like, you do understand that? And he was like, no. That's not what we're doing. I was like, okay. I'm like, that's what it's going to look like. But I welcomed, they were like, you're going to go to the Trident Review Board. And I welcomed it. I was like, fine. I was like, I'll go. I was like, because that is the first and only time you guys have ever offered to hear my side of the story. And if it has to be in front of a Trident Review Board and I'm able to talk to a bunch of senior enlisted and give my side, I welcome it. I was like, even though I already know there's a predetermined outcome that you guys are going to pull my bird. But if that's what it takes, And I went and reviewed. So when you have a trident review board, you can go and review the evidence beforehand to see what they're gonna, bring up. And I was going to trial all over again. I mean, it literally was like I had never been to trial. They were just like all the charges again, which I was like, okay. But literally the next day, the president steps in again and tweets. I wake up to a tweet that said, "You will not be taking his trident. Get back to work." Like, dude, I mean, and so I walk into work the next day and I'm like, what are you going to do now? And they told me, they were like, "Oh no, we're still pulling your trident." And I was like, okay, I don't know where this is going, but it's like, it's not going to end. I mean, you're going up against the president.
Yeah.
Which that's on you, but they never ended up doing it. They tried. And we ended up fighting back pretty hard to where they were going to take my trident, my TU commander's trident, my OIC's trident, anybody that testified on my behalf, they were just going to pull all their tridents. But it all ended up getting dropped.
Wow.
Yeah. But it was like that to the very last day when I got my retirement ID. Just constant trying to like target me in some way.
Man, that is fucking sad, dude.
Yeah, it was super sad. And the sad part is like watching the guys in the community who were not, they were all coming up to me like, "Dude, this is bullshit." Like they were all on my side, but it was a very like looking over your shoulder type of.
Yeah.
And it's, yeah, it was pretty bad. I mean, Admiral Green, he's gone, out of that seat now, but dude,
I mean, they got rid of the Secretary of the Navy over this.
Yeah. Well, that was another, so I think I got hammered pretty good, because I spoke out against Admiral Green, right? When I was on active duty, people were like, I mean, even other SEALs were like, "Oh, you shouldn't have done that." And that's whatever. I don't know what the conduct I'm becoming or, but at that point they had done so much stuff to me.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, I don't give a fuck anymore. And Fox News was like, asked me to come out. I was like, done. And I flew out over the weekend, flew in on like a Saturday, and I was fired up. I was like ready to just start putting people on blast. And my lawyer was like, "Don't do it. Don't mention anybody's name because you're still in active duty and they could still charge you." But when I went in there, I had evidence. I had already evidence that the Secretary of the Navy was meddling in my case. I had an email that somebody gave me that he personally was reached out to organizations and told them not to support me. Which, why is the Secretary of the Navy reaching that low into something?
Wow.
But I went on Fox News and I put that on blast. I was like, this, and this. I put Admiral Green's name on blast. I was like, dude, I don't care. And then within 3 hours after the interview, the Secretary of the Navy was relieved. Which I'm not saying it was because I went on there, but I think,
maybe it might have had a little something
to do with it. Yeah. So, I mean, and then he got caught going behind the Secretary of Defense's back.
Yeah.
So he didn't do himself any favors.
Before we, close the book on this chapter, I do have one question. And you were going to get a Silver Star for that deployment.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that was for?
Yeah. I mean, I saw the way it was explained to me, and I didn't know I was being put in for a Silver Star.
Well, the Silver Star, for those of you that don't know, is the third from the top.
Yeah, award.
Best combat award you can get. It's
Yeah. It's I mean, it's a
Like,
big deal for guys that get them. I mean, and I had no idea that I was being put in for one until we got back from that deployment, and the only way I found out was because one of these junior guys said it. They were like, "Oh, well, you got put in for a Silver Star," and I was like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah." And so I went and talked to my OIC and T commander. Like, yeah, we ran it up. We recommended you for one, and it was for the first it was for multiple acts because they changed, and I can't keep up with the award system, but they changed it from doing one act, valorous act, to multiple acts, and then now they changed it back to just one act again. The write up I got for it was, we were in a position. And we started getting shot at pretty good. Shot up. We had taken PKM and all sorts of fire. And I had requested the MATVs to pull up on this bridge and light up where we were getting shot from. They wouldn't do it because they were like, it's, we're taking fire. So I ran down. I was at the third story of a building, but it was like open. I was running down through bullet fire, whatever, sprinted across the field, which I'm just reading this from the write up. It all, to me, I'm like, I don't, it doesn't sound as crazy, but like I jumped across, ran across the field, jumped in the MATV, pulled it up onto the bridge, hammered down on that building that we were taking fire from, and then got out, ran across the field again, taking fire, grabbed the javelin, went up, ran up to the third deck again, and then engaged and smashed the enemy position and the fire subsued or whatever.
Jesus, dude. All by yourself?
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
But it sounds like believe me, to me, it wasn't that crazy. It was like, but that was like the one write-up they did it for. And whatever. When I got my, that was the funny thing. When I got my award, finally, when I could retire, I was like, processing it through with the admin guys, and the admin guy's like, dude, I've never seen this before. And I was like, what? And he's like, come look at this. They had whited out the Silver Star and wrote bronze with V in pen.
Are you shitting me?
I still have it. And I'm like, at that point, I was like, dude, I don't even care. Like, I don't care. Like, I think, awards are here and there, man. I think there's people that get them that don't deserve them, and I think there's people that don't get them that do deserve them, and it's a cross in between. So I don't put any, like, whatever.
Well, just for reference, I think it's Medal of Honor, Navy Cross,
and
Silver Star.
Yeah.
So, pretty big fucking deal, man. But, well, let's take a break.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people looking for land these days as we continue to lose our freedoms. So we're on our way to look at a piece of property out in the middle of nowhere, and this particular piece only sits on 1.5 acres, I believe, 1.5 acres.
All right, Eddie, we just got back from the break, and I just wanted to bring up, we were talking about the book on the break, and that QR code thing you were talking about, I think, is amazing. I've never seen that in a book. And if you don't mind, just in a brief description, like, give everybody a rundown of what that's going to be like in the book.
Yeah. So the way I wrote the book is... obviously, it's from my point of view of everything that happened. I have, chapters in there from my wife, my brother, and I think my lawyers have a, chapter in there. There's a couple other people that were involved. But obviously, the book is from my point of view. I wrote it in such a way that the reader can see everything that my family went through, and then everything that happened at the trial. But it's up on the reader. I wanted to write it in such a fashion that the reader can make his decision at the end, whether they think I'm guilty or not, or what decision they would make if they were the jury. So the only way I could do that is I put, to do it honestly and not just from my side, I put QR codes in the book. So as you're reading it, like if you're reading about the trial and you're like, okay, you don't believe like certain things I'm putting in there, or you want to know more, you can click on the QR code and you can listen to all the trial audio. You can listen to or watch all the NCIS videos, and you can see it all. Like, I'm not hiding anything. It's putting everything out there, and so by the end of the book, you can make your decision on what you would find me as a jury member.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I tried to write it in that fashion.
I can't wait to get my hands on it, and the fact that you put the original court audio in there and by scanning the QR code, so it's like, oh, if you don't believe me, then
yeah, I want to be as transparent as possible. There was enough during the whole trial and everything else. I mean, the media put out enough stuff that was completely biased against me, and they spliced, certain things to make me look evil. And I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I mean, yeah, there's going to be things in that QR code that don't make me look good because they dug through my life. But I'm not going to hide. I don't have anything to hide. I'm not an angel. I'm trying to be a good person, but I'll just put everything out in the open.
Yeah. Well, moving forward, this will be the last segment. I just want to talk about kind of your transition, which, holy shit, man. I can't even fucking imagine what that was like. Most guys just have to, not just have to, but, dealing with the post-traumatic stress and trying to figure out what the fuck you're going to do and not being able to feed the addiction to the adrenaline and all that shit coming into play on top of what you were dealing with. It's amazing. It's a miracle that you got through it and that you're still sitting here. And then after that, we'll talk about, what you're doing now with the Pipe Hitter Foundation, which I think is fucking amazing. But yeah. So you did 8 deployments, mm-hmm. and just your last deployment, you saw more shit than most people will ever see in a lifetime, and even more than a lot of other operators in one deployment. And kind of talking with you online, you had brought up that there were other deployments where there was more action, yeah. And you saw a lot of death. You saw a lot of you saw a lot of traumatic shit. I'm sure you've lost more friends than you can count. And you have killed a lot of bad guys. So what about guys that you've saved from being a medic? Yeah, I mean, just this last deployment, the one I was on, our EOD guy got shot. He was up on the rooftop setting up some charges for some loopholes, and one random shot rang out, tagged him in the leg, and we managed to pull him down. Myself and another medic worked on him. He's actually back operating now. Just good dude. But yeah, we ended up working on him and having the buddy carry him back to the rally point, which we had pre-staged. But I mean, that's on other prior deployments, you work on guys or partner forces all the time, whether they're shot or
I mean, most of the time I've worked on a lot of partner force guys that have been, blown up or shot up pretty good. It just comes with the job of being a medic, and that's just, one of the qualifications.
How many men do you think are still alive because of the fact that you patched them up?
Counting team guys and also
All of
partner force.
Any human life that you...
I would say probably like 20 to 25, maybe. Just that's what I can think of the top of my head. You're thinking, we also take care of, when we were doing VSO, village stability operations out in Afghanistan, you're taking care of the villagers nearby. We do like med caps, bring them in, and they don't have the stable environment we have here, so that they're bringing you these kids that are got dragged. I remember this one kid got dragged by a horse. He had to be like 5 or 6 years old, and they brought him in, and his whole scalp was gone, peeled off. We worked on him, ended up medevacing him and saving him. And just that's the one part of going over there, taking the war aspect out of it. When you start helping the actual civilians over there, and they're stuck in a war zone that they're not, taking part in it, but they're just stuck there, and helping them out definitely gives you like a feeling of satisfaction or gratification. Like you're actually doing some good, amidst all the violence and everything else, like being able to take care of like, some female or even like, pregnant women over there. They came and saw us, and we'd help them out. But just being able to like take care of them and send them on their way, do as best you can. It makes you feel good.
Yeah.
Like you're doing something good in the world.
Have you ever thought about the fucking magnitude of the fact that you just estimated 20 guys that you saved, and and it's more than that because you just brought up a med cap. But in combat, there's 20 human beings walking on this fucking earth that wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you being there. That's pretty like amazing shit.
Yeah, it's you never think of it like that. You're just doing your job,
Yeah.
That's part of what, being a medic is, just helping other people out. But yeah, it's when you take a step back like you just did and look at it in the big picture, it's a pretty awesome feeling,
Yeah. It's pretty fucking amazing, dude.
Yeah.
But well, did you even have time to, deal with post-traumatic stress?
No.
While all the other shit was going on in court and with the NCIS, or
not at all. And it was pretty crazy because I was at that TBI clinic trying to get at Intrepid Spear, getting worked on. I've had multiple concussions, throughout my career. And, when I got there, I hadn't reported a lot of them, or some of them were just half-ass reported. And so when they really started digging deep into everything that's been going on, it was pretty eye-opening to be like, oh shit, this is what I've done to my brain. And then they bring back the scan and show you like, this is what's, part of your brain looks like from all the blasts. It's pretty eye-opening, but I didn't have any I got pulled out of that clinic and thrown in prison, so I didn't have any real time to like treat myself or take care of myself. And I remember going, while I was locked up, I had buddies visiting me and other team guys, and they were constantly checking up on me and being like, are you okay? And I like any typical team guy, I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking fine, I'm good. And I was good at the time because I was in fight mode. During that whole process, I think I was just focused on like fighting, for my freedom and getting out. I really wasn't worried about any other ramifications. And it really didn't hit me until I got out. even the last day, you know, I think I was telling you about it at dinner last night. You know, I hadn't, during that whole time, I hadn't processed everything that was going on. It was just, every day was a fight. And the day that I went and got my retired ID, you know, I was by myself. It was very just like, went in, they were like, here it is, and you're gone. You know, thanks for coming out. I went back to my truck. I just sat there and I just started bawling, by myself in my truck. It was like everything just started dumping out of me. And it was more of a bittersweet, cause I didn't want to get out, you know, that job. I loved that job. I mean, it was my religion for 20 years. And to leave like that was not the way that I had ever pictured it or planned it. But it was also like, I was glad it was over. You know, I was glad I was going back to my family, to start a new chapter. But once I got home, I was good for a couple months, I think, you know, just sort of settling. It's like the honeymoon phase of getting out. But once I started writing the book, everything sort of came crashing down on me. I went into like some pretty dark spaces, you know, just rehashing everything that had gone on. I hadn't, you know, taken the time to sort of unravel everything that had happened to me and my family. So once I started rehashing everything and having to like really dig, you know, go into the details, everything that happened, and it was so much that I couldn't even remember half the shit.
Yeah.
Went on, but you know, I got angry. I think that's the only emotion I had for a while, was just like anger and frustration. You know, Andrea saw it, my wife saw it, my kids saw it. You know, I'd come down from working on the book and I'd just be in a dark space, wouldn't talk to anybody. And, you know, thank God I'm telling you, the only reason I'm halfway like good now is because of my wife. You know, she's my rock, and she told me, she's like, you know, you need to deal with whatever's going on. And she's like, it's not just with the book or what happened. It's like your career, you know, everything that's, you know, you've been through. And, cause I think when you're going through, you know, and I try to explain it to people how it is, you know, in the teams, or it's like you're on a train going 120 miles an hour all the time. And any traumatic event that happens, whether you lose, you know, a teammate or, you know, something else, you see some atrocities, it just goes in the caboose. You're like, yep, throw it back there and just keep going. Yeah. Well, once that 120-mile train stops, guess where that caboose is coming? It's going to come crashing right into you. So that ended up happening. So I went, you know, Andrea and I talked, and you know, the focus was just doing the book, but it was also taking this year to like get treatment, and really fix myself and make myself a better person to be around, and just, you know, and that's the right thing to do. It's, you know,
Andrea sent us a list of the treatments that you went through, and that's a pretty fucking extensive, long list.
Yeah. I mean, I feel blessed that I even got to go to those treatments, you know, and it was through the, you know, SEAL Future Foundation. Those guys reached out to me right away, and they were like, listen, whatever you need, hit us up. I went and got all my blood work done right off the bat. And that was another eye-opening thing when they came back and told me, you know, everything that I was low in, my body had, you know, they're like, yeah, if your brain's not working properly, the rest of your body's going to pay for it. And so I was low in a lot of stuff. They hooked me up with a lot of like supplements, got me on TRT, which my testosterone was low. And then I went and did HBOT treatment, which is I forget what HBOT stands for. But pretty much you go into it's like going down a depth. You're going into the dive chamber.
The hyperbaric chamber?
Yeah, hyperbaric chamber. And they take you down, and I did about 65 treatments of that.
Did you find that effective?
I did. It's not the end-all, be-all, but I definitely felt better afterwards. I wasn't feeling the effects during it. That was sort of frustrating, but about 2 weeks after, it felt like a fog had been lifted a little bit.
So the science behind that, correct me if I'm wrong, is they take you down to depth, and because the blasts have kind of loosened up the membrane on your brain, correct?
Yep.
And so basically, when they go down to depth in the hyperbaric chamber, it's compressing that all back together. I think that's kind of like in dummy terms,
scientific as we're gonna get.
In dummy terms,
I can't explain it any better than that either. Like it pretty much helps you. It's supposed to heal your brain. They've been doing it for years with NFL players, and they're just now seeing that this treatment is doing wonders for guys that are coming out of our profession, who've taken multiple concussions, or like they call them little mini concussions, over and over, and they're seeing a lot of good effects from it. I recently just actually my dad is a retired lieutenant colonel. He was a Desert Storm, and I actually got him to go down and do it, and like seeing the big change when he got done with it as well. You can see the positive changes and the effects that it has on people. I definitely got a lot out of that. And then dealing with, I still had this like weight on me. It felt like, where I would still go into these dark, just places, or just angry. And I couldn't figure out, I knew what was going on. And I'll tell you, like, that's having podcasts like this, or any other SEALs that are doing podcasts, when they have their guests on and the guys talk about the stuff they go through, and they're vulnerable and able to be like, hey, this is what I went through. And it helps, like, it helped me a lot to be able to listen to those guys, because I'm like, okay, I'm not the only one feeling like this. And then it just gave me this self-awareness to be like, I need to do something about it. And I'm just not going to sit here and be angry and miserable. I'm like, I want to change, I want to be different. So I went, I did this pretty, not invasive, but it was different, plant medicine. It's called Ibogaine.
Is this when you went to Mexico?
Yeah. So it's through the vet program, and it's Amber and Marcus Capone run it. And they flew me out to Mexico, and you take this Ibogaine. It's just a pretty powerful hallucinogenic, kind of like ayahuasca.
Is this psilocybin?
No.
Okay.
So this Ibogaine comes from like a tree bark. It's, I think, and I don't want to mess this up. I think if they said South America, which, certain tribes use it as like a rite of passage when they take it, and like to become a man, or like to find your purpose. But they've come to find out that this medicine is like, they also used it to treat addicts. So they use it for heroin addiction, any kind of addiction. They were using to treat patients, and they were finding that it was working. And then they started to now treat vets, guys who have massive, TBIs or PTSD, and which also we know comes along with addiction problems, alcohol abuse, pills, everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And they're finding out like it's doing wonders. It's almost like a game changer for a lot of guys. So I had talked to a couple buddies that had already done it. They sort of explained it to me, but even when you haven't done it and you have, people explaining to you, you're like, I was nervous about it. But Andrea and I talked about it, and she was on board, and so I went down there, and it was a game changer for me. It
What's the process like down there?
So you go down there, you just go to this house, and they have doctors on, there. They have like this nurse, and she's also a shaman. She prepares the medicine. Everything is done with like reverence. They're very professional about it. They have people watching you 24/7 while you're on it. They hook you up with EKGs just so they can monitor you.
How do you take it?
It's in capsule form.
How long does it last?
10 hours.
10 hours?
Yeah, and it's intense. It's super intense. So what we did is, and actually it was on your last podcast, he sort of taught it pretty much exactly how he said it. You go in there, you write your intentions of what you want to get out of it. I wrote down like, I just want to be happy again. I want to feel like innocent again. Like, sort of I look at my kid, Ryan, who's, I see him, he's just an awesome kid laughing and just happy. I was like, dude, I want to feel like that again, and not have this burden or whatever you want to call it, this weight on me. And I wrote it down on a piece of paper, and then you throw it in the fire, and then you take the medicine, and they lead you upstairs to a room with beds. You just lay down on the bed. You put one of those eye covering sleep masks on, and you just wait until it kicks in. And
how long does it take?
Mine took a while to kick in. So I was there with 3 other guys.
Are you guys all in the same room?
Yeah. So they're all on beds, and everyone's in there sort of monitoring us. They play like, real chill music. And I mean, everything is like to make you comfortable. But those guys, I could hear that it had kicked in. Like some of them are throwing up. Because that's sometimes what happens. So I was getting pretty frustrated. I was like, dude, did I get a bad dose or what's going on? But then, all of a sudden it's like ringing or buzzing started happening. And when I could feel it come up the back of my spine, and like, it feels like the back of your brain is just explodes, and it was like 10 hours of like, I went into space. I was like actually like in space around me. I could see the stars, and you actually feel like you're there. It's like this is actually going on. But what's crazy about the medicine is I could literally, if I wanted to take my eye mask off, I'd know where, like, I'd be conscious to be like, okay, I'm in this room, but then I'd go back to it, and I'm back to, in space. But, it started off super intense at first. I felt like the bed was trying to like buck me off, and like it was flying all over the room. But I just remained calm and like worked on my breathing, just to like chill. And then pretty much I watched a whole reel of my life. I watched myself being born, watched myself as a child growing up, all the way, I forget how far it went, but what it did for me is, it just made me really appreciate, what I had, which was my family. And just, I mean, stuff that I think I was like overlooking, because of everything that had happened. And it just, I came out of it like that's with this like weight off me, and just like a feeling of peace. And it just gave me like a foundation to, if I start feeling a certain way, I can bring myself back to that place a lot easier than I could have before the medicine.
Damn. When did, so you were accessing memories that you hadn't accessed in forever.
Dude, it was insane. And then this will trip you out. Like this is hard to explain to people. So, I mean, it sounds crazy, but, I was watching, so you're watching, it's almost like a old film of yourself. And then at some point during it, I was watching my dad as a little child, and like him growing up, and then how, him with his dad. And it was, I mean, but it was like, actually, you're like, dude, this is actual footage, like
holy
real
shit.
But it was like, I was accessing my dad's memories, which sounds insane. And I know, like, people listening like, what the frick? But I mean, it was nuts.
Well, I did some research on this shit, and or not shit, but this stuff is like psilocybin in particular, and I can't remember the exact percentages, but I think they say you can only access 10% of your brain, or human beings can only access 10 or 20% of their brain. It's a small amount, and when the psilocybin or hallucinogenic takes effect, it like literally unlocks the rest of your brain, which gives you access to all these memories, and is the way I kind of understood it. But
yeah, that's pretty much how it felt. Like it just like the rest of your brain has woken up, and it just starts bringing back, where you start seeing all these memories that you don't even know you had. I mean, stuff when I was little. I mean, they were actual memories, but like, when I was 4 years old, like walking into the store with my mom, like holding her hand, or it was actual, like I was watching that go on. It was pretty crazy.
Was it first person, or was it like you were watching?
No, it's like you're watching, it's like right in front of you, and you're watching like old film.
You can see yourself?
Yeah. So I'm seeing myself and whoever's with me through it. And then it was like, if you wanted to stay on a certain memory and be like, okay, I want to dive into this and see what you could do that. But it was almost like if I didn't want to, I was like, oh, I don't need to see that. I could just scroll through my, to the next film. It was crazy.
Wow.
And then the film that I was seeing, which was gnarly, and I didn't think about this till afterwards, it all had burnt marks, like it had been singed around the ends of the film. And I think that was, because part of the intentions, because we threw in the fire, and it was like showing me, this is what you wanted to get out of this, and this is why we're showing you this. So it's,
damn.
It's, the way they do it, it's not, and that's, I think if certain people are like, oh, I don't know about that. Like, they treat that medicine with such reverence, and they do it in such a professional manner. I mean, that's how guys are getting a lot out of it. It's not, guys aren't just going down there to take this and be like, oh, I'm tripping out. Like, it's done for a certain purpose, to help guys heal. And then after you take that, you do another drug called 5-MeO-DMT, which is actually pretty crazy. It's poison from a toad. So they have you smoke that, and that is they call it the handshake. So when you do the Ibogaine, it pretty much shows you everything that, you want to get treated or worked on. Right. So you come out of that like, okay, I just got shown all this stuff, and you're trying to process it. Then when you do the 5-MeO-DMT, it's like a handshake. Like, you're like, oh my gosh, okay, now I understand. It sort of like releases everything. And I got out of that. Like, I had a lot of obviously, anger, and I was holding on to, even the guys that these accusers, that was, I was angry about that. It's one thing to, I was like, I forgive, some of those guys, and, but, the human nature in me, I was still holding on to some stuff. And, it gave me the realization, like, I came out of it, and I'm like, you know what? Like, there's no reason to be like me being angry at those dudes, or like, have this hate. Like, all it's doing is hurting me. You're right. Like, those dudes, I mean, they proved exactly what they were. I had called them cowards on deployment because they had acted like it. And then I think they proved to the world exactly what they were. And, I've been asked like, oh, what, if you saw one of them, what would you do? And I'm like, dude, nothing. I was like, there's nothing worse that can be done to those guys than what they did to themselves.
So this treatment put you at peace with all that shit?
I would say like not, I'm not going to say like 100%, because, if depending on what mood I'm in, and if something was brought up, I might start getting a little irritated by it, but it gave me the tools to like realize like that's happening and being like, you know what, that none of that matters.
So when you said you took the second drug and it just released everything, it released what? Like the emotion, or things just made sense?
It's hard to explain. So you, when you take the 5-MeO DMT, you inhale it in for, I think, 10 seconds and hold it for 10 and then let it out. And you know, they have you on a bed and you literally fall back into the bed. But after you take the drug, you don't feel like you don't hit the bed. You just keep falling and you're just going.
Holy shit.
It's a pretty scary feeling, but they prep you beforehand. Are like, hey, just trust it. Don't, try not to fight it. They tell you just to let go. And so I did exactly that. I just let go, and you keep falling, but eventually it brings you to this place where it's hard to explain. Like I saw, it was like these pink and blue hues, and it was just like you feel nothing but love. Like it's like the most intense love you can feel, and the way I can explain it, because I'm a believer and I believe in God and Christ. Like I feel like it brings you closer to God and Christ. Like you feel like His love and just how much He loves you and everybody else, and you're just like, it just helped me come to a realization, like, dude, all this baggage and all this crap that I'm holding on to or that's bothering me, like none of that matters. Like it's fine. Like you're going to be okay. And you have all these people that love you. Like I have my wife, my kids, all my teammates, my friends, like you have all of this. So why are you focused on everything else? Like be appreciative of everything that you have in front of you. And so that's what it did for me, and I think for each different person, it does something different depending on what your intentions are going into it.
That's fucking amazing.
Yeah, it was a game changer. And then I went to, after that I was good, and then I went to another retreat, which is almost a similar feeling, but no drugs or anything. It was called Operational Restored Warrior. They take you up to the mountains in Colorado. There's probably, and they don't tell you anything about it before you go. They're just trust it. So I went up there for 4 days, and you are pretty much at this, you're at a ranch. It's like pretty desolate, nothing around. And it's all very spiritual based. And they have you go over everything. It's all veterans who are not doing too hot. I felt when I went there, I was like, dude, I'm doing pretty decent compared to some of these guys I'm here with. But they pretty much heal guys there spiritually. And it's not what, like, they're not like, oh, Jesus, God is what, it's based around, God and Jesus, but it's almost like you're in a spiritual battle constantly. And that's like, they explain to you, like, the negativity that we have, or especially with, us when we get out and they're like, there's voices in your head that are telling you, like, to get pissed off at certain things. Like that's all, whether you want to call it the devil or like he's trying to get in your head. He wants you to be in like this negative space. Like that's where he wants you. And then they give you the tools to be like, that's not where I'm supposed to be. I'm better than that. And they give you the tools to fight back against that. And, it did a lot. I mean, that was a big thing for me too. I came out of there feeling a lot better. And then my wife actually did one for, they do one for female vets as well. And then spouses. So Andrea went just recently, and she came back and the same thing. She was like, it was amazing.
Wow.
So it was really cool.
Do you think it has to do a lot with just checking out? I mean, I'm assuming there's no phones, there's no fucking social media, text, phone calls, anything from the outside world. It's just you and, nature that God created without any of the...
Oh, that definitely has a lot to do with it. I mean, it's the same thing with the Ibogaine too. They take everything away from you, so you have not, like, there's no distractions at all. And I think, that's both those treatments, that's sort of the hard thing to overcome, because you, at the end of them, everybody's feeling like, dude, I feel awesome. You know, I'm ready to go back into the world and like start crushing it. But I think the reality is you got to know, like, hey, you're going back to pretty much what America, like, or not America, but you're going back to the world, back to social media, back to, you know, the news, back to all the negative information that's just constantly being pushed at us. And I think you just got to know before you do that, like, hey, you know, these things are out there, and there's stuff every day that's going to try and take you down. That's going to try and get you in a negative mindset. And you just got to be self-aware to be like, okay, I shouldn't be watching this, or I shouldn't be reading these comments. It's not doing anything for me, you know? And, you know, I think that's always going to be a struggle, to try and, you know, to fight against, but as long as you're self-aware, and you have the tools to be like, okay, this shouldn't be bothering me, or I'm not going to let this bother me right now. That's what those places give you. And I think it'll help tons of guys. If, you know, I think that's what guys should be going through. You know, I'm all about the plant medicine, especially, as you know, the VA and the big pharma.
I won't even fucking go to the VA.
Yeah. They just want to shove pills down your throat and, you know, be like, oh, and then of course, once that pill starts having bad effects, they just add more pills on to fight those effects. And before you know it, you know, guys are on like 15 different medications. Then they wonder why guys are blowing their brains out. You know, they're like, oh, it's like, dude, because all that shit, it's all one big money making process for them.
Yeah.
And, you know, this plant medicine, if it's as like invasive as people want to think it is, or not invasive, but sort of out of the ordinary, and just, but if it's getting guys off pills, off alcohol, off, you know, and helping them out, I'm all about it. And,
yeah.
I mean, I've seen the positive effects of it on hundreds of guys, so I know it's working.
You know, back to the VA, I mean, I hate to go down a negative road when we're trying to be positive here, but, you know, it just fucking makes sense for them to over-medicate, because the minute a veteran drops dead, guess what? That's more money in USG's fucking bank account.
Yep.
And so it is not in their best interest to give veterans the care that they fucking need. Nor does, you know, sorry, but I don't think the majority of America gives a fuck. You know, the VA's been fucked up forever.
Yeah.
It will always be fucked up. It's never, you know, a top discussion in politics. And so I fucking refuse to go.
Yeah, I went there when I got out. I went and checked into the one near me, just to like register, and I'll tell you what, like the people that work there, like the lady I talked to, nothing against her at all. Like she's like super nice and was like, okay. And it was the crazy part is, I went and she started going through my record, and she stopped and was just like, they're not used to dealing with soft individuals at all. And she was like, oh my gosh, like I haven't seen something like this in a long time. And I'm like, well, that's me and all my friends are just, you know, that's all we're used to being around. So you're like, there's nothing out of the ordinary, but they don't know how to treat individuals that come out of the soft community and like what they've seen, or like what they've dealt with. And the first thing they do is just like, oh, take these, you must be depressed, take these antidepressants, or like, cause you tell them like how you're feeling or like what symptoms. And it's, you know, it's all because of TBI or stuff like that, but they automatically start treating it for, oh, you must be depressed or you must have this. And that's when they start putting you on these medications. You know, they tried to give me some, and I was like, no, I don't want any pills. And they almost in a way try and force you, like, why don't you want these pills? Like, you should be taking them. You should be on this. And I mean, they were calling me a couple times, like, do you want them? Do you want us to send you them? And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
You know, why are you, you know, trying to push this on me? And then when they ask you what you're doing, so she was like, what are you doing if you're not taking pills? What are you doing to like help? And I'm like, you know, plant medicine. I'll smoke some weed, you know, something. And they're completely against all that. You know, they're like, oh, well, you know, that's, but if you're doing that, then we can't help you.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, well then that's the why I'm doing it. So you,
yeah, I'm telling you, this is helping me, and you're fucking telling me it's not helping me, and you want to give me,
it's like it's backwards, you know. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad, and I think that's why these foundations like SEAL Future Foundation, the Navy SEALs Fund, like these are the ones that I know because coming from the SEAL community. I mean, they have really taken an interest in forming an alliance to help because they're seeing that, you know, guys aren't getting the help they need when they get out, and so that's their main mission, is to help guys when they get out and get them back on their feet mentally.
What's the name of that organization?
It's the Navy SEAL not Navy SEAL Foundation. SEAL Future Foundation.
Future Foundation. Yep. And it's run by
Johnny Wilson.
Okay.
Awesome guy. I went to buzz with him. That's his mission in life, is to help guys when they get out and to get them back on their feet mentally, and physically and spiritually. And so, I mean, I think he started off that foundation to help get guys jobs when they get out. But what he found out is, I mean, you can take, you know, the best operator, and when he gets out, and be like, get him a job at Goldman Sachs or something, you know, he's still not going to be doing good.
Yeah.
You know, nothing, you have to fix yourself before you can start moving on. That's what they're finding out. So it's good.
You said you smoke weed sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How much does that help?
It helps big time. Like, you know, if I start feeling anxiety, and it's crazy, like the little things that'll set me off or like get my anxiety going, which it's almost frustrating to where I'm like, dude, why am I feeling like this over, you know, this little thing right now? Like, it's working me up. It'll help me, you know, just bring me back down to level and be like, everything's good, you know. And I don't, you know, you're not smoking it. And I think there's a big misconception on the whole, you know, marijuana, and they've done so much forward progress on that now. Like, they have certain things where you can take it and you're not high. You're not like, oh, I'm, you know, but you're just calm and relaxed, and it's, you know, just helps you sort of, you know, even out.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm all about it.
I'd say the same thing, man. When I used to live in Florida and it was legal there, it took my doctor forever, my doctor outside of the VA, to talk me into doing it. And, you know, I was like, I'm not doing this shit. This is, you know, I need to fucking stay on task. And then I finally tried it, and it was like fucking life changing for me. And,
it's funny. Like, I didn't, you know, I started doing it. Like, Andrea, she knew, you know, that I was going to try it, but that's how I knew that it was helping. Because she was like, I noticed a difference. Like, you're more chill, you know? And I'm like, good, then it's working.
Yeah. I wish, you know, I'm a conservative. I don't, whatever, but that's one thing I can't fucking stand about, the right side, is they're so anti marijuana. And it's like, if you fucking assholes would, you know, come out of Washington and actually do some research and talk to, you know, some of the guys that are doing this and how it's helping them, maybe you would change your fucking mind.
Yeah, I think, that's, and there's also a big push against it because Big Pharma runs everything, you know, and that's why they don't want to legalize it, because they know it'll get people off pills. Yeah.
Anyways, but man, it sounds like you were extremely proactive coming out and getting yourself up to par before. Not that you didn't hit a fucking all-time low when you're in prison, but I mean, you know, the fact that you hit the ground running, it was like, all right, that's done. I mean, did Andrea push you to start going to these programs?
Oh yeah. She pretty much put the orders down right when I got out. Like, you're not doing anything this year. Like, cause I was already like, all right, what am I going to do next? Like, get a job, do, you know, whatever. I was going to plan on contracting. I mean, that was my next go-to before, like, all that mess happened, I was already on my way to, do what you have done. And that was a no-go now because obviously my face has been plastered everywhere. So she was just like, that's it. Like you need to chill out. And she knew it was going to be rough for me. She was like, I'd be chewing the carpet after a month of being in the house, which did happen. But we were both on board with, like, all right, let's just get these treatments done this year. Let's focus on fixing you. And then we can move on. 2021 will be more like, what are we going to do? Our ventures. And I'm glad I did it. I'm stubborn at times, for sure. Gave her a hard time about it, but, I'll tell you what, man. And like I said before, it was from listening to podcasts like yours or other guys, when the guys come on and start talking about their issues, like it gave me, it was almost like I reckied it before I got out. I was like, okay, this is what I should be looking out for, at this. And eventually I, start feeling that way or have the same issues as what these guys are talking about. So I knew right then, I was like, okay, this is, those guys that talked about the dark road, they went all the way down to where, they had a gun in their mouth. I'm like, I don't want to get to that point, like I could, and it's very easy to like, I could go to that point real quick if I just like keep on this negative mindset and just be pissed off. And then, I don't want I look at my kids and my wife, I'm like, they don't deserve that. They put up with, 20 years of service, me being gone all the time, and, losing friends who are like my kids' uncles, like, watching them get put in the ground. Like they've been through enough to where I'm like, they don't need to deal with me when I get out and all the problems that now are happening. So I was like, I need to fix myself quick, just so I can be a good husband and father and move on.
Fuck, man. Well, it looks like it's working. I mean,
so far it's going all right.
Shit. I mean, damn.
But it doesn't end, and that's I think that's the other thing is like the problems they don't go away. It's not like you're fixed, and our job has consequences, and those will be with you for the rest of your life. But just as long as you find tools how to deal with them, but they're never going to go away.
Yeah.
But as long as you can find ways to deal with them and get through it, I think that's the key.
Yeah. Being through everything you've been through, and just the fact that you said, that the fucking job has lifelong consequences. You have a son who obviously really, really loves his dad and looks up to you a lot, which is really cool to see. And we kind of talked a little bit, and it sounds like he either wants to join the military and kind of go down the path that his dad did, or go to space.
Yeah.
Would you want Ryan joining the military and going down your path?
Yeah, if that's it's not what I want. But if that's what he wanted, then I'd be behind him 100%.
Yeah.
I treated like my dad treated with me. Like he was never, pushed me to join. But my family has a very, deep, like everybody has, most of the males have served, in the military, and usually they were careerists. So I think, I ended up joining it was whether it's genetics or whatever, like I just pushed myself towards that path. Without my dad or anybody, I actually went and did it without telling anyone. With Ryan, he wants to be a SEAL. That's all he's grown up with since he was a baby. He hung out at the teams as a child nonstop. I would take him into work all the time. He loved being around the guys. He has definite attitude for it. Unfortunately. But yeah, if he wanted to do that, I'd be 100% behind him. And I've told people this, like, I know the consequences of the job, and I'm hoping, maybe by the time he joins, they'll have it figured out to where they can mitigate some of the stuff that we went through. Just as far as like all the blasts you take during training and all that. But then again, I don't think there's a way around a lot of that. Yeah, I'd be 100% behind him, man, if that's what he wanted. I'd rather him go to space, though, for sure.
Yeah. I'll bet.
Keep him on the astronaut path. But yeah, I have nothing against kids. I mean, I wouldn't give back my 20 years for nothing. You know, despite the last 2 years, it's like I said before, that was just a few bad actors in the whole big scheme of the military. So, I'm proud of my service. I'm glad I did it. I got to be around what I think are the greatest individuals I'll ever meet on this earth. Just guys there's something to be said, like, to be around guys like that just, you're constantly striving to be better. You're constantly striving to be as good as the guy next to you.
Yeah.
And whether you know it or not, he's doing the same thing. He's trying to strive to be as good as you. And you're constantly, I mean, it's hard to find that anywhere else.
Yeah.
So
it's hard to find anybody that'll just do their fucking job.
Yeah,
let
exactly.
alone go over the top.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, it's, to answer your question, yeah, I have no problems with him joining at all.
Right on, man. So what are you doing now? Tell us about the Pipe Hitter Foundation and how it started, where it's at, where it's going.
Yep. So we have so right now, the book is finished. It's in DoD review. And then the other big project we've been working on all year is the Pipe Hitter Foundation. We got that up and running in April or May. And it was been slow going due to the vid this year, but we decided to start it pretty much near the end. I mean, we had talked about, like, we got to do something, because after we saw behind this curtain that we didn't know existed, which was the military justice system, if you want to call it that. I saw a bunch of guys when I was locked up who shouldn't be there. Granted, there are guys that belong in there for sure, but there's a number of dudes, I mean, a lot larger than people would like to hear about, that just got caught up in the system and are being unjustly incarcerated due to the corruptness of how the system entraps people. And it's not talked about. It's sort of hidden. Nobody really knows about it. So when I was actually locked up, we came to the realization, like, okay, this happened to us, for a reason. Like, we didn't understand what at first, until I started seeing other people, these kids in my position, that don't have any help. They didn't have the help that I had. They didn't have an Andrew Gallagher or Sean Gallagher, my brother, to get behind them, or a family to get behind them and fight for them. A lot of people don't have that. They're not as lucky or as blessed. And so we're like, what, we need to be that for these people. So that's the purpose of the foundation, is we pretty much raise money, and then people can go to our site and fill out a grant application, and we tell them to be as thorough as possible about their case, about what they're going through. And I have a awesome board members. I have Rob O'Donnell's a prior law enforcement, awesome. Mark Mukasey's on there, one of my lawyers. I have another team guy on there, Carl Higbee, Joni Marquez, and Tommy, who worked for Congressman Duncan Hunter. And as a board, we review each case once a month. We take all the cases, review them, and then we, decide yay or nay, like, we're going to help these people. And once we are like, yep, we'll do it, and then we end up, talking to the individual and seeing what they need. And what we provide is, if they need money for their legal defense, provide that, or we know how stressful it is going through something like that. So we provide emergency relief funds for their family, because, when you're going through a stressful situation like that, you're paying for lawyers. You're also, it causes all this undue stress on the family. So we sort of try and take some of that away, and just so they can get through it. And then we also will do advocacy if they want it. Some people obviously are like, no, I don't want my name anymore. Like, okay, but if people want to be advocated for and like, hey, do you want us to help get the word out about what's going on with you? Then we'll do that for them as well. And then we help active duty, law enforcement, and first responders.
Shit, man. How long have you been doing that?
We got our nonprofit approved in like April or May, and we've pretty much been helping guys and girls probably for 3 months now.
Holy shit!
So
are you how's funding so far?
It's been rough, obviously due to this year, doing some fundraising, but it comes in every once in a while. I mean, we obviously because of the COVID, you can't go do a lot of fundraising, stuff like that. But we put out mailers, and the people that are generous and just the patriots of this country will donate whatever they can, and every little bit helps. And that money is going directly. I mean, we're helping people out now. So once we receive that money, it's going to a family or a service member or an officer right away to help them out. But yeah, we're hoping next year, we'll start being able to build more of a base of funds and start be able to help more people.
That's solid, man.
Yeah, it's good. And that's super gratifying. Getting the nonprofit started and all that I had nothing to do with that. There was a lot of administrative shit that I can't even handle. So like Andrea, and the board, we have Dina Cruden, who's also the executive director. She's amazing. They pretty much got everything going, got everything approved. And then, once we started actually helping people and, having guys call me and being like, dude, I just got, whatever $1,000 grant from you guys, and you have no idea like how much I needed that at this time. Like that right there, I'm like, dude, that's why we're doing this.
That's awesome, man.
So it's good. It's and it gives us a purpose. It gives me a purpose, which is, I think, one of the number one things is hard to find once you get out, is trying to find another purpose to like how you can serve. And luckily we have this. So
do you have any idea how many guys are out there that are in the middle of a situation like yours?
There's, off the top of my head right now, I can come up with like 8.
8?
Mm-hmm.
How do you decipher whether, because potentially you could be, if you made a wrong decision, you could be helping somebody that,
yep,
is an actual fucking criminal.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you, you said your lawyer's on there. How do you kind of determine?
So that's why we ask people when they fill out the grant to be as thorough as possible, like with everything. And if they fill out a grant and there's, we'll look through it pretty, in detail, and we're like, all right, there's some information missing here, and we'll reach out back and like, hey, can you fill out some more just because, so we can get sort of an idea. Most of the time, you can tell when someone's getting screwed or someone's getting fucked. Like, and there is always that chance, you're like, okay, we're going to help this person and maybe they are guilty. But, if we're looking at a person's case, and this is just from my point of view, when I'm looking at it, I look at how they're being treated through the process. And if I, start seeing the same things that was done to me or I've seen done to other guys, and just in the unjust way they do things, I'm like, right away, I'm like, okay, guilty or not guilty, this person's not getting due process at all. Like he or she hasn't even had a chance to like speak out or say their side. They're just automatically guilty until proven innocent. You're
helping them get the right to a free trial.
Yeah, I'm helping them get, and that's the thing. Like we, if it ends up being like, okay, we help this person, they go to trial and they're found guilty. Well, okay, but I did my due diligence to help that person and like take the stress off them and their family until that point. I'm not a jury member. We're not there to like say whether you're guilty or not guilty. We're just here to help you through the process and just take as much stress off you as possible. And help you actually. The only rights that you have during a situation like that are the ones that you can afford.
Yeah.
Service members and law enforcement don't make enough money to buy, or to hire good attorneys. So that's where we come in and we're like, hey, we'll help you fund so you can have a good attorney and actually have a fighting chance.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah, it's definitely a gap that's missing in helping our service. I'm glad that we're filling it.
Yeah. I mean, had it not been for what you went through, I mean, I don't think anybody would know.
No. And that's the other reason we started it too. The amount of people that got behind myself and my family during my whole thing, like the patriots that got behind us. And I mean, I had people reaching out, left and right, like, we're supporting you, whatever we can do. I mean, these people, I don't know any of these people. These are people from all over the country. I mean, that right there, I'm like, we have to give back. We got all this support from all these people. We have to give something back. I mean, we can't just like, okay, yeah, we're done. I'm like, thanks. It's like, no, that's not how it works. It's, you pay it forward, So like, I almost feel like it's our duty to be doing this.
Yeah. So on top of the nonprofit, what do you see yourself doing in the next 5 years, and what are you hoping to accomplish? And
so I recently, I think it was like about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, I went out with TSI, the Shooting Institute, just volunteered to come along and help teach. They did a trip where they went and taught some SWAT guys and I think some Air Force guys out in Texas. So I tagged along on that just to see how I would like it or see how it would feel. And I loved teaching. I loved teaching those guys, tactics. I just felt like I was at home, again, doing it. So I think I'm looking to do something like that next year. I want to do it locally where I live and just be able to instruct in shooting and hopefully tactics. If I can get a kill house nearby, do some training like that. That's in the infancy stages right now, but that's what I plan on hopefully doing next year. And I hooked up with a company, Precision Tactical. They make all sorts of firearms, and they just awesome individuals. And they built a gun around me. They let me pick out all the parts, just exactly how I'd want to have it. And we're going to be selling those here soon. So we'll see how that goes.
Right on.
Yeah.
You got a picture of it?
Yeah, I do.
Cool. We'll post it up top.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Well, good luck with teaching. There is definitely no shortage of people wanting tactical training with the current state of the country right now. I can fucking guarantee you that shit.
Well, I'll be picking your brain for sure.
So, but, well, man, I kind of want to wrap this thing up. It's been a long podcast, and it has been a fucking honor having you sit across from me and share your experience and everything. And you've already answered this, but I want to properly ask you, even though I already know the answer, but with all the shit that you've been through and what seemed to be the entire community trying to ruin your very existence for doing what America asked you to do, would you fucking do it all over again?
In a heartbeat. Yeah. I love that job. It's hard to, like, that's all I ever wanted to do. Once I got into the teams, that was it, man. I loved every bit of it. And I don't have like, when you say like, the entire community, like, it's not the entire community wasn't against me. It was just some individuals in the command, like the guys themselves, man. Like, I knew most of them had my back. They they couldn't come out and say it right then, but I've had enough phone calls from guys, congratulating me and just that they were supporting me the whole time. And, the teams are made up from the enlisted. The enlisted is what makes the teams. The guys, the shooters, in the platoons, not the head shed, not the guys in charge of WARCOM. They might make the decisions, but they'll never be able to change how the culture. They can try as much as they want, but team guys are team guys, and as long as we have them in the platoons, it'll stay similar to why you and I joined.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say, man, once again, it's been a fucking honor having you here, and I can't fucking imagine what that felt like to go through all that, and it's just really awesome to see where you're at now and see you doing well, and helping the next guys, helping the next generation coming out, and you're just a solid motherfucker, dude.
Dude, I appreciate it. You are too, man. I'm glad I came out here. It's an honor to be out here, and your podcast is exceptional, and I'm glad I got to be on it.
Thank you.